version. I mean, they should not have been bitching about Trump is not a legitimate president. He's a no. That was wrong. I agree. It's very different than actually trying to stay in power. We just had January 6th. It went off smoothly without a hitch. Places, everyone places. Okay, the rehearsal went great, and now we do it and we go home. That's not what would have happened if you guys had lost, and you know that. No, you understand. That is an asymmetry you have to address.
Okay, let me address it. You're right. This past week we had a wonderful January 6th. The last time we had a Republican president elected and Democrats did not object to the electors, do you know when the last time that was?
See, this is the kind of bullshit.
No. It was 1988. It was 1988 the last time they didn't object to it. They objected to George W. Bush winning Ohio.
Objecting is different than calling the Justice Department and pressuring them to do things that even this own Justice Department wouldn't do. It's different than calling the guy in Georgia and saying, find me 11,000 votes. It's different than going to court with all these ridiculous cases that were laughed out of every courtroom. It's different than actually sending fake electors. Don't give me bullshit and we'll be friends. Bullshit me? No, we'll still be friends. But I don't think you're a hack. Instead of someone who can actually have an honest conversation and admit this asymmetry exists.
I don't believe it's asymmetrical at all. When you look at the way the Democratic Party used an authoritarian bum rush to get Joe Biden out of the race and replace him with Harris, what was it? Was that the great sacrifice to the virtue of democracy and the great rejection of authoritarianism? Was swapping her out for him like it's some Mississippi Square dance?
I'm just going to end this part of our discussion by saying, I think just looking in your eye, talking to you, not the media guy I saw, you're a lot brighter than I thought you were.
Did you think I was not bright?
Yeah.
And what gave you that impression?
Like, everything you've said and done. No, and also because the media is, but I just never talked to, I can say, and by the way, this is only a semi-compliment because what I'm saying is, I think you're absolutely bright enough to know what I'm talking about. And I understand why you have to carry the water for the other side because you were, your career is just beginning. Trump loves you. That's a good thing in this day and age. And so I get it. I get what you can and cannot say, and we can put that aside. Let's get back to Horde.
Good vibes, great food, amazing restaurant.
Even if they lose battles, they go to the county house.
So we're talking about the audio marketing gurus at Radioactive Media.
Whether you like to test the rooms or not, we've self-policed them. And a handful of times we had people who went after others unfairly, attacked their children. Wow. It's a lot more fun right now. Trust me. Yeah, but nobody's name was put on. No, I'm not that though. I may just look though, but I'm not that though. This kind of affects me. In these conversations, it's household things.
.com or text the word random to 511 511. Random to it's not on my alt. If they'll ever lose their shop skims. I'm not being like a wife.
You are. You're such a whiny bitch sometimes.
Usually not. You just you're right. I'm acting like a wife who will not let it go. So what about the remote? Matt, you never let me have the remote.
And you say you don't understand.
I'm going to my mother's marriage. All right, so this is about it's about the gig economy. The economy where they also call it the remote economy. Okay, so you can call it remote work, but what's really remote is any chance of getting health insurance. What are Uber and Lyft but Americanized rickshaws? It's not like it's what anyone wants to do. No one ever had a friend throw up in the backseat and say, "God, I hope someday I get to make a career out of this." And then there's OnlyFans, which in 2021 swelled from 12 million to 85 million users. And if you're a little behind and don't know what OnlyFans is, don't worry. It's the side hustle your daughter is using to pay off her college debt. It's just a platform where you can share recipes or maybe your poetry. Yeah, you can do that on OnlyFans, but no one does. It's women showing their vaginas to men who are masturbating. That's what we have, a kind of a masturbation economy. And the question is, women have become so cynical about men, and the economy is so bad for them, that so much of this economy revolves around horny guys and women who are, I don't think they really want to be on OnlyFans doing that. Would you? No. But that's sort of where our economy has sent young women who, combined with the fact that they're, for very good reason, so cynical about men, that their idea is kind of, look, men are shit, so I'm going to get paid a little bit to begin with. That's only fair. Now, here's the crux of it to me. Prostitution is a term we apply across the way. It doesn't just apply to sex.
This is Bill Maher, the master. This is called Club Random Podcast on YouTube. I'll pin the link.
You can prostitute
It's with Matt Gates.
yourself.
Released 4 hours ago.
Politics,
You're getting something fresh off the press.
anything. It means doing something you ate for money. That's what it means. It didn't sound to me like the women you were with hated it. That way.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between sex for money and sex and money. And if you start to blur that line, we're going to need a lot more fucking prisons in this country.
Right.
I want to make a point about what you just read, that passage, because I think there's something that supersedes the horniness economy. And I'm being serious about this, and it's the loneliness economy.
Yes.
I think that we are in a true epidemic of loneliness.
But they go together, horny and low.
But I think one is actually more powerful, and it's not the
You're
horny.
correct. There are many guys who just want the prostitute to talk to them or the stripper.
Yeah, so I have a friend who, she's a female creator on OnlyFans, and we're having lunch, and I was inquiring as to like what it's like what are these superficial relationships, and she described having multiple AI chatbots running at all times just to like interact with these people over text, and that was as economically productive as some of the on-camera activities. And I was amazed by that, and she ascribed it to the deep loneliness that these schmucks are feeling, and the fact that it created that connection.
Schmucks, they're down on their luck enough. You don't know some sympathy.
I think that we wallow in our own expressions of sympathy, and so I'm just on the other side.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. Incels is what you've heard that term. It stands for involuntarily celibate, which I used to just call I can't get laid. But my strategy wasn't to like join a club with other fucking losers who can't get laid. My strategy, like in college when I never got laid, was to masturbate and plot. Plot how I
Yeah, but that would have to be.
He was a plotter!
Because afterwards, the brain cells wouldn't be all that fire.
I was a
My strategy was
champion.
go hang out with your friends who are out getting laid.
Right.
And then there's going to be somebody in the group that doesn't end up with one of them. And, you could be that second option.
So people want to know two basic things.
Okay.
One, was he ever with an underage girl?
No.
Okay. I know you said that, and if the Justice Department had any evidence, and again, people are going to attack me, what are you doing, defending? I'm not defending that case. I'm telling the truth as to what it is. And if you don't hear the truth, you're the hack. The Justice Department, this was Biden's Justice Department, declined. I can't believe Biden's Justice Department wouldn't have wanted to get you if there was something. So the fact that they said, we got nothing, tells me something. That they had nothing. Now, I don't know what anybody does behind closed doors. There's lots of scandals about lots of people, but I got to go with what.
No criminal.
So I put that aside.
Okay.
Okay. Second thing they want to know is what he was doing considered prostitution. So that's what we're talking about now. And I couldn't agree with you more. Like the Beverly Hills housewife who really hates her husband now, but sticks around and fucks him a few times a year because she doesn't want to give up.
No, his Club Random podcast is huge. He's been going hardcore on this thing. I've been watching it. I would say like in the beginning, but I've dropped off. But his RFK assassination shit was huge. If you sort by most popular videos, how RFK was assassinated with Robert F. Kennedy, that was 1 year ago today, which is kind of amazing because if you remember where we were last year, I mean, we hadn't even begun getting into Trump, and Kennedy was out there lifting the veil on government involvement in the assassination of his uncle.
The big house. To me, that's much more prostitution.
So say what you want about Bill Maher, but this guy, he's a stoner, so whatever gets said, gets said. You know, there's no filtration, really.
That is textbook doing something you hate just for the money. Same thing if he stays with her for the same reason because he can't afford to get divorced. That's prostitution. But, okay, I wrote down the quote. There is this.
He's a huge stoner.
Okay. Well, first of all, you said giving someone money.
I think he's been smoking pot for like his whole career.
You're dating that they didn't ask for. That's prostitution now? So, yeah, okay, that's your guy quote. But there's this in a text. I guess this is from your girlfriend at the time, talking about you and your wingman. The guys are a little short this week. If it can be more of a customer appreciation week, Matt. Now, were there coupons involved? I just have to ask the tough questions.
So this is amazing.
Were there coupons?
Bill, this is a text message I got.
So how does he spin it? And you can also analyze body language on this. I mean, this is dealing with some pretty important topics because, you know, anyways.
Sent nor received. Another person is sending this message, presumably about me, to tell other women that they shouldn't ask for money. It sounds like the person who sent that message really wanted to be the great recipient of any generosity and didn't want her friends to also be the recipient of that generosity. You're telling me that makes me some sort of criminal? I didn't send this message. I didn't receive this message. I'm referenced in it because one woman is telling other women, hey, there's no generosity for you.
So the phrase customer appreciation week, you never knew that before you saw this text? Okay, what about this one?
Yeah, his body language. No.
Enter cart. No, I'm sure it does not say.
This guy is married now, so what I find amazing is that he is on here talking about getting young pussy and having to address these questions. If I was his wife, I'd be like, holy fuck. Because when your wife is away and you're on a podcast with Bill Maher, you kind of see who your husband, who you know, what he's really all about, which it's just normal shit, really. But anyways, I'm just playing the role of an idiot. CP Master, I'll never be popular like Bill Maher, which is kind of unfortunate. Like, no one's even watching my YouTube right now, so it's like this career is of you know, live streaming Bill Maher. I don't think it's gonna make it.
Drive-by. There's something about something was just a drive-by. What's a drive-by?
I don't know. Was that a message I sent?
I don't know. It's not what I wrote this. Okay, but there was also that said you met women on seeking arrangements.
No, actually,
Sugar dating.
Okay, so I've never had a dating profile on any website, on any dating app. When this came out,
Why does it say that?
well, it's false. And by the way, the reason I can tell you it's false is when the media was reporting that I was meeting women on seeking arrangements, no less than Seeking Arrangements came out with a statement that said Matt Gaetz has never been on our site. He's never had a profile here. He has never met any women on our site. So if Seeking Arrangements themselves are saying this is false, I have to combat these things in the media that are not true. And nobody loses their like reporter license for saying stuff that's false. It's just the information ecosystem.
Well, here's what I'm going to say to that. One, I never read that in the stories about you. When you just told me, wait, which absolutely could be because they left it out because they do it all the time. It's one of my biggest complaints about the media is that I never, you see it online. Well,
I know you weren't here earlier, but he said that the left-wing liberal lunatics hate him with a passion, and he welcomes their hate.
but you can also lie by omission. You cherry pick
And he
both
believes
sides do
that he
it.
doesn't believe the
I
media
have to
at
read
all.
both sides to feel like I have any knowledge of anything, and that just sucks. Except for my show, which is always even-handed. Okay, so I didn't know that. So that's either because the media lied to me or somebody on the internet. If they're going to say that
This is like a
Dr.
debunking
Adrian,
show.
you're going to look bad, but I assume you wouldn't say that.
I want to know if Trump actually slept with Stormy Daniels. Like, if that whole thing was fake and we went through all that and that fucking lawyer, what's his face, is in jail, like, did Trump really fuck Stormy Daniels? Because if he didn't, and it's all fake news, which I don't believe, I think he probably did. I mean, anyways, you see what I'm saying? Like, we want to know the truth about the sex.
I think it couldn't be backed up. Okay. Also, this is in your defense. This is another thing from an article again in I think Washington Post. The committee found two women, 27 and 25, who did not consider the relationships transactional. So that's a direct quote. Again, hacks. I'm just reading what I read. Did you read that one?
I did. Sounded scandalous. Me dating a 25-year-old woman and a 27-year-old woman and having a non-transactional
Look
relationship.
who you're talking to. You don't know the half of it. Okay, so the other.
So Bill Maher says you don't know the half of it, meaning that he has, like, slept around with prostitutes?
This is an interesting quote.
Escorts?
The committee, this is the ethics committee, okay, typically refrains from releasing the findings after a member's resignation. I did not know that until I read it in the article. The committee typically refrains from releasing the findings if you've quit already. So why did they make an exception for you? What is your, you must have bitterness about that.
Well, I don't actually, because I know in
Come
Washington.
on, just admit that.
No, everything goes out in Washington anyway. If you think that this document wasn't going to be released in one form or the other, then you don't understand how the leak ecosystem works in that place. Everything leaks. So other people were more worked up about that than I was, to be honest. I have a lot of enemies on the Republican side, more so than most Republican members, because I killed the golden goose. Kevin McCarthy raised $1 billion in special interest money and distributed that among a couple hundred Republicans. That makes you a lot of fucking friends. And the Ethics Committee is one of only 3 committees in the whole Congress that the Speaker appoints directly. It doesn't go through the steering committee process. Ethics, Rules, and Intelligence. And so everybody on the Ethics Committee were Kevin McCarthy's asshole buddies, one of who voted to release it, the Republicans, was donating to my primary opponent. So I wasn't exactly being judged by some non-biased arbiter. These were people with an axe to grind against me.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
That's life.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to, like, Kevin McCarthy, I really want to defend that guy. I mean, I always thought he was a huge asshole and not that bright.
Did you thought, see, because I actually always found him to be a gregarious person.
I don't know. If he was here talking to me, I would have a different opinion
How did
too.
you like him?
Yeah, but I feel like he's much more of a square than you are.
Well, that would encompass a lot of people, I think.
Hey,
But where you get me wrong, man, where I took exception with you, and I was always a huge fan of yours, because when I got to, like, you used to always have Joe Scarborough on, and Joe Scarborough
Just had him on.
was my congressman.
Yeah.
I was a huge Joe Scarborough fan. We were really close, even when I was like 12, 14 years old. And so I would be able to stay up late at night and watch like content that otherwise would have been deemed too irreverent for me because Joe Scarborough was on.
Sure.
And then that created a permission structure for me to continue to watch your show because, Joe has been on that show. It can't be too bad for me to watch. So he was our guy for a long time.
I still like him. I mean, you guys went ape shit when he went to Mar-a-Lago 2 days after you.
I think that's great.
Yeah, of course you do, because the criticism was that he was kissing the ring. I think 2 days after the election is a little early. It did give that signal. Like, give it a week, Joe. Okay, but I like Joe. My problem with people who take media jobs is that, they start out, very often on MSNBC this happens. They start out as the conservative. Of course, on MSNBC, you can be only so conservative. They don't really have your type that wouldn't be on it. But they have the Nicole Wallaces and the people, Michael Steele, the people they usually they hate Trump.
It's the country club conservatives, not the hunting club conservatives.
It's the anybody but Trump conservatives, right? Which does not look. I'm an anybody but Trump guy too, but it doesn't represent the country or the party, so it's bullshit. But okay, so they start out as that, but they're also conservative. Nicole Wallace was Bush's
she was out there, cheerleading the Iraq war.
Right, and the longer they're there, and the more time they see MSNBC on the paycheck, the more they become not just anti-Trump, but now they're just totally in league with. And I said, look, I don't want people to become more conservative generally, but when looks to me like the paycheck is dictating your politics, I do have a problem with it.
Well, they're enslaved by their audience because they see what turns off their audience, what turns on their audience, and that becomes the thing that turns them on as well. But even when we say conservative, liberal, right, left, we are in a time of realignment right now. I think unlike any other time you've been in the media. Who is the pro-war party? Who is the pro-free speech party?
Yeah.
Who is the pro-free trade party?
Who's the stick-up-their-ass party?
Right.
That's the biggest one in my world.
Yeah.
Because, the stuff that used to get laughs because it was the moral majority doing it, stick-up-their-ass stuff.
Yeah.
Pat Robertson, who's the other, Jerry Falwell.
This was
all those purple Teletubbies, are gay.
Well, the Clinton thing.
And then who became the stick-up-their-ass people?
Yeah, the left.
The left.
Well, and you're who taught me about oral sex because
You're welcome.
the Clinton,
You're welcome, Mrs. Gates.
the whole Clinton Ken Starr report really put your critique of the stick in the mud, stick up your ass, contingent of politics in the forefront. But right now, there are times I see the political landscape where I have more in common with the populist leftists than I do the centrists in my own party. On matters of government surveillance.
Right.
I team up with Ilhan Omar more than I team up with the Republicans on the Intelligence Committee. On war powers.
Talking about Elon Omar?
Ilhan Omar, yeah.
Oh, you said it funny.
Oh, well, you'd be surprised how
Ilhan Omar.
Ilhan.
I don't like her. Oh, is that? Am I saying it?
Yeah, it's Ilhan.
My bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the prophet. Peace and blessings upon him. I meant no disrespect. Ooh, that's good.
Yeah, I should probably cut that. But I think could be dicey.
No, I've been down that road before.
It was your big.
You have to be. Zuckerberg just made a big deal about free speech, and I'm behind him on it because I think he's right. He's doing a kind of a mea culpa, we fact check too much. And look, is there a lot of misinformation? Yeah, but also misinformation has become a code word for just stuff we don't like. COVID started in a lab. Well, we just don't think that should be out there, so that's well, it wasn't misinformation. Shit like that. Not that.
Well, and stuff that's true. When people were posting the true side effects of some of these vaccines, you had folks in the White House pressuring social media platforms to get that taken down. And it wasn't even false, but it was just derogatory to the narrative that they were trying to spin at the time. That should not be allowed. And I think the more you decentralize that away from the fact checker model to the community notes model, the more you make it durable to that type of government influence.
Yeah. So if you were in the Justice Department, what would be your number one?
Number one,
yeah, what would
be defang the weaponization.
When you shop in the Jewel Osco app, you can count on us to choose fresh produce, guaranteed.
Stop the whole they go after us. I really mean that. Because if I had gone in there and done that stuff...
You really think the FBI is that partisan, because I always thought of the FBI as mostly Republicans, mostly squares, guys who iron their underwear, real straight arrows. The idea that it's infiltrated with all these like super radical left wing types who are out to get Trump, you don't think they had a reason with all the communications that were unprecedented between Trump and Russia? You don't think they had a reason to start that Operation Crossfire investigation? I mean, his fucking campaign manager, Manafort, was completely in bed with the Russians. Michael Flynn and all these people in the administration who had all these discussions with Russians, and then so many Russians. We don't know any Russians. They picture him with like 8 Russians. At least merited an investigation.
It feels silly to talk about now that like Trump was some asset of Putin when it was only Trump in the White House where Putin did invade another country. But in terms of when
That's a good point.
the investigation turned illegitimate, like okay, I guess you have reasonable suspicion around anything, but once they were applying for surveillance based on information that the FBI already knew was coming from Russian intelligence subsources, that's when they jumped the shark for me. They were signing FISA renewals when they knew that Steele was relying on people who were Russian intelligence people.
There was a report. Was that the Horowitz report?
Yeah,
or was that the Durham report?
That was Horowitz.
Okay, one of them was about the FBI, and it did find errors. Yes, it did. Absolutely. No.
And doesn't it bother you when an FBI lawyer is pledging fidelity to the resistance while changing an email?
That doesn't mean that there wasn't something there also. I mean, to go back to politically incorrect days, O.J. Simpson did kill his ex-wife, and the police were also corrupt. Sometimes
But do you think they framed him? Like, do you think
O.J.?
Yeah, they took active steps to frame him.
No, I don't. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying
They had their own problems, admittedly.
yes, and that's the analogy with the FBI. There were problems, and the FISA thing was the most glaring of those errors. But also he was having contacts. Just to say publicly, Russia, if you're listening, I mean, nobody ever did that. George Stephanopoulos said, if a foreign power sends you intel, I think you should look at it. No, you shouldn't. You should go to the FBI and say, a country who is not called America is trying to influence our elections. That's what you do. You go to the FBI. You don't look at it.
You know what? That would be nice. But Bill, as everything else in our world has become globalized, trade, information, our elections have become globalized too. And the notion that the way we're going to be resilient to that is tattling to the FBI every time, it may work, but when I see the way these global corporations that rely on sovereign wealth funds of other countries are pouring cash into super funds, for Democrats and Republicans, it's like, but Don Jr. met with some lady in Trump Tower. There's such a foreign influence factor in our elections now. It's such a high level. I don't know that there's anything
Especially on your side.
Oh, come on, man. You don't think that the Chinese were funding the whole Penn Center and the Penn Center in Penn?
Manafort was trading polling information with a guy in the GRU. And the Democrats didn't do that.
Paul Manafort, despite a lofty title, was a very big player in what was going on with Trump. You know why I know
How do you know it?
Because he had one specific task. We were dealing with a faithless electors problem at the Republican convention, where we would win a state, and then Ted Cruz was effective at using the party apparatus to substitute his delegates for Trump's delegates. And it wasn't like we'd had a recent convention fight. And one of the only guys around from the 80s that ever planned for a convention fight was Paul Manafort. So he demands this lofty title, then he works the convention problem, and at the same time is trying to showcase to the oligarchs on whatever side, in Russia, Ukraine, that he was this made guy in Trump world. And that was messy and should not have happened. But I think, talk about whataboutism, to say that that's a parallel to the tens of millions of dollars that flow into our elections from foreign sovereign wealth funds through U.S. companies and super.
Yeah, it's both sides.
It is both sides.
Based on a ruling from a Republican Supreme Court.
I think the ruling in Citizens United was wrong.
Great to meet you.
Yeah,
I'm having a good time. Are
I'm
you?
glad, man. I'm glad.
You don't smoke pot anymore, right?
I won't with you. It would mess with like all the Molly I took on the way here.
Weren't you one of the most forthright ones to want to put forward legalization for pot?
I'm very pro
Right.
marijuana reform. I wrote Florida's first, second, and third marijuana
Well,
laws.
it's just failed there.
Well, the vote on going from medical to adult use. Now in Florida, you have to go.
And it was on the ballot. And it just,
Well, it didn't fail.
how could fucking nutty, crazy, bath salt, alligator,
Don't look
Florida
track.
not be illegal for
Well,
pot?
we don't allow the homeless to create infrastructure to the point where it hurts the firefighters.
Different issue.
Different issue.
And the liberals have completely fucked up that issue. It's in my brilliant special that's on probably now or just was. Is anybody else seeing this? I talk about it, liberal versus woke as far as homeless goes. No, I mean, trust me, the liberals have a lot to answer for, and I call them on it all. Which again is why they don't like me, and I don't give a fuck.
You talk
I
a lot.
talk to
You know what? I wonder if you give a fuck because you
I
talk
don't.
about it a lot.
I do.
You advertise
I
how
do.
much it affects you by talking about it.
No,
Because I don't
no.
I use you as a libertarian.
No, all I'm doing is reminding people of my brand. My brand is almost unique, not completely, but like I'm glad that everybody's like so in their echo chamber because it leaves this big space in the middle for someone who will do that. People will watch this, if they watch the whole thing, they'll go, wow, what an honest conversation. Like not like anyone I've ever seen with any politician. Like that's with just two guys talking. And Bill was open. He didn't fucking hate that guy. But it wasn't about
It doesn't even bother
politics.
me.
And then we got over it just like a married couple does. And then we just
You
had
kept nagging me
a
about
real
it, just like a
discussion.
married couple.
And when I think you're full of shit about stuff on your side, I call you out on that. And I'm also admitting that I hope you are. I think I do it more than you. When my side is wrong, and they are wrong a lot, and that's why they lost this election. And I tell them every day, you're just digging the hole deeper.
Anybody who can't point out where their side is wrong is just a vessel through which others
So where is your side most wrong?
My side's wrong on marijuana reform. My side is wrong on some elements of climate change. My side is wrong when they try to extend the surveillance state at any cost. My side is wrong when they try to go and build Jeffersonian democracies out of sand and blood and Arab militias in the Middle East and convert every Central Asian cave into.
I gotta give that to Trump.
Yeah.
He really doesn't like war.
No, he
And
really
that's not a
doesn't.
bad thing. It's ironic. Like, who was the last president who really didn't like war? Jimmy Carter, the one they just buried. He never fired a shot. It's funny that they have that.
And
Two guys who have nothing else in
And
common.
it's not that Trump doesn't have militaristic tendencies. Like, I don't think he has any problems with torture or a really powerful, strong military. But right now, like, one of the reasons we should be anti-war is because I'm not sure we would win very many of them. And that's not a criticism of the amazing men and women in the military. But the shit we build doesn't work. And I was on the Armed Services Committee for 8 years, and I saw the way what we spend money on is driven by what general is leaving to get what board seat or what contract with Raytheon, Lockheed, L3. We've allowed all this
So
consolidation
true, bro.
in the defense. Okay, the F-35. The
I
F-35.
loved it when Musk went after the F-35. I had said on my show 2 days earlier, I said, they're talking about cutting shit. Let's see what happens when they go after the Pentagon. And then he did it 2 days later. I was like, okay, you know what? I'm not creating anything you guys are going to do. Not creating.
Well, and PEGSAT is uniquely critical of those things because these millennials who went and fought these wars and believed they were righteous and meaningful, who came more to the anti-war side, like Tucker was a big pro-war guy, came to an anti-war guy.
He's just credit now. Come on, bro. Come on, the Moscow stuff, defending Syria, defending Assad. I mean, you gotta be kidding. But Hegseth, he looks like he is having a good time. Let's get him over here.
Yeah, we can hang.
And he would.
But
Yeah. What?
don't get me started on the accusations against Hegseth because they are so ridiculous. But I want to get back to the point about the military.
He's like a guy who does not know how to treat women.
No. You're telling me
You treat them nice. You're taking a broadway show.
You're telling me some
You do the ad money thing, which is great.
lonely housewife fucks Pete Hegseth in a hotel, then has to explain something to her husband the next day, alleges rape. I can't on that. But back to the military spending. That F-35 costs $100 million to copy. You know what percentage of them are fully operationally capable today? 29%.
They don't work in the rain.
Would you like to receive a discount or pay the full price?
Full price. Kind of ridiculous, right? Well, so's not taking advantage of an AARP membership with access to hundreds of programs and services like family caregiving and the Frog Lives Network. Plus, all these discounts. And your membership matters as AARP advocates for healthcare, Social Security, and more. And here's a ridiculous offer. Just $15 the first year with automatic renewal and a second membership free.
If something costs $100 million, it should definitely work 29% of the time.
But also the great thing Musk said was they're obsolete. We're in the age of drones, assholes. We're in the age of drones. Why are you building fighter planes? If you guys can go in and really do that kind of shit, and like wherever this country is really constipated, just rotor this kind of shit away, I will have great respect for it.
I hope we achieve that. When I was sitting around Mar-a-Lago with Elon talking about how we're going to do that,
Name dropper.
Elon says the way that we save the military and win the future wars is by designing a mechanism to get drone operators laid. Because the whole culture of the Air Force is the like fighter pilot, macho, the Navy Top Gun. And so like if you had that same archetype for the 240-pound guy who like lives in his mom's basement but knows how to operate a drone, if we can get that guy some pussy, we are gonna smoke China.
Okay, well, we've got the OnlyFans situation. I feel there's
It's a
a
loneliness situation.
I feel like there's a way to combine the OnlyFans ladies with the drone operators and make this happen, because there's really nothing more pathetic. I mean, I'm not a technological guy, so like I wouldn't even know how to get on OnlyFans. I mean, I don't really know how to get on. I don't know, ChatGPT. I'm just so
You
different.
don't use AI?
I'm just not. I'm just a different generation. Okay, I'm old school. Like having pen. Sorry, that's who I am. But what I've read about OnlyFans is just, it's like I can't believe what I'm reading. That these guys must know that this girl is not really their girlfriend and doesn't really give a shit about them, and very often isn't even that girl. It's some fat guy in the Philippines.
So chatbot. That's right.
Well, they call them chatters. Like that's the person who's communicating. The fact that they willingly convince themselves that this is some sort of actual relationship, where they're like tipping them by the minute, another 5 minutes, and
Just for the chat sometimes.
and of course you're not there in the room with them. It's not you're not fucking them in any way. They're wallet. The fact that so many millions of men are satisfied that this is some sort of actual relationship. This generation. Somebody told me a scary story about. She was telling me about her younger sister who's like 17 and has a boyfriend for the first time. Or if you didn't know, the kids just want to be on the phone together all the time, FaceTiming. And when the girl goes to sleep at night, she leaves the phone on. FaceTime all night, and so does the boyfriend, and they're sleeping together virtually with the phone on all night. And I said, "You have to pay for this?" And she said, they made a big mistake when they gave these kids unlimited data.
Because that shit wouldn't have flown in my day, because your parents would have been like, you are on your roaming minutes.
You have kids yet?
I've got sort of an adopted son.
Oh yeah. Okay. How old?
Right now, he's 20.
Okay, so he's a little
23 years old.
Past this. But what do you make of a generation that is doing that? They can't even turn off the phone when they go to sleep.
I think it's worse than that. I've been reading the literature on the people who get the AI boyfriend or girlfriend that they know is AI, that they know is not an actual human. And they did these studies, and when you allow the person to interact with that bot, and then you cut off the bot, they have sincere feelings of remorse over a breakup with a being that never existed. It's like
I
Manti-Te'o
mean,
shit.
it's not that different than OnlyFans, where the girl isn't really there. But you're right.
That's a great point.
It is one small level past.
Right, but it's basically getting that though. Aren't there going to be the AI relationships that
I don't know. I mean,
define human romance?
I'm so glad I'm in the generation I'm in. Really, even being almost 69 years old, which obviously hasn't been. Warrants like you're not going to be around as long. I still would not trade it. I mean, I wouldn't want to be what these kids are going through. I mean, and their sort of virtual existence.
My generation, you met
Are
people.
you Gen X or are you millennial?
I'm like the first millennial. I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
centennial. You typically met people at bars. But this generation doesn't even really drink that much.
Even when they're at bars, they're on their phone.
Yes. You couldn't spend that much time on your phone because you were having to hit, the button 3 times to get to the right letter to send a message. But where did your generation, where did you typically go to meet a romantic partner? What was that typical hunting experience for you?
Okay. Well, I mean, I was just bereft of knowledge. I would love it if it was here. I mean, no, I mean, I was a late bloomer. I mean, it's really good I never got married because, like, I needed time to catch up to what a loser I was when I had one girlfriend in high school, and when she dumped me, it was like the worst thing that still in my life ever happened. I was like a wreck for a year. And then, so.
What did she break up with you over? Was it another guy?
No, I was just being a dick. I was just being complete. You know what it was? I got bored. Like we all will do to a certain degree at all times, and it's just how you handle it. And I handled it because it was the first time like a dick. Then I went to Cornell, which it was like the worst possible atmosphere to ever try to get laid. It was like the Ivy Leagues had just started even admitting girls, so it's like a 5-to-1 ratio, and I didn't know how to get laid. So it was just.
It's not like the Cornell atmosphere had a whole lot else going on in the town.
Cornell's a shit place to go to school anyway. You get a great education, but it's cold and competitive. It's just a bad vibe up there. It really is. I never went back. So that was terrible. And then when I finally got out, then I moved to New York City, and being poor and a pot dealer trying to be a comedian, also not a great formula to get laid in New York.
Being a drug dealer wasn't a good formula to get laid.
Not pot, or like I was selling small amounts to like guys at the club and the band. But when I came out here at 27, it was like, I always say, this town sucked my cock on the first date. I just loved it from the beginning, and I got along better with the girls, and I had a little game, and then you would go to bars. That's what it was, and I was still such a loser. I remember I had a friend who I didn't really like that much, but he was good at talking to girls. That's really one of the key signs of a loser. You gotta have a guy, a wingman. Oh, I was gonna mention this guy Joel Greenberg. I'm very curious. He comes up in the articles, and I saw Megyn Kelly talking about him. Again, I had not heard this because again, you only get one half of the story. First of all, what was your relationship with him? He sounds like you guys are asshole buddies.
It was someone I deeply regret having spent any time with, but he was in politics in Central Florida. He became a social acquaintance of mine, and he had a vision on crypto, and he had a vision on all these different things. He was the tax collector. He became the first tax collector in the country to take crypto. So I was sort of enamored with the cutting edge nature of how he was going about things, and what I sort of learned through this is.
He's in jail.
He's in jail. He's in jail. And before anybody, one of the things he's in jail for is lying about another person about having sexual contact with someone who was underage. But what I learned is if you're around people and they're doing stuff, and even if you're not doing that stuff, if you're the most famous person or you're the most powerful person, if shit breaks bad, then everybody's going to point the finger at you. And that's what happened with Joel Greenberg. By the way, if the way I go down is drinking with Bill Maher at Club Random, I'm comfortable with that. Ginger, if you can hear this, you should go.
Well, you just made up for that gaffe at the beginning. That's a very sweet thing to say. I appreciate it.
No, you're one of these not boomer, you're Gen
Yeah,
X, right?
I'm Gen X. Oh, thank you. That is so kind of you. No, I'm totally.
There's a whole echelon of you guys who became cult heroes to my generation. It was like you, Lewis Black, Norm Macdonald, rest his soul, one of the funniest people to ever live.
Yeah.
It was the calling out of the mores of the time that developed a really sincere following.
Yeah. No, I love it when I have fans in every generation, but especially as it gets younger, because
is it your liberal fans are older and your conservative fans are younger would be my guess.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I never looked into it that much, but that's probably what it is. But I also, I hear a lot about, the guys on the golf course love you, because again, I never have been afraid to speak truth about what's going on the left. And what's going on the left, I get it. I do not like Trump, but I never hate anybody who votes for him. I totally get it. I get why people go.
Would you agree that the two greatest politicians, well, Clinton might have fit in there, but Obama and Trump.
Absolutely.
Right. And I do
as
believe,
a politician,
yeah,
he's non-pariah. But so is Hitler. As a politician, I'm not saying he's Hitler. He's not.
Well, you're also not saying Obama's Hitler. You're making a point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But Trump, let me just be clear, because
this is where I'm getting pissed off, because everybody's incident of single-sex parenthood is different. Completely different. And to pay, that's like saying that all black people are the same, right? Every single parent is not the same. There are people who have lost their partners. They're parents of their other.
There is kind of this strange mix of, is the country, ambling toward a particular candidate? Is the mood right? And that does play a lot into who's going to be selected. Back. Sorry. And I think that, by 2020, Kamala Harris, it was like her moment to kind of shine. She outshined all the other debaters on the stage against Joe Biden. It was kind of clear that it was Joe Biden's moment to be president. But as far as a vice president goes, to say nothing of, I guess he did say, if I have a vice president, it's going to be a black woman.
Psychological burden on yourself. I had a young brother from that intern for me years ago. Smart guy, but he was so hyper. He's like, man, I'm glad I got a brother. What's good?
No, but the regular, I know that some of the regulars, and then whatever. But the regulars, they got it on camera of who actually tried to break in. They kind of jimmy the locks and whatnot with the screwdriver or whatever. So they freaking just hurt. But some of the regulars are so cool, but then some of them are super sketchy, but rude as fuck. I'm like, oh, I don't like them. I don't understand why they keep on coming on my shift. Like, come on and sit that I'm not here because apparently you don't like me too. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just. Examples, at least.
Language models.
Language models are not artificially intelligent. Language models have nothing to do with AGI.
No model is, but the way it's processed is.
Language models.
The inference is where the intelligence comes in, big guy.
No,
Not the training.
It's inference from human training of communication and language observation. That's what a language model does. AGI has nothing to do with the
A blog about someone on a blog said you can groom adults. What? Okay, so I'm guilty. I was grooming young black men to get education. What's going on? Blue melanin needs to finish college and stop smoking so much weed and being an idiot on purpose when he doesn't need to be an idiot.
Well,
He's not somebody shake. That's odd.
Because they're all competing for the same woman.
Sure, but why is this weird people fucking like, hold on.
It's so sad. That's what's happening.
What did he do?
Lives in Tel Aviv. I don't share his surname. No, but the other one I do.
Okay, so the other one has the same name as you.
As well, the surname as my mom. Yes.
And is in willing to open his ears and listen, and especially accept the possibility of being wrong. That's very feminine.
You don't think that black women are out of order today?
No, I don't. Not as much as anybody else. You know, I don't single out black women.
Black Elon's here.
Fuck
yeah.
You
You black now.
Before the civil rights era.
You black now, bro.
What?
Why are black women marrying at higher rates than today?
Look at the black men they have to choose from.
Look at that handsome black Elon.
Well, men, we had a different type of man back then as well.
Sorry, hold on. No, stop. Okay, stop. Because nobody's gonna sit here and tell me I don't like this.
They definitely
Huh?
didn't have
Hold on, Shy,
No,
can you hear
I don't
me?
think so.
Shy,
I
can
don't
you hear
think
me?
they noticed
Okay.
that.
Do you know about English common law? Okay, and the body of liberties in the Massachusetts
The body of
colony in
liberties.
1641, which
Jesus,
included provisions
1641.
about inheritance and the rights of illegitimate children.
Good one, Adams.
What about it?
Good one.
Niggas said, what about
Good one, Adams.
I'm saying,
Is this theatrical? Is he reading from a
This
script?
became a juridical issue with the Democratic Party. Was the Democratic Party around in 1641?
He's
I
got
want to invite Aaliyah the train.
You say,
he's got a
Trump is
point.
not Hitler. Hitler fought the Russians.
Okay, this is the end of the Mac Kids film
Maybe your days as a party animal connected you more with who the American people really are. Is that a fair statement?
I just heard everyone on this stage, including myself, has political policy issues in our minds in which emotions are more of a determining factor than what the actual policy is. That is a dirty little secret to American voting. And it means that if one can resonate with the emotion of the population, in particular in times of social inequality, issues with the economy, those things in our history kind
What are you really saying, Marshall?
populist, or as Aaron said, the appeal to the mob. And so
There's no coherence there. You have to connect something in the beginning of all that to something else, Marshall.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's akin to in the hiring process, like
This is called pros and cons of
you
DEI
got the
policy.
interview and there are 2 or 3 rounds of interviews, and you make it to that last round of interviews, and the committee asks you the final question, which is, what's your greatest weakness? And if you choose at that moment, it'll kind of
These
dissolve.
people are like reliving the fact that they can't get a job because they can't go through a job interview without annoying the person interviewing them. That's essentially what's happening, is where nobody wants to work with them because everybody knows that they're incompetent.
Answer to that kind of question. But if you can't answer it
This is
like
like a
that,
talk therapy session for people that can't get jobs.
makes the whole house of cards kind of fall apart. And I think people like Kamala Harris, as opposed to Barack Obama, Kamala Harris wasn't able to answer those like pointed questions that are trying to make you reveal some kind of vulnerability about yourself.
The now politician. We know that. Yeah, but you know what? Some people who had personal foibles and follies would then go and be in great moral judgment of others. And for whatever problems I've had in my life, I've never tried to represent that I'm a better person than my constituents.
Yeah, I'm saying for their morals, I think you're more like them. I mean, I don't consider you I mean, especially having talked to you now, like there are some dirtbags in your party. I mean, George Santos, give me a break. I mean,
George.
what?
Every generation gets the
George
princess.
Santos.
It was George Santos. Take it from us too.
Okay, well, that's not really a good analogy. Princess Diana. Well, Princess Diana was she a charlatan?
No, it's a
I know,
giant.
very funny one too. Okay, so, but then like who? Lauren Boebert. I mean,
She's a patriot. Lauren Boebert's terrific.
okay, but she gives hand jobs during musicals.
So what?
I agree.
So you're hand jobs
You
now?
were taking girls to musicals.
Well, no, I had to give me hand jobs, but I'm not entirely sure I would turn one down.
You know, that's what they said. And my joke was like, they said, well, Matt Gates, he took prostitutes to musicals. I'm like, really? If you're taking a girl to a musical, isn't that payment in itself?
Well, but think about how fantastical that sounds. And I was bringing prostitutes to Broadway shows. They were my dates.
Right.
It's
I'm saying that is not a. See, I don't think people know what a prostitute is. A prostitute is someone, first of all, who has a pimp, okay, who gets hit with a car antenna, you know, who gives blowjobs behind dumpsters. That's a prostitute. And of course, there's high end, but they don't get taken to Broadway shows. Which is my point.
Well, let me offer a defense of some of the people that you've criticized. I serve with a lot of congressmen and women who live perfect family lives. Never looked the other way. Never done anything other than live a purpose-driven, holy life. And they get that congressional payroll and they go and sell out the country and they vote for whoever gives them money, and they vote for whatever lobbyists give them attention. And then there are people who are flawed and irreverent and have tough moments that are caught on TV, but they sincerely do what they think is best for the country. And that's why I had friendships in Congress that a lot of people wouldn't.
This is Matt Gates on Club Random Podcast Omar 5 hours ago.
I was friends with Ilhan Omar. She and her husband and my wife and I have had dinner together and spent social time together.
Not a guest.
Right. And you know why? Because while I disagree with her strongly on matters of policy, and she would say the same of me,
Right.
I at least knew she fucking believed it. Okay? And say what you want about AOC, she believes what she says. And for like way more than half of them up there, they don't even believe what they're saying. They are just reading scripts that are written
Are you projecting?
and produced by others. And I resent that more than a substantive disagreement.
I guess so. Well, it's been a pleasure before I evacuate to talk to you. It really has.
Yeah,
It's been a pleasure.
One more beef, man. I had. You've called me a bully more than once on your show.
No, I think what we did was we showed you a picture of you and said he always looks like he has a look on his face like, eat it, nerd.
Yeah, but I am the nerd.
You look different. First of all, you look different in person.
More like a nerd?
No, less. More normal.
Yeah. Well, that always bothered me about your coverage of me because
Like, you've seen the way they do you in the Senate of London.
I know.
I mean, that's what they think you look like. It doesn't what you look like to me right now looking at you in person. Maybe it is on TV or, people just present differently on TV sometimes.
I'm a weird-looking guy.
But you're not. That's the thing. You're not. But I was expecting one. Really.
The Molly must be kicking in right now.
All right. Well, thank you for coming here.
We should do real time.
I would love to. Would you do it?
Yeah, if
I got paddle.
I got no fear of your calendar on it. But sometime you got to do my podcast too.
I will.
All right. I got a podcast coming on, and we're going to have you on. I appreciate it.
What?
How do you feel about Trump's appointment so far?
I don't know. Everything looks good to me. If I see a liberal's head explode, then I think it's a good appointment.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, we need fucking independents or like people who aren't part of a succession of fucking, being pieces of shit. Like that fucking piece of shit. There's so many pieces of shit out there.
So are they letting them come in Chicago yet or ICE?
I saw something on X saying they want like 1,500 arrests a day. Because if you think about how many employees there are of the federal government that work in law enforcement, I mean, shit, 1,500 a day should be like the minimum.
Yeah, that's only $500,000 a year now.
I know, right?
About 4 years.
It's so crazy because at least there's like at least 3 million people that gotta go. So that's more than 1,500 a day. That's like 5,000 a day, and that's possible based on the number of federal employees. And you know what's amazing is when Trump says he's going to reassign the IRS to the fucking border. Do you know why he can do that? Because all these employees, when you work for these agencies, they get solicited to apply for this generalized FEMA position to become deputized and go work on any natural or major disaster. And if you have a purchase card, that makes you a more valuable employee because you can purchase items on behalf of the government. So that's why Trump says, fuck it, we'll just reassign them to the border. But they never made those hires. You know how they said they hired 88,000? They never hired anybody. Nobody. They hired nobody. They hired some people, but they didn't hire more what's called CI, criminal investigators. They're the ones who carry the guns.
Armed enforcers.
Yeah. Tax officers, revenue officers do not carry firearms. And, I've worked for Treasury for the past 5 years, so I have some experience, but a lot of people
I'm all excited, man. I've been talking to, IO, one that's the biomolecular engineer.
Mhm.
It's a university in Ontario that starts with a W. It's a big prestigious one. But he works up there. He works in biomolecular engineering. And I was asking him yesterday. I was like, hey man, I'm 39 years old. And I really don't want to go back to petroleum, but I want to get into like artificial intelligence, like IT or something like that. And what would be like the best process to get into artificial intelligence? He was starting walking me through it. He's like, well, how much are you looking to make? And I was like, well, I'd be okay with like 50, 60 as long as I can be home with the kids and shit. It's like, well, that might be a little unrealistic. He's like, the most you're really gonna make after a couple of years is like 30,000 a month if you become, open your own business and become like work alongside with the companies and stuff like that to root out like issues with the ChatGPT. And I was like, no, I meant like 50, 60 grand a year. He started laughing. He's like, yeah. He's like, you can definitely make that. So he told me some prompts and shit to put in the ChatGPT and look at some certifications.
What are some good prompts?
Okay, you put in ChatGPT and you ask them, hey ChatGPT, if I want to get into artificial intelligence and IT and stuff like that, can you create a quiz for me? And it gives you like 20 questions or something. And he's like, do you have good like attention, or do you get distracted easy? Do you have any experience in this, or are you a novice? And what eventually just comes up with 20 questions. But then I was trying to figure out how to copy it, like write all the shit back in and paste it in. But I was like, hey, can you just ask each individual question to me so we can go through the quiz? And he did that, and then he started walking through all the different shit you can do. It's only like 2 to 4 weeks for the study. It's $100. And the job starts out in between 45 to 70,000 a year. And then after like 6 months, you get another cert that goes 85 to 120. Did you fall asleep, Adrian?
No.
No.
Gotta figure out, what do I want to do? Do I want to call this chick and say hello, or do I want to go get a pita? Or should I call her on my way to get my pita? That's an even better idea. See, I'm all about killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
With one philosophical stone.
That's right. 2 birds, 1 stone.
Hey, what you could do is call the girl and invite her to meet you.
No, it's too cold outside. But it's not too cold to go get a chicken shawarma sandwich.
What you got? What's your favorite place up there for shawarma?
You're about to find out. Hi, can I place an order for pickup?
Yeah, can I get a name, please?
John,
What can I get for you?
can I get 2 chicken shawarma pitas?
Okay, anything else?
Can I get 5 falafel?
Yep,
Okay, that's it.
that would be all?
Yep.
Okay. Give us about like 10 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. Seriously, thanks.
Hold on.
She's a cutie pie. 10 minutes to go, and we're gonna shawarma make it. 5 falafel to go, shawarma's gonna make it. Yeah!
No, I say, do you guys have halal brothers up there like they do in New York or not?
Oh yeah.
Those are so fucking good. They got them down in Houston.
Okay, listen to this.
Socialists. And the Democrats
Gildas is still talking?
right now, they're not ready to jump off.
Okay, let's see what happens.
Feminism focus on the individual goals and the prosperity of our indigenous people and focus on that, okay? Everybody else, when it's convenient, seems to give a fuck about black issues when black people in America and worldwide have the biggest mic.
It's a public room called Trump gonna put black people back into slavery.
That is not a black American.
We'll go in there and invite Aaliyah in. Have you ever met Aaliyah?
But yeah, I would say for black people in this country, majority of them tend to, from what I've noticed, lean conservative. I'm not really surprised about that. It's more so
Hey, John.
actually go conservative. I hate to go conservative.
Again.
We'll let you copy it.
No. Different phone.
Bring your burner in here.
Okay, this message is to Jason
I
Calacanis.
apologize for getting loud, y'all. I'm just very, passionate about this topic. I believe that there has been an identity theft that has been perpetuated against Black America, and people are
Shit, Brian's in the
mistaken
house.
for, and other people speaking out of turn in an identity and in a struggle and a history that does not
He looks
belong
like
to them.
Harry from
That's
Harry and
what
the
my issue
Hendersons.
is. So I'm not trying to disrespect anybody from their, ethnic heritage or their country of origin. That's not what this is about. I'm asking people to stop telling me how the hell what color I should be painting the walls in my fucking living room.
Light baby blue, baby boy. Obviously. Light baby blue. Light baby blue. Everybody goes with light baby blue.
If I can find out it's scams. No, there's this trainee. It's like 6 foot tall black dude named Aaliyah. That motherfucker just goes hard in the paint on that.
This iconic hot dog stand from the 1940s is one of the most famous recognizable landmarks in LA. It's one of the last surviving old Hollywood restaurants that you can still eat. It's been preserved to look just like how it did when it first opened. While the stand looks the same, many has evolved over the years. It does still include their original item from 1946 pub, which is split, grilled, and a toasted bun with onions and house mustard. They changed ownership in the 70s, and that's part of their 1976 pub.
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's why I was saying for a lot of people you should.
This land from Palestine is occupied. Palestine is occupied because of people like you who shake us for the Zionists.
Yeah. But Syria, you're talking about Palestine, but Syria is occupied too.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You act like your country is not occupied, but your country is occupied.
You did something simply wrong. Huh? You did something wrong, sir. Just apologize. It's not a big deal. He'll forgive you. He loves you, right? He loves you. Just apologize. Everything's gonna be okay. Every little thing's gonna be alright. Just go to your husband. Say sorry and suck his
Welcome to Adrian.
PC and the plumbing if you know that there's no leak in the fucking plumbing.
There you go. How do you know there's no leak?
Well, maybe you should look for a leak before you assume that there's a leak.
They've been looking for 5 years.
And have they found one in the IG's offices?
They got rid of them all.
They haven't found one.
You don't know that. Yeah, you don't know. How do you know
they found one?
Yeah, all right, so the horrors, right? Like every single report that this dude just came out with, Donald Trump said that this dude is supposed to be the oversight of the FBI, and he allowed them to go rampant with these indictments and and then the investigations were all that was slow walk, and this person just said,
I'm gonna make one right now. Boom, they take that account, they take everything. Go in the chat.
Jay Blanco! My boy Jay Blanco in the house! Fred Roosevelt!
I'm gonna go to the chat, and I'm gonna show you MTV. And then I'm logging out. I'm with my bitch. Fake ass, I will log out. I don't care. So, that's my bitch account. Yeah, stay my bitch. Don't get put out. It's my bitch account. So, you got put out Clubhouse.
You don't even know Fred Roosevelt, do you?
Adrian. John.
What?
Johnny boy.
No, here's the point. See, when a nigga ain't talking to me, it's so bad. I'm telling my bitch to let you talk.
Alvin said Patton! Flame Shooter! Ladybird! Renee Burgess! A-Cat! Portia!
No, I didn't, bitch. I got the message. No, I didn't.
Brianna! Brianna! Junior! Artist! The Nasty! Yo, Jaleel! T-Rex the only! Top is sweet as super cat, you long time! Mommy! Duce Mujosita, mommy! Money, gross little money!
I don't care.
Smiley Daddy Basco, Bill Gates 200! Oh, the coolest.
I know, I gotta go.
yeah, you gotta go. Hey, follow me on your burner so I can go now crash out generating hilarious memes.
Let me check your profile.
And, it's just...
Kalatri, man, that might be a little hard to find. I don't know if I can actually maintain focus to type that in. A little hard to spell. C-O-L-A-T-Z. I'm friends with you already. Yeah.
What's your burner?
I don't want to say it publicly. Eric's listening.
There's going to be another evolution or another generation of AI that's going to come out that will be is better than this one. It's illustrious.
I'll whisper.
Get ready for the Roger Mayhem frontier.
Yeah, part 7's coming out tonight.
Newer version, of course, of trying to keep the train high. I've been listening to the last 4. Unfortunately, there's some really good content.
With silence, please.
The chairperson the day of is just insulting, and then giving organizing
By this indiscretion of Donald Trump.
Oh shit, Eric's in the house.
It is what it is. I mean, those people are not being deported back to Panama. Why? Because they did not come from Panama. So I'm glad that he's, putting them right back where they belong down in South America.
No, it's because Americans about to go back and take Panama Canal back and, fuck everybody else that's trying to think they control it.
Doc, you ever been to Panama?
Does a cow shit in the woods?
Right. So that's.
Come on, my pretty mama.
I don't care who is doing it. There you go, Doc. I want to see the music.
Alright, I'm gonna go get my sandwich. I'm gonna leave Dr. Adams. I hope he doesn't kick me.
There is certain case law.
I hope we don't have any dead air here. I'll be back. Gonna go get the shawarmas, boys.
However,
And a little orange juice to wash it down. Just say it's for the boys. Good call, bro. I forgot about the red spice. Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah!
It does not change the sovereignty of that state.
Showtime!
World premiere.
They kicked me?
I understand
No.
there were certain methods that, and you understand what I mean by methods. There were certain metrics.
Performance
that
metrics.
Panama had
They're just not hitting the numbers.
maintaining.
You're just not hitting the numbers, Dr. Adams.
Control over the canal. So now that there is an argument saying that Panama has fallen short of that said metric that they're expected to maintain, there is now the claim
Said metric?
administration that the United States should now
Try reading the book. It'll help with your vocabulary, Adams.
So that's basically what's happening.
Well, that's what I'm a little confused with. I thought maybe those metrics were prior to Jimmy Carter just relinquishing to them. But maybe I got that backwards. What I understood is that there's some Chinese involvement now with the Panama Canal, and that's why Trump's moving. But maybe it is what you said it was. But I'm a little confused on it. So.
I mean, there always has been. When you look at the domestic exports that come into, the international exports that come, or imports that come into the United States, they have to go through one place. And one thing that a lot of people wanted to invest in terms of buying cheap is, people want to invest in buying a bunch of cheap Chinese products. So yeah, at some point China is going to be able to call the shots. Now, one thing that I did notice, the time that I went down there in 2001 when they turned over the canal back to the Panamanian government, is that you have a pretty strong, Chinese population in Panama. I don't think that a lot of people understand that. And that's also why they've experienced an explosive growth in their development of Panama City. So yes, there has always been Chinese influence in Panama. That's always been very strategic. And the only reason why Panama has been able to entertain said relationships with China is because they are a countries. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but they violated an agreement of us building the fucking Panama Canal to begin with.
Elon Musk is the meme lord. Meme king. He is our king of meme.
Contractual land lease basis. So
contractual land lease basis. This man's a real estate expert. He creates real estate law as he goes along.
Starting in 2001, they have not maintained those metrics. Now, a lot of people argue
they didn't maintain the metrics.
Well, it's not null and void. It's subject to revisitation. If that makes sense, like revisiting the issue at
hand. If you don't honor your agreement, it's null and void.
Hold.
Hey, your bitch ass is stupid, dude. If you fucking.
Okay, so this is not drunk belligerent doc hour. We're not.
Oh my God, I know exactly where he's at. I know where he's at.
Conversation. If he wants to shoot off his gun and rub his freaking.
They're going on the hunt. He's here. He's here. He's here. He's here. He's on the hunt. He's roaming the streets of Chicago hunting. Oh my God, I know exactly where he's at. I've been there a million times.
Starting from 2001. So when the government received back possession of the canal, they were expected to maintain certain metrics. So, I mean, again, many people can argue whether they were not able to maintain the reasons as to why they were not able to maintain the metrics. Some people will probably argue the pandemic. Some people will try to argue that, the metrics that were put into place were unfair, unreasonable, and unfeasible to the said country to maintain. It doesn't necessarily mean that the United States has a blanket claim to just take it. There's going to be a whole process in looking at how what that's going to look like in years to come. That's not just going to happen overnight.
Are both hunting down illegal immigrants?
I mean, the part of the reason was that they actually handle issues as well in terms of not having enough water, like shortages of being able to.
I'm going right now.
A certain tonnage that's maintained, a certain revenue that's maintained, a certain schedule of maintaining, supporting equipment, like that goes all into the metrics that
Okay, I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Did you see the competition about not being like this rail bridge went through Mexico? Which didn't make a lot of sense to me because it seems like you had to deboard the cargo off a ship, put it on rail, and then reboard the cargo onto another ship. So it's like, how much at that point is it?
Right, they just
Mexico did have this rail bridge. They actually, he said it's cheaper than actually just taking a walk trip around here. I was looking for it. Did you see anything about the rail bridge in Mexico?
Yeah, well, the board name was Brian.
No, I didn't, and I think it's a waste of money. I think that they should resolve the issue with Panama. I think that the canal was built for a reason, and I think that we just need to come to a consensus as to how to operate that canal, given its certain entitlements, to the U.S. being involved in the operation of that canal, and just restoring it to be more efficient to the people who are utilizing it. I think that that's just a simple solution. Anything else, in my personal opinion, is just investing money into infrastructure that would otherwise break. You're talking about seismic activity that can occur taking a railway through the mountainous terrain of parts of Central America, parts of Mexico. To me, I think it's just an impractical waste of money. It's equivalent to trying to build a high-speed rail in 5 years? Now it's been damn near 15, 20 years, the damn thing's still not finished?
Listen to the last 4 parts. It's great content. I think everyone will love it. Bren and a few others are in part 1.
So I don't know. I feel like
to a few fights
a lot of these proposals are kind of just a wish
JB
list
and Bren
in a desirable, economic, stable environment where, number one, we have the resources to be able to do that financially. And number two, we would be able to have the working capital to be able to construct and produce that said resource in an efficient manner for which it's worth our while. I mean, to me, it's just a waste of time.
That's kind of crazy with being in charge of everything now, because it's going to be a lot of spending. When
he's in the hall.
I don't know, I don't know a lot of time arguments against government spending. They usually can control everything. So when you think about taking over control of it now, they're having trouble just the lock system working because they're having water shortage and this and that. And then if we take back control of it, then it's good.
That's my first. Not first. It's my third.
We're spending for honoring people.
It's 3.5 years.
So one of the misconceptions that I feel like a lot of people have about the Republican Party is that our efforts are focused on reducing all senses of spending. That's not true. We saw how much money, George Bush and Dick Cheney, put into the war in Iraq. So, I mean, it's not a matter of Republicans are willing to spend money. Republicans are not willing to spend money on things that do not make sense. And their biggest points of contention in budgetary items that Republicans have held as their point of contention have been social spending, welfare. So, and all the things that fall into the category of social spending. That's a large part of the reason why people are having a conversation in the Republican Party about, relieving people of their student loans. That falls into social spending. So, I mean, again, it's not that Republicans don't want to spend money. We don't want to spend money on things that do not make sense, and where it is negating people's personal responsibility in supporting themselves. Do you see what I'm saying? National security and developing infrastructure, we can all agree, are things that make sense. It's like having a house. You have a fully functional house for you to raise, your wife, your 3 kids, and you have all of the spaces that you need. Now, you're certain reasons around. You're gonna have to spend $30,000 to rewire your house. Meanwhile, your wife is asking to remodel the kitchen to put in Carrera marble countertops. So the way that Republicans look at this is rewiring the house is something that is necessary. That is infrastructure. You need to be able to have a habitable living space that includes having electricity. But Carrera marble, that is something that is a preference, and where a lot of Republicans feel would be equivalent to social spending. All the frills, the incidentals, and things that people otherwise would support themselves in being able to improve their skills and abilities, be able to compete in the job market, and to be able to engage in a certain level of financial discipline to where they're not spending copious amounts of money on things that they cannot afford, and otherwise asking the government to subsidize where they're not meeting the necessity expenses that they create in the middle. Does that make sense, Eric?
$10,000. I'm like, what? I'm like, yeah. It's like 2 in the front, 2 in the back, 9,996. your mom was when she saw Taco Bell was an idea of phone company.
Yeah. And then Trump was like, no, tomorrow. I was like, holy fuck.
Yeah. So
I mean, that confrontation was pretty monumental to watch.
I think it was performative. I think that many of us that have lived in California and have been in and out of the Palisades and know the area pretty well would understand that even the manpower in competing with the people that still live there, that still occupy their homes, the schools in Brentwood that are still open, the damage that has occurred along that highland down to PCH. You have 2 ways in and 2 ways out. Okay, and in some places, if you're going from PCH over towards, Sunset, that's 1 way in and 1 way out, and you're competing with a very valuable artery that a lot of people use to take their kids to work and to school. So yes, I do think that it is going to take about 18 months, not only to be able to clear all that rubble, but it's also going to take 18 months for them to do assessments on how safe is the land on not only homes that have burned, homes that have partially burned, but structures that are still there. There's been a lot of vegetation that's been compromised with the fires, millions of gallons of water that was poured onto that damaged vegetation in efforts to put out the fire. Now it's raining. So again, people anxious to get into their homes, the last thing that we want in the state of California is people wanting to get back to their homes to, basically sort through a pile of wet, burnt rubble when we otherwise have a threat that we still haven't nullified, which is the mudslides. So I can understand why they're taking their time of allowing people back in there. Now, Eric, I don't know if you mentioned or if you remember Bluebird Canyon in Laguna Beach. People were so anxious after that Laguna Beach fire to rebuild their homes. Well, guess what? A lot of those reconstructions, it was not permitted. A lot of the pilers that they were using were not secured in their foundation to the actual hillsides, and when the rains came, a lot of those homes slid down the freaking canyon. The insurance companies, right. So again, I lived on the other side of that canyon. So for me, looking at how people were so quick to rebuild, now what they had to do to nullify that damage, okay, is they had to raise the sales tax from 6% to 9% in that city. 9%. So I hear that people are anxious to get back into their homes, but as an Angelino living in the same city as the Palisades, because the Palisades is not its own city, it's a part of the city of Los Angeles. I don't want my sales tax raised because people are anxious to go in there to do things that they're not supposed to do at a haste and through emotions, not properly planning and thinking it through, and us to have to suffer the financial consequences of our consumer spending now being raised to make up for the losses where the insurance companies are not paying. Does that make sense?
Yeah, just but one second, just back up on the whole 18-month permitting.
I can understand that it could take 18 months to get permits to rebuild up there on the island and throughout housing and even in Altadena. But I think that these people are just talking about getting in there and being able to remove stuff. I love this. The guy was like, he wanted to start removing the damage, to just get the very first part of the process off the ground.
No.
They were saying that engineers were saying that 18 months just needed to remove your shit, which is not crazy to me.
Yes,
That's
no,
crazy.
it's not crazy because again, some of those roads, even before this fire burned, you used to be able to drive up parts of the Pacific Palisades, and when an Amazon truck is coming down the hill, you used to have to pull into somebody's driveway to be able to let that Amazon truck pass. Could you imagine those bulldozers and a lot of that other crap coming in and out of those narrow streets while people are trying to assess, do property appraisals, the tax assessor is going to be there to reassess the structural value, to reassess, people's property taxes. You have insurance adjusters. You also have geologists that are coming there to make sure that the hillside is not going to tear down. They're going to have to shore up, parts of those hills. It is not the time for people to try to get ahead of their construction goals. And I think that is where a lot of people are not being practical and understanding that it's a matter of safety at this point.
Yeah, but also too, you think about it, like I understand your points, but somebody, other people have made points, they're going to do a waiting game
it's really, I hear where you're coming from with that. However, I think that people are not looking at the mitigating factor behind the waiting game. It's not procedural. It is not something that is administrative. It's a matter of nature. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Even if those people were able to get back into their homes last week to be able to start doing what they were trying to do, it is raining right now.
Also, it's really European. That's more European house. It's not baseball. I'm a storyteller.
But can I ask you a real estate question?
Sure.
Just a basic. Look, man, I got kicked out my place because my landlord's house burned down in like he just gave me the notice a couple weeks ago.
Wait. Oh, so they're basically, yeah. So in the state of California, if the owner wants to return back to their rental property as their primary residence, then they can serve you with a 30 to 60 day notice, basically letting you know. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That sucks.
It's unfortunate, but like I'm just being, I'm trying to actually expedite the process for this guy because he gave me 60, and he's like, if you get on 30, he can help me out with a little bit of scratch, and I'm like, dude, I might be able to even have that.
So by the way, we're technically in the state of an emergency. So he should not be doing that, by the way. So, we still have an active state of emergency going on. So legally, you're being very nice in this situation.
Yeah, exactly. He's like a friend of a friend, and I've been living there since I came back after the pandemic. So it's been a real nice situation for me, especially.
So where are you looking to move?
Well, that's what I'm going to ask you. So, like, do something temporary for a year to figure out what to do because I don't even know if the TV industry's ever going to come back. Right? The movie industry is fucked up out here. So I just want to give it another year. And you know what I like? There used to be like, it's called Adrian to look at Hillstar. It used to be
I was just going to recommend that. Off of Barham. Yeah, so my ex-girlfriend that I just broke up with, that's where she lived before we moved in together. So, it's a great community. Ava is, Avalon Bay Communities is a pretty decent landlord.
Is that like that around LA? Because I feel like there's nothing else like that around LA.
You also have the Pearl in Marina Del Rey, where it's actually an old Oakwood property that they, so it's a little bit more expensive. But yeah, there's the Pearl in Marina Del Rey. Are you looking for a 1-bedroom, a studio, 2-bedroom? Like, what are you looking for?
Well, we're looking for 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, something
Okay. You also may want to look at the Hollywood Ardmore. That's another one too, where it's very reasonably priced. It's a high-rise. So they're located in Whitney Heights, which is, in close proximity to the 101 freeway. So you jump on and get to Burbank.
Dude, my first ever place at Hollywood was at Franklin and Whitley, so I know exactly.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Ardmore, yeah, I'll check that out. It's kind of funny because before my lady moved in with me, she was living in Avon. So, and it's the same story. It's a similar story. But, we're still living there, so that's kind of why we're looking at it. And it's like, we're looking at a lot of these other, like, hamster cages. It's just like, the floor plans are so fucking weird. And it's like, the Avon feels nice because it feels like you're stepping out your front door and you're almost stepping out into the outdoors.
Right. The top of it just, like, sits up at that hill. You can walk to, like, the Hollywood sign trail. And
yeah, you can literally hike the Griffin through the back hill there. Exactly, dude.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I would do that, though. Because I don't think there's anything else like that in LA. 2 pools, tennis courts. I mean, it's a nice place to just kind of like chill.
So you're looking for like more of a resort style setup. So you're leaning towards like a 1-bedroom. Do you mind like sharing your general budget?
Academic advisor, this is actually a funny story. You may kind of fall into something that you kind of not agree with or understand. My counselors never sent out much butter crackers. He needs to be preparing, face charts.
This man is aggressively mean for no reason ever. Exactly. His opening, he starts off. You would think that he was a tenured professor at Northwestern. You would think that he was a lawyer who was admitted to the bar in California and New York. You would think he was a high-level executive. You would think he was a manager at Goldman Sachs. I mean, it is utterly astounding. It is utterly astounding to me.
Well, the last
It
thing,
is utterly astounding.
the last thing I'll say is, I think
Where'd you go to law school, Tucker Carlson? Where'd you go to law school?
I'll tell you in a smaller space.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Is it in the top 10?
Yes.
Okay. He will go back and forth with Tucker Carlson on the law. This is a man, I'll never forget this, that went back and forth on constitutional. Yeah, I don't think you saw this. This man went back and forth with Steve Crone on case law. Does anybody remember this?
I remember that.
Yes. Steve Crone not only went to Chicago Law School, which at his time went down to the top 1 or 2. He clerked for 2 Supreme Court justices. The most famous federal judge, Judge Colisa. And he had the audacity to go back and forth with him. Not on like opinion, but like on what the court has ruled over time. Like on actual fact. A man, as Odie said, that didn't know Chad was a country in Africa.
Yeah, I think this is after Gab left the room, but I was just floored today when he did not understand the distinction between Jim Crow laws in the United States and affinity groups on college. That was a literal conversation I had.
Wait, didn't he also not know the difference between Great Britain, England, and...
Wait. No, that was TC.
Okay, I got him confused. My bad.
Hold on, explain this again.
So what happened was he was like, woke ideologies introducing horrible things into the culture, blah blah blah. And I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. This is like too fruitful for me. Like, bring it down to earth. He's like, well, people on college campuses are like being segregated. He said they're segregating them on college campuses. And I was like, what do you mean they? Who's they? Who's segregating? And he was like, yeah, there's like affinity groups. And I was like, wait. When I think of segregation, I think of like the government is like forcing people to be separate. And you're like talking about voluntary associations of people on college campuses. And he's like, yes. And I'm like, I don't know what to do with that. But that he was struggling to understand the distinction.
Yeah, I mean, my question was he being ironic? Was he trolling?
You were there, Kimberly?
I was there for a good part of it. I just have difficulty comprehending a black man who seems to be 35-ish, 40, accepting wholesale the worst interpretations, the craziest right-wing interpretations of DEI. I mean, I can't accept a black man saying that there are scores of unqualified, inept black people at the highest rungs of institutional power. Who does that?
Yeah, that's
That's how I get this brain.
And I said, well, can you tell us where this is happening? He said, well, are you admitting that at least it's happened once? I said, well, sure, even if it happens one time, that doesn't necessarily mean it's happening at a rate that you should be concerned about. And I said, I bet you can't prove that. You just can't. It's not happening. So he had 2 other moms. No one on that stage was but the ones that talk about it.
Who were the other moms?
Sorry, her comments were very.
So I'm kind of confused. So he wasn't being ironic or trolling. He didn't see the difference between Jim Crow segregation and the Jewish and halal. That can't be. That can't be. Now, when he talked about a wide open, oh, Josh Allen, oh, the Bills are looking good. Wait, you're telling me that's why they should have kicked the extra point Sunday, by the way. Because they down in the tie. When he was talking about affinity groups, did you guys get specific affinity groups?
He listed a bunch of like they found to be like black fraternities.
That was exactly the point.
I knew that's what it was. And I'm like, but so he didn't say that Asian American Association or anything?
No, he didn't like halal. No, he didn't think.
Yeah, so when people, so let me tell you how to do this debate. When people have to just ask about halal and ask if the Jewish students, by having halal, are segregating themselves. What they do is they use the black students. We saw it in Congress when the presidents came and they were talking about the housing and they were talking about. Ask them if when the Jewish students have halal, they're doing something, if they're self-segregating and enforcing Jim Crow. But I'm sure he mentioned a bunch of black stuff. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about the blacks.
Well, what I told him at the very beginning is that one of the, I think the exact language I used was something like, the reason a lot of white people oppose affirmative action is that they just don't want black people to get shit. That's what I said. And he said, well, you're wrong because that's not the only reason people criticize DEI. And I said, I didn't say it was the only reason. I said it's one reason that a lot of white people do it. And I said, if you look at social media, if you read what's covered by the news, you will find that oftentimes DEI is characterized as anything that gives black people a free handout in the workplace and gives them stuff that they don't deserve. That is how the conversation about DEI is being framed. And it's true. It's not a remarkable assertion to make. This is simple. It's so bad now that people now define that DEI for them means they didn't earn it. And when they say people didn't earn it, the people they're referring to are black people who didn't earn stuff. I told them about Cassandra Brown Jackson and how people said that she was a DEI nomination to the Supreme Court. A woman whose achievements, he had nothing to say because he doesn't know what her resume is. And her resume, I don't know that there's anybody on the court right now whose resume is better than hers. And I'm not lying.
It was one
I'm
of
not
those
exaggerating.
close, but I can't remember.
Alex, maybe one or two, but she's done a lot of great stuff. And there really aren't any people who have a better resume than hers right now. But yeah.
I don't know. I knew it would be the black student groups. I knew it would be other groups. There's affinity groups from all kinds. First of all, I don't think affinity groups are DEI.
Well, it depends on the context. One could argue that certain affinity groups in the workplace serve a DEI function. Sorry. No, I was just saying it depends on the context. In the workplace, affinity groups are sometimes part of the DEI.
Oh yeah, I mean in college campus. I mean,
Sometimes they can fall under, let's say, like, diversity, equity, and inclusion office, let's say. That's, I've seen it.
that's new. I mean, affinity groups have been.
But like they're kind of regulated into that office, like if there's like a new DEI initiative or something.
But what, I mean,
He didn't get into a black fraternity, so he's mad. That's what it is.
No, he didn't have black have black friends when he got to his college. Remember, he went to a community college and transferred to a 4-year college where he's from. And he didn't have black friends. But yeah, do you want to say here in a recording that Turner, you don't have a problem with that Turner kid? No, I can say it on a record. I don't have a problem. No, I don't have a problem. I mean, I don't know. Some of Larry had argued with Larry Elder Jack. I believe he was running around saying Larry Elder was going to win. And what they were calling Gavin Newsom wasn't going to win. And it was beyond prediction. It was like, I got this on something, you know, I predicted the election. Just maybe I should use that as an example. But it's just that he just throw people down. I saw him cuss out Biden one time, and it just came out of nowhere. It's nasty.
Oh, he kicked me into the goo, by the way, because I refused to retract my statement about one of the reasons people oppose DEI, and because I refused to retract my thoughts on his claim that unqualified blacks are receiving jobs that they don't deserve because they can't do it. Yeah, that's what he said.
That is what he said, and he gets nasty. That's why I do not accept his stage invitations because I don't like people who treat people like that.
I thought he was anti-black too. He was like,
Yeah, that don't. That flies right off in my mouth. Oh, that bothers him?
I called, maybe because it was me, I called him a cool one time.
That's you.
And he came into a room, I opened to defend himself. I'll never forget that day, because he never goes in other people's rooms. So he wanted to know why he wasn't. Because remember, this was the man that decided to have a conversation. I'm sorry, to co-mod a room with Monica to defend people like Cardano using the phrase chipping out only for black people. Did you guys remember that?
Yeah.
On the phrase chipping out for white supremacists, and this was only a white supremacists. He decided to co-mod that space, and he still had the argument that Cardano might not be using it in a racist way. He was co-modding that. Yeah. Y'all remember when Cardano started saying chipping out and Monica, people started using that like it wasn't racist? It's a lot of stuff happening in these 4.5 years, y'all.
Exactly. That's why when people are like, oh my God, she hasn't ever done anything right. I've never seen her. Ain't nobody about to do it 4 years worth of racism with this shit. Like, everybody knows she's I mean, people that don't even fuck with each other all tell you that she's racist. Like, you need some more proof. Get out of my face.
But I'll be honest with you, at the same time, I don't find the constant piling on of her at this point interesting.
I just ignore her.
Yeah, exactly. Just ignore, you know. If you want to have a convo, you can have a convo. We remember what she said at the very beginning about the Puerto Rican Day Parade and the blacks and the shooting. But she got in an argument with, what was his name? Riley. You remember Riley?
Yeah.
The civil rights lawyer?
Yes, she had an argument with Riley, and she was saying it was black people, black Twitter people, because it happened on that move that Travis Kelce does every time he catches, where he puts his foot on the ground and does that. After 14 years, the finisher still falling and shit. He's gonna turn it upfield the other way. But anyway, he had said like black Twitter come get your people, so and I think it happened on Juneteenth weekend, but it was at the
Was it?
I agree, but take your own advice to them.
My quarter's all up. And I don't really yell at her.
Not her. Not her, but you have your people. I'm not gonna start naming right now.
Just give me one.
But I have another question. Why does Matt want to come in here and watch the game with us? Like, I just don't understand. I just would like to Matt, that's like, next to me on the stage, I really want to go, but, like, why does he want to be in here? Like, is he just recording us, or, like, what is the point?
Yeah, also.
I'd like to give Racist Monica her flowers. She's contributed one thing to my life, which is she made me think deeply about how I feel about people who say that they've read things and all they've done is watch videos. It's initiated all kinds of conversations with friends.
That's good. On the right side. I'll say, it's a little disconcerting the way the Jones talks about her knowing what the code did to her. The accident. It's just really sad. Nobody came with her. Was it he or Roger that wanted to look at me? That phone pieces is the name that one of the terms on that convention. I don't know who that was, but I do remember Roger one time thought all of us were in love with FDR and decided to do a ducking on FDR room. And I had to point out to him that we all don't love FDR for a bunch of reasons, including the internment. And the irony was if it wasn't for FDR, the banking system and capitalism that he loved so much, they had been gone because he could have actually used his powers to turn us into a democratic socialist society, but actually save capital if you think about it. And then he decided to form down, and then he decided to post a Medium article or a blog on 10 reasons why FDR was a horrible president. What the 10 bullet points were about.
And he was also expecting that majority of black people who were in the conversation that disagreed that FDR was not.
But no, it wasn't majority black. No, that comment wasn't majority black.
Yeah, okay, maybe misremembering. I
I
was
don't think you were around it. Were you around for that?
the goat I used to go by Mark. That's me. I've been in both of those neoliberal conversations.
Come on, that's awkward. They're all looking at season 2. I forgot what
He's like, I done seen all this.
Yeah, so Philip is actually a model of a successful brand.
Whatever. I'm trying to think. I guess my rebrand has failed completely.
And totally failed.
I'm now
Just go back to hurricane.
It's true. I fought First Lady for real today, and honestly, had she stuck
You
around.
fought First Lady?
Oh yeah, and I was ready to take it to the end.
When did this happen?
This evening all day. Yeah, but
Really?
not really. Oh yeah, I was like,
Right. Now, I didn't see. Oh, that's been during the Eagles game, because I didn't come back here till after.
so if I'm ready to fight this,
I managed to like that.
Like, I would like legit tell him to stop,
I think everyone needs to be in a better mood.
I
know, like-
Black Rabbi is here. Black Rabbi, come up here and make the room.
So, what's the worst mistake everyone made today? So I know the worst mistake I made today.
He said,
I'm making the worst mistake at this moment.
What's that mistake I worked is Fatouche
I'm awake.
all day, and that's just all it wants to do. Like some AI just wants to turn movies all day. Like that's not really a prisoner's dilemma because like the dog is too stupid to like be in a sort of like prisoner's dilemma type situation. But I think that with sufficiently advanced things, they like do in fact like almost always come to situations where like they can cooperate with effect. And it's just like will come up all the time when very intelligent agents interact with each other. So like I think if God met an equally powerful God, it would cooperate with that equally powerful God. Yes.
Yeah, and if you get one other one in there, you get the Trinity. There you go. I don't know, has this anything on Clubhouse? Have your views on the arguments for or against God changed? Like, if you thought something like, oh, I used to think that argument was bad, now it's more interesting, or
Yes, absolutely. I used to think that like simplicity was like a really good argument against God. Now less so.
that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I kind of see it as both ways. Like, I think that, like, by definition, it's true that atheism is technically simpler because or I should say naturalism is more specific, because you're looking at one kind of thing versus like supernatural event. But I think there are also considerations against that, considering that like if you have only one kind of thing, it gets complicated with like necessity versus interrelations. Because it seems like you need to have another category in that case, right?
Yeah. What's changing my mind is that like I think that like one of their hypotheses should be like simpler and have like fewer parameters is like different from like whether I expect the universe to have like so I have this distinction that I think makes sense, but maybe it doesn't. Is like ontological simplicity, which is like how many parts, how many bells and whistles are in the world. Okay, that's like one thing. And another thing is like how simple your hypotheses are. And I like think that like my hypotheses should be simpler and have fewer parameters. But like I'm not sure if I actually expect the world to have like less parts, like less bells and whistles in the actual world. In fact, like there are reasons why I kind of predict the world to have like lots of complexity. For like there's like lots of different reasons that like motivate me to think that like, oh, actually I would expect the world to be like have lots of bells and whistles in it.
Yeah, so simplicity wouldn't be the go-to at that point for that reason.
Yeah, so like okay, to give you some examples of like what are motivators for the like thinking
Really?
complexity.
I have a planet I'm not fucking doing.
Most of the possible worlds are complicated, not simple. So if you're just like guessing, if you think you're just like taking worlds out of a hat, you'd expect it to be complicated.
I get what you're saying there, but I think the problem with that is that's presupposing there's this like selection process that we have all these worlds lined up in actuality, and like maybe they're being randomly like created, but that's sort of different, I think, than like the way that it actually is, right? Because there's just no reason to postulate like main necessary kinds of thing versus fewer seems. Well, I said earlier, and I disagree with me, but I feel like if you were to press me, I was going to predict a world that was like a natural world where only nature exists. I would want to go for the simplest kind of world where you have, minimalist energy or quantum stuff not really doing all that much, because that's simpler than what we observe, which is the basic complex laws that bring about galaxies and all this other stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think that the way to go about it is just counting the number of possible worlds and saying, well, and this is also what Draper does and Sully does to an extent. I think it's like technically true, but sort of moot, where it's like, yes, atheism is intrinsically more probable because theism is just more specific. So you just take the number of possible worlds in general. You can imagine any number of worlds that don't have a God, whereas any number of worlds that do have a God, it's something what's more specific. If you have at least one specific thing, then you come with a Christian God that's really specific. And so
I buy this argument, by the way. I buy this argument against theism, by the way. Just to be clear.
Yeah. And so while I grant that that is simpler and that the prior probability is higher, I think at the same time it's a double-edged sword, because you can have it as a model that's simpler, but simpler models also are worse at predicting things, because if they're so vague and so broad that it can mean almost anything, it's very hard to specific predictions, right? Because when I predict under a naturalistic world, well, it could be almost anything, right? Whereas theism at least has some kind of constraints with consistency. Like, I don't know, I wouldn't expect God to make a torture chamber just for the heck of it under theism, like there's something I think we kind of inconsistent. So I think if you observe things like conscious agents, that's at least kind of surprising. It's consistent with it, even if I just grant that physicalism is true in terms of minds. Like, you could say, well,
physicalism.
It's possible you could get that under naturalism. Sure, it's possible, but it seems like the number of worlds without agents is going to be a lot bigger than the number of worlds with them, because under naturalism, agents require very, very, very complex, not only a chemistry, but
Why?
I'm not gonna keep
Bro,
explaining myself.
why? What is it? Is it necessary?
It's who I am. I'm not gonna keep explaining myself, sir. Like I like Cosmo. Like I get it what you're
I
saying,
understand who you is.
but I'm not being rude to you. I don't have to explain why I am the way I am to a bunch of strangers. Like if I'm not cursing at you, I'm not disrespecting you, I'm not cutting you off, then that's where the problems that's where the major problems in Clubhouse lie. If that's not it, then the way I talk shouldn't be bothering you. My passionate speech should not be affecting you because you and me know I'm not talking to you. I'm talking passionately. That's just how I am. So for the third time, this is how I am. I don't have no issues with you. I'm not mad. I'm Caribbean. And I'm married to an African.
You don't gotta say all that. You don't gotta say all that. I never said
Okay, so
you just keep taking it to other places.
you keep asking, my guy. That's my problem. I don't understand why you keep asking if I explain it. That's how I am.
I only asked you one time.
Not
What
true.
are you talking about?
And sit in the top, and that thing collapsed on top of everybody. Lucky people didn't get hurt. People climb anything just to watch it, but you also gotta be safe.
Fireblast in the hood.
I'm from the library.
Oh my God.
That's where they go.
This is after that. It sounds like
Our change. So don't be afraid of it.
Is that Hillary?
And walk with it.
Is that the CEO? Hillary Chicken?
Because I feel like
Hillary Chickens!
I
Welcome to the show, Hillary. Welcome to Clown House. It's like stepping into the Matrix, really. You can make your own rules here, Hillary Chicken.
Like we're just in the. I feel like we're.
Ooh, let's see if Elon's live. Yeah.
We're using all these fancy, finance phraseologies and all these.
Finance phraseology.
Hiding behind them because at the end of the day, it doesn't make sense.
At the end of the day.
That prove.
And he programmed it. He cut it, the key, the physical key he just threw that in. And he programmed it for me. And it was much cheaper. I think he charged like 60 or
I don't think Adrian's going to go live.
I think maybe he charged me 45 to program it or something.
Oh, he is the mean Lord. Oh, hail the mean Lord.
He's off. It takes more.
They better not be laughing, hopefully, at that point.
Laughing with the panties off is my new band name.
Please take it away. That's you motorboating.
No, they'll laugh with that tongue out.
So naturalism, that one would still be true. That's another great way of defining
Naturalism, more like boring-ism.
What were you saying? Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it's like what Draper said about instead of doing supernatural versus natural, which I think is I don't really think is helpful. I don't like the terms. He just says, I think it's mind. What is the idealist versus? Shoot, I forget the term. Basically, like the worlds where it's mind fundamental or non-mind fundamental, right? Even if you agree that there are like let's say the Hindu gods, like physical gods who are really powerful, they're still like brought about through something else that fundamentally it's not a mind or something in the parts or something. So that would still be consistent with quote unquote naturalism, even though there would be little g gods in that. Yeah. What you're describing. Whereas the theist says that the ultimate foundation of reality is the mind.
Do they call it a G-spot because no one can really find it, but yet everybody thinks it's there?
Anyway, this is an idea I'm flirting with. It's interesting to me. I like
Kitty in the house! Meow!
Like, there might be like strong topic arguments against this view. So like, and all of
like Black Baptists, it's like the Holy Spirit. People are like jumping up and down, and like like.
Hallelujah!
Dude, it was
so crazy. So it's like that's a part of me that like I would never forget. I still like appreciate.
Your ass. And the president of Colombia says, okay, fine, we'll do what you want.
I thought they were like factors are in that area.
Gildas is still speaking?
I don't know how the federal government.
So even when not Adrian, the other nigga who played for Boston and shit like that, when he was like, it's like I heard like second boyfriend. She prioritizes me in a way and does things for me in a way that no girl or like maybe literally one more girl in American society like came here have done. Like stands up for me in situations where I'm being treated unfairly. Literally shows people that this is my like other half. Fuck you if you don't respect that. Like, just like she is like one of those like very real and authentic women out there that don't treat gay people like they're some fucking toy for them to like have next to them when they need to be like gassed up and feel fucking special and validate.
Above them stood the seraphim. The seraphim are a category of angels. Each had 6 wings with 2.
He's reading and giving commentary.
With 2 he covered his feet, and with 2 he flew. Even the angels cannot bear to look upon them.
Oh, man. Well, even the guy today, Ricky, he was really good. And the 2 male models that I worked with yesterday, they were just freaking awesome. So, yeah, I mean, you know, hey. He's basically literally saying we're gonna build our defenses, our walls because it's coming through our border, and then you had the administration having federal agents going out with bulldozers, tearing holes in the fences so that people could go through. That happened. They even have states like Texas that are sitting there saying, no, we're gonna keep doing it, and then you have the federal government coming down and going, no, you're not. And then you get to this point where the state, this is
Second bitches in the house.
States' rights, the federal government pushing back, like, and literally then you have all these talks about secession happening and all sorts of stuff starts rearing up again, and it doesn't have to be that way. Like, if the federal government would just do the laws that are already on the books, but when you have a rogue administration that obviously has an agenda.
She doesn't lie and say properly people in the group.
She was disingenuous anyway, bro. She ain't want the conversation.
Man, you being disingenuous by calling her disingenuous. It don't matter.
Nigga, she left. Why the fuck am I disingenuous?
Let them get back. I guess everybody get back on track.
Yeah,
Or trying to say something, man.
Watch your mouth.
So you can have control like you're doing right now and avoid the question.
John, listen to me. Giving you a green bean won't change the Bible. Now watch this, John. When the man called Jesus good master, Jesus corrected him. And let me tell you what Jesus was saying by virtue of his rhetorical question. Let me bless you real good. Jesus was
Of the UK, there are crazy things happening there because it's just it's an experiment, a social experiment.
I think you guys do.
And for some people,
What happened here? The big problems here, and I call it like this, the big problems of half an eye.
To learn being a woman and being a woman who wasn't taught proper self-regulation, proper emotional intelligence, proper etiquette. Yeah, I used to really explode. Like I would suppress, and then it could be the smallest thing, and I would just like blow up.
Man made he a woman and brought her unto Adam. And Adam said, this is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman because she was taken out of man. Where did Eve come from, Papa? The side of Adam. Is that out of Adam? Yes, the side of him. So wait, how are you getting this? Wait, hold on, Papa. I'm asking you. Did Eve come out of Adam? Yeah.
So if not, then that lets me to believe that this one, for some odd reason, since the Vatican is considering this one to be a sin, who are they really hunted down?
You really do burn all over trying to get children because
Welfare's good.
I mean, that's the reason.
Well, there you go. That lets me know that the ones that they're giving us, talking about on mainstream and social media, if what you're saying is accurate, and this one is the first time being considered sin, maybe they have some type of involvement in it, since they're not advocating for it.
Can I make a quick comment about that?
Sure. Your boy.
California. So it's kind of like I work with humanitarians all over the world. Catholic churches and monasteries all over the world kind of take in disenfranchised people, help them obtain sometimes fake immigrant documentation. It's been going on a very long time. So the church has been trying to, they do it more for humanitarian reasons for people that are true refugees or marginalized, or their lives are in danger, but they've been doing it for a very long time.
Like the pedophile priests that they've been transporting around the whole South America?
No, nothing to do with the pedophile priests.
No, it's a completely separate initiative, Sucker Free, but they're still doing that as well.
They changed their passports too, and once they got charges, they moved them to another part of South America. And then once they found another charge, then they moved them to another part of South America for humanitarian reasons.
Listen, I'm no fan of any of that, right? I'm just telling you that, it's, I'm not even saying that it's proper for them to create false documentation for people, who donate to the church. I think it's kind of nefarious, but I'm just saying there is a track record beyond what we're seeing right now.
No, we objective assholes, my brother. We ain't gotta be right. I ain't gotta be wrong. You can have your opinion, I can have mine. That's what makes this stage so important. We don't have a ideology. But
no, it's not. I'm just saying that's history. I don't really.
No, you stated facts. I know.
Yeah. I mean, my opinion is that. You can tell that they're not deporting, tens of millions of people. They're going for the criminals, which is in the, a couple of, maybe 1,000 so far, I think, or a little bit more. So I don't think it's anything like what's been projected, which might just be, campaign hysteria. But the immigration system's a fucking mess from the bottom to the top.
So I want to know, is an ICE agent who catches an illegal drug dealer in Venezuela and ships his ass back to Venezuela, is he a national hero?
Yes.
So it's not racist, and they're gonna have a parade for these people, right? Because they are fucking heroes.
I'm not really sure what you're trying to say.
I'm saying they're risking their lives. It's a dangerous job. Respect is due.
What you're screaming at? We don't take trolls. We take audience, not trolls. And point, you can come back up here if you want. You just can't interrupt people. That's all.
We're screaming.
I think I know who that guy was that last came up.
Cheeseburger.
Is there anybody here who thinks it's a bad idea to deport illegal alien?
I don't think it's a bad idea. If you come here the correct way, yes, you can become a citizen. But if you're coming in here illegal and you're gaining profit from our government, it hurts the people of the United States. So a lot of people here in the United States can't work because the illegals have the jobs. They're not getting paid little money. I was working with a whole lot of Hispanics that's making over $25 an hour. Driving $80,000 trucks.
Harry in the house.
$250 houses. So,
Hillary, go through my profile, look at my friends, and just start adding people. Rabbi, go through my friends list as well and just add a bunch of people.
What you're saying, Armand, is especially when you find out that there are people that were getting, debit cards put up in housing. It definitely was a little, and this is another reason I'm completely for getting rid of sending them back. We saw this in Chicago, saw it in New York, and other big cities, where you had people coming in and they were getting put up in certain places. And people were complaining about it. They were in like 4-star hotels. They had debit cards. And they had, they could go and get groceries if they needed. They could get clothing if they needed. They were given all these things, and yet they were like, well, where's my house? And I don't know, the propaganda of what they were told that they would get when they got here, or why they expected it. But it is wild to think that people came here and it was just like, okay, I'm here. Yeah, give me $10,000, $20,000 a month of resources. And to your point, Armand, like, where is this happening to the American people? Like we had FEMA literally depleting its billions of dollars in its budget on guess who? Illegal immigrants over the past 4 years. Then we have these natural disasters in North Carolina and California and all that, and the coffers are empty. Why? Because they spent it on, they were giving debit cards to people with $5,000, $10,000 on it. Where's that for the American people? Where's that for these people sleeping in tents in North Carolina in the snow? Where's that at?
I will say this, the drug taxes were cheap. They were really cheap.
The census counts.
And let's not forget the people in Hawaii.
Indeed. And the millions of homeless in America that are Americans.
Absolutely. And yet these people, I saw a video of these people had gotten like 5 or 4 hotels. And outside the hotels were big trucks with furniture because the immigrants did not like the furniture that came with the hotel, and they wanted new furniture. But what about the people, the veterans that are homeless?
I have a question, Sam.
Yes.
Were you born in Colombia or were you born?
I was born in Colombia.
And what did it take for you and your parents to get you here?
My dad came here by himself, worked here for 5 years, and then little by little he saved his money and brought us here. And then in 1984, I swore in as American.
Congratulations.
And I came here when I was 5. Now my husband, he is English. We got married in 2001, a couple of weeks before 9/11. And he couldn't work for 2.5 years until his papers were approved for working. So I had 2 jobs supporting him and me until his paperwork was ready. Until that time, he just sat home, couldn't work. If he got caught working under the table, over the table, behind the tree, he wouldn't be able to move back to London. So there's a process.
Right, because he wasn't here on a work visa, so he couldn't do that.
And he couldn't do that, and it takes a process. We had to hire an attorney. That is a lot of money out of our pockets. And again, it's just a process. And he became an American citizen in 2009 from 2001. So it's a process.
Sandy, so what part of that process do you think is fair or unfair? I mean, obviously it must be offensive to you for people to just come in, but what's your view on the process?
The the process that we have now is that these people were lied to. The people in our administration went to those countries and offered them anything they wanted. You saw that on TikTok, if you can read and listen, translate English to Spanish or Spanish to English, they said, come here, we have everything here. Everything they're giving us. I don't have to work. I get $300 to $4,500 a month. And it's all the things that they promoted. Because the only way to breaking down America is from the inside out. So how do you do that? You bring immigrants in here. And that's why they grew the balls to take over apartments, kicking people out. I don't know if you saw the videos. These people were knocking apartments down and removing the people that were living there, that were Americans.
I saw that.
And guess what? Once they did that, the police didn't say anything. Too bad, you left, somebody took your seat. And that was the whole thing. So how do you destroy America? You open the borders, you remove the financial, you remove the food, and America falls.
Well, Rutgers, you're not thinking about the University of Chicago, even if they show you pamphlets. You know what I mean?
Like, of the last 30 days, you've been on this app, like, how many of them are the ones where you haven't encountered an insane person at some point during the day?
Yeah, like, none.
Are you projecting? Or does it take one to know one?
Have you met any of the Black Hebrew Israelites yet on this stuff?
Yeah, so my big trouble with them is I asked them whether or not the Israelites were in Judea at like 0 CE, like at 0 AD, you know what I mean? And they go, yeah. And then I go, oh, so you killed Jesus? No, the Israelites killed Jesus. Like, oh, you're a Christ killer. It's like my new play.
It's so weird how that's even like a thing. Like,
It's not new. BHI has been existing in the United States of America for 100 years.
It's not surprising to me. Sorry, Marco. Oh, are you I was just gonna say that, like, if Black people have a very strong church tradition, and then the Old Testament is about a specific people, it like is not surprising to me that they like found it really appealing, the idea that the people that the book's talking about is that them, their people. If it's just like I can see the allure, even though it's like obviously the dumbest shit ever, given that they come from West Africa and the Bible is written in little fonts, but
It's essentially Freemasonry. Scientology and the spiritual movement and Freemasonry, it's all the same shit.
everyone wants to be the main character of history. If your primary lens of understanding world history is just the Old Testament, because like that's essentially the closest thing you come to reading history textbook. It's natural that you'll start imagining that it's about you.
It's like how the Mormons think that the Native Americans are like they want to make everything within the Bible. The Native Americans are all Jews.
Well, one of the tribes of Israel, right? Not Jews per se.
Want to talk about the Jews? If we had to think about who the main characters in history actually were, like I think that you got like Jews, you got Greeks, you got maybe like the British, like maybe the Chinese, like or other contenders that like might be the main characters.
Welcome to my movie.
Depends on which section you're talking about. I mean, like I don't want to just completely disregard like the Mayans and the Aztecs. I mean, they had their own stuff going on that was isolated from the others. But
yeah, but I'm catching in terms of like influence, like world historical influencers in the film.
But what's
left?
left?
They were each other, but not they didn't have influence on like the Western world, but they themselves were. The Incans were interacting with the Mayans, vice versa.
Isn't English the biggest cult? And it's still going. We're all participating in the English language industrial cult complex right now, this very moment.
Anyway, I do have to head out. My battery's like 3%.
I really enjoyed talking to you, and I really enjoyed discussing more things in theology. So I have questions for you because you're a reasonable theist, and that's interesting.
Oh, thanks, Sam. I appreciate it. It's great to know. So, I'll leave you with mods, Mark. I'm going to give you mods too, just for the heck of it. I don't know if you're
Later, Caleb.
See you guys.
Mark, what do you think the main characters in history are, bro?
I mean, I don't know. It depends on the level of granularity.
Your moms.
I mean,
I put some questions in the chat. If you can help me answer them, I'd appreciate it.
There's this weird thing with influence where, like, theoretically, just the oldest thing has the most influence always, so that like, the always most influential thing is always like the oldest thing.
It's too hard to define. And then there's also, I guess, butterfly effect, which makes things even worse.
Say Hercules, Moses, Alexander, Jesus, and then I haven't gotten that far yet, but King Arthur's on that list somewhere. I do think Jesus has a claim to be the most influential person in history. I think there's a reason so much that's true.
Yeah, I mean, I think he would probably be the top contender if you just went and ignore the problem of any earlier figure being responsible for any later figure by default.
Yeah. So you have to specify that you're saying something not actual influence, but
Jesus, isn't he just Osiris?
Within the world. How do I say this?
They kicked me. Welcome to the Roger Mayhem Part 7 Got Clipped movie. Hillary, my CEO of Chicken Enterprises Incorporated, my talent agent, Spammer. Welcome to the show.
Their political voice.
I know that the first half of the question, I feel pretty awful about the fact that gay men are so ready to put sex first that they're willing to make their whole life about, because this is really just a kink, really. And then
I don't want to hear about this sex stuff.
Make total alterations to the body that they can't reverse.
Get us a really great Colombian gold band.
There were only two kinds of weed back then, you know.
Colombian gold.
Available and unavailable.
They were what was it? There was a white widow was the beast.
Steely Dan made it sound good.
It's out of here. Oh, I can't say anything about old people again today. I got in trouble. Sorry.
First of all, I tell you believe in heresies. Don't go worry about mom, bro. I said, don't tell me.
Assalamu alaikum.
I didn't tell you not to speak.
Why do we have to
Assalamu alaikum.
Who wants to deal with knowledge? Ash or Joe?
So it's very boring here tonight.
Blacks are just
What are you having? Menopause syndrome?
Yes, I am.
Am I going to be trans?
Yeah, it's
I'm not saying it. This stupid ass, whatever.
I say hello to my friend Hillary in the Roger Mayhem movie Part 7 Got Clipped.
Oh. If you want to speak to me, I made my own hats. And I invited you. Nice.
Yeah, but I'm not racist. Don't call me racist just because I have different opinions.
You understand, John? I'm having a bad day. A lot. John.
Tell Hillary your problems, Danny. She's the CEO of Chicken Enterprises Incorporated.
Oh my God. John, I don't want to hear anybody's problems. I have so many problems. But I never complain about them.
That wasn't necessarily there.
I love Adam's loud mic.
When Trump was in office and we moved from, the Obama to Trump administration, I feel like I heard a lot less homophobic comments leveraged towards gay men and gay women, before, Joe Biden came onto the scene and started this radical agenda, than the president. I just feel like there's just something to be said about people venturing out and to overcorrect something in society that wasn't broken to begin with, and just basically piss people off to where those said people are now feeling a reduction of their rights. Does that make sense, Ryan? Okay. And can you maybe like fill in the blanks as to what I'm saying?
Well, like in that movie, Mean Girls, like stop trying to make fetch happen, it's not going to happen, or the limit does not exist.
Mean Girls Philosophy 101!
Stop trying to make fetch happen. Like, stop trying to make fetch happen. Like, honestly, like, trans is not the...
So black man gotta be more jobs, they gotta pay you more. So if there's less jobs now, hold on a second, give me 1 second. If there's less jobs now and everybody's fighting for the same jobs, then the employer gets the advantage, right? Because he knows you need that job. Because if you don't get that job, you gotta go elsewhere. You may not find another job, so he can pay you low. But go ahead. Yeah.
10 suffers from TDS-10. He's brainwashed. He hates Donald Trump. He drinks too much rum from the Appleton Estates, man. He hates Donald Trump.
Immigrants, the jobs that immigrants are working, right? Americans are not going to do the jobs. This calls to be the speed. Trump lied. Right-wing garbage. They fed you
TDS-10.
that was not true in this country. People are not going to work in farms. They are not.
They kicked me from the room. That was awesome.
Yeah, but I'm not.
Tell him to be secure. That is a compliment to him that someone compliments his wife.
No, I'm just over it, I gave him like 12 years to get it together.
Did you guys together in the last 12 years?
No.
So what was missing together?
Well, I've had it together for the majority of it, and then I had a baby.
Yeah.
And then it came out many lies from his end, right?
Yeah.
And so now I'm like over it.
What is your plan?
Yeah, that's what my parents said. Yeah, that's my problem, yeah.
Do you have a plan in the end?
No.
So what are you talking about? Just yesterday, just last night, you told me that you love him very much. Is it true or not?
Not enough for him to love himself, and that's not my problem.
No. When I'm very slow. I'm not that intelligent like you. So let's go step by step. Did you say that you love him very much?
Yes, but if you love something and
After that kind of bullshit,
you let it go, but you don't have a grudge, and you're just like, oh, we have this amazing child to raise together, and like not to like hate each other like my parents did,
After that kind of bullshit. So again, step by step. Do you love him?
Stop thinking and end your problems. You're correct. Until they pop up again, and then it's a cycle.
And what do you think is going to happen in your next relationship? Let's say that you divorced him. Then what? You're just running away from your problem, but you're not solving your problem. You are a married woman.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, maybe there's a better match for me.
And maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not, but I'm thinking there is, because I don't think, like you said, he loves me more than I love him, and it's always been that way, and
maybe I've just been lying the whole time, and that's been the problem.
And that's what you want? You want to find out?
But yeah.
You want to find out?
I don't know.
She just doesn't know what to say anymore. I'm putting all this shit in the chat. I wrote, let it go. Stop thinking and end your problems. The more you think and the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. The truth is, he doesn't have wisdom, and neither do you. Trust me, once you have a kid, no other man will ever want you as much as your husband now. Pretty good advice, right? Fucking smart. I mean, is it stupid? Yeah, it's not stupid. I know, because I go out on dates with women that have a kid, and I'm just like, I don't take it seriously. I don't want to be with them. I mean, I will entertain them, and I would be happy to have a sexual relationship with them and be friends, but I don't want you as like a permanent girlfriend, because your husband, honestly, like every one of these women should get back with their husbands, but they can't. They won't. They're not attracted to them. They do not want them. And so they live by themselves and they date around, and it's like they don't give a fuck. But to the man, it's kind of unfair, because that man probably wants to be with that woman who divorced him. So, but every situation is different. Sometimes it's vice versa. Sometimes.
So what is your plan, Danny?
Danny got a fucking plan. She doesn't even know how to meditate. She's stupid.
I don't have one. It's gonna be. I need a job, but my son is too small right now. I feel like. And when I did have like a lead with my friend and everything, it was kind of far from where I live, and he was like, "No, you can't."
Hey, Coach Dittmann, B-Moz here. Bring her up on stage in the world.
First, you need to stop smoking.
The Roger Mayhem World Series.
Yeah, I've got back.
The Roger Mayhem World Premiere. Part 7.
Hi, Hillary. Welcome to the show. This is the movie, the Roger Mayhem movie. Go to rogermayhem.com.
Well, I think that's part of you guys' problem.
Anyway, everything is fine.
So why are you saying that you have a bad day?
This room's called I'm Gonna Come.
My PTR that apparently made me seem blind.
There it is. There he is. There's that blind son of a bitch.
And then when I replaced it at some point, it was like me on glasses.
And he was like, oh, at this point he had the cataracts or whatever, the glaucoma. He had the fucking big head.
B-Master, are you still dating the love of your life? This giant Nubian who cracks your back? This is where he came from. That Nubian who cracks your back, the ADOS, or whoever he is, from that black website, this is where they came from. I'm not being racist here, right? This is just a fact. Observational studies in college, they call this, what do they call it? Anthropology. I'm a clubhouse anthropologist. Can you be an anthropologist, a digital clubhouse anthropologist?
Now watch this.
Can we go to 1 Thessalonians chapter 1, verse 10, please?
We'll listen to Prashant.
Acceptance and it is what it is.
It is. What is?
The girl whose job it is to update the context, she was walking them through it. You don't have to worry. But
we are making history, one thing, but lying on it, that is crazy. From here, so Christina, the floor is yours. From here,
So, hi everybody. So basically, I just want to put out there that I'll be dropping all these receipts in the Telegram later on. I'm dropping right now. Sorry, I'll be dropping all the receipts for what I'm seeing later on. My father was a fucking truck driver, an over-the-road truck driver. Hauling, he did heavy haul for 10 years, and then after that, he proceeded to do. It was literally as simple as typing her name in Facebook, and everything was there. No software was used. I didn't touch not Alexis Nexus profile. I didn't even touch her white pages for this lady, Mar. So she can try to push whatever narrative she wants to push. She sat up and said I broke 7 federal. That was like, oh, that I got that. So where he, well, you know, where he got.
Yeah, there was actually, new fires closest to where he was at. So yeah, I'm just hoping that they're okay.
Yeah, his son Joshua doesn't live.
But apparently last night it was at home over here.
Yeah.
And the stalker was over here.
Oh wow, yeah.
And Fractal told to Travis not to kick him out. He want to see what he have to say. And Yael got extremely upset.
Did he talk, the guy?
Yeah, he talked non-stop.
Yeah, he sounds really dumb. Sounds like he's super stoned and like dumb.
Wow. So
she was like saying to Shucky like 40 years of this? Aren't you bored? 40 years you're bored? I was like, what?
So nobody removed him?
I removed me. I didn't know about all that.
I didn't really know. Like, I'm slow too, so like. She said it was her stalker, but she had so many. So like, I didn't really know it was the one, you know?
This is so stupid.
Nobody wanted her.
She did not come up. Only after I kicked him out, she came up and she started to attack everybody.
No, she was panicking herself. It wasn't even like she attacked anyone. It was like she was afraid of the guy, and like for good reason, you know.
It's scary. It's scary when you.
Yeah, but she put me on the bottom of the audio. She didn't even let me talk.
Oh wow. So shit hit the fan last night.
Yeah.
Wow.
Drama! Drama alert!
He will not say not a single word.
Yeah.
I thought that the beef is between her and Fractal.
How come she didn't side text you and tell you?
That's exactly what I don't understand.
Yeah.
She texted Fractal, but she did not text me.
Wow.
And then Fractal texted me.
Fractal!
So as soon as I read it, I immediately kicked it out.
King Shucky is the nexus.
Right.
The emotional broker.
Wow.
You know me, I'm very protective about the females over here.
I know. So she didn't come on today?
I didn't see her. I wasn't on Clubhouse today. I just came in.
I didn't see her on today either. I was on a little bit earlier.
No, I my son start to put
Like a roller derby team.
Yeah. Oh man.
It did. Oh man, it was a good formation.
Dude, you know what the song was? I was doing a bunch of roller derby games and like games for players.
Wow.
I watched that. I have to go to my husband's house to watch films because he has the software and everything to watch films.
That's transmitted throughout history. And so, with that being said, all you should rest assured in is that
They kick it from on.
So like, you choose to brush your teeth.
Michelle!
Like, yeah, I'm not gonna brush my teeth today. I chose not to. So yeah, the kids are home in the room now. They have a choice and like.
She just want to brush her teeth.
Love moves, I guess. When you have your partner. So I just wanted to say that. I'm
Thank you, love. Yes, and I appreciate you. I speak for myself. I'm pretty sure many in the room share my sentiment. Yes, we appreciate you and your realness, you know, the openness, and yes, even hearing that small embodiment of love in the background is welcome, and thank you for sharing. Earth, welcome to the stage.
Yes, hello everyone. I just want to say that love backwards is evil. Evil is backwards, and that's love. So it's the opposite of evil. Be in love. Be in love. Be in love right now, because now is the whole point. I'm just saying, love in the world. They kicked me.
It was manifested in that body.
And what is that spirit?
There's only one spirit, Ephesians 4:4, bro.
The Holy Spirit?
No, the Father. Yeah, the Father is the Holy Spirit.
So you believe that the Father was inside of Jesus?
The Father was inside that body, that vessel. Yeah, John chapter 10, chapter 14, verse 10.
So you believe God can answer creation?
I do nothing of myself, but the Father that dwelleth in me, he doeth all the works. So the Father was the
Haven't you ever heard of a 3 for 1 deal? It's
God
called BOGO. Buy one, get one.
The human nature of the Spirit was on earth.
Wait, you don't believe the essence of God?
I am the earth, and I am the truth of the earth, and I will set ye free.
God is everywhere. So God can enter creation. So he can confine himself to the bounds of space and time in his entirety.
Brother, God is
Is
everywhere.
this thing on?
Yeah, okay, I get that you said that. I'm just getting into here.
So what you're trying to say that God is not everywhere?
Okay, don't just this is bro. You guys are old.
His name is Orlando, son. He's a black dude. You know what I'm talking about? Orlando Brown. Orlando.
Yeah, so. No, I know, I'm just kidding. I don't think she has that much either. She likes to travel.
Does she want to move to Texas?
That's where she met my dad in Houston. She hates New York.
Oh, really?
My mom hates it, yeah.
Does she like horses?
My sister has a degree in equine studies, but
Oh, wow.
yeah, she does. She rides like Western, but not really like.
Is she divorced from your dad?
Yeah.
So you want to fix her up a chickie?
No, I
But she's 72.
Yeah, no, we already figured that out. It was no go. I would like to hook her up with somebody, but at the same time, I think she's a lot. And she take care of someone.
Gotcha. Maybe somebody wants to take care of her.
That's what she would need. So if you know someone like that, just, send them her way.
She lives in New York?
Yeah.
I'll think about it. You never know.
Oh, you think about their mom, but you don't think about me, Titi.
Publicized as it was during, I guess, COVID, when Biden was trying to cancel the student loans. And so they did a study on it, and somebody created a documentary. Basically, it just shows how that whole sector is privatized, and there are other people that are investing in it. So that's the.
Do I act differently at, family gatherings? Do I show up less, to my nieces and nephews' soccer games? No. At the end of the day, as adults in understanding how our everyday life has to operate, even through the existence of these political discord, I feel like people need to understand who is an adult and is able to get through these challenges and who's not. You know what I mean? Does that make sense, Teresa?
Yeah, that makes sense. What is Zuzu's issue?
I mean, Zuzu is a pro-Palestinian,
Oh my gosh, my son doesn't give a rat's butt about TikTok. He's the most anti-social media for a 25-year-old I've ever known, and he's a graphic designer.
Well, Zuzu's on TikTok, and, that's where Zuzu should be. He would never, show his mascara-ridden face on Twitter, because he definitely knows that he would get dragged. But if he wants to stay on TikTok with a bunch of non-conforming pro-Palestinian, people, then Zuzu can go and do that. But again, Zuzu is not going to insult me on my own stage, and Zuzu is not going to harass, women in this room that I respect. So, shout out to Zuzu. So Zuzu would actually like to come back up to the audience and actually engage as an adult. Then I'm willing to entertain that. But this other, weird, Sophie, this weird, oh my God, I'm a freaking black nail polish, painted queer bullshit. I'm not gonna listen to this. I'm just not. Why? Because I don't have to.
Hey Elena, this is John. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing lovely. I just ate 2 chicken shawarma sandwiches. What are you up to?
You could have invited me. Instead of eating 2 sandwiches, you could have shared.
I don't know. It's kind of cold out to travel for all the way for a shawarma.
No, I'm just kidding. I've been so lazy. I was supposed to go out, but I didn't.
Yeah. What'd you have for dinner?
Nothing, just a little bit of yogurt, some blueberries. I didn't make dinner. I had a salad. It was late, about 5, 6, and I wasn't very hungry.
So you live in Gold Coast?
What did you say?
Do you live in the Gold Coast?
I live in the Gold Coast.
Oh,
Where
nice.
do you live?
I live in Jefferson Park.
Okay.
Yeah. I used to live in Lincoln Park. I know Gold Coast pretty well.
Yeah. I was in Lincoln Park. I got coffee earlier, and then I hit a walk in the park to the zoo and by the lake, and then by the time I got home, I got pretty cold. And I was supposed to go out, but then I didn't. I'm like, whatever. I'm just going to stay in, get a blanket.
Nice. So, I like that nature preserve area over by in Lincoln Park.
It's really nice. I mean, Not really in the winter, but still. I was just like tired of staying at home. I don't like being stuck for a long time, so I needed to go out for a walk.
Yeah, the sun was amazing today. I suntanned from like probably 2:30 to 3:30, something like that. Oh, it was so warm. Like my living room hits the sun, and I can like suntan in my big window. It's so nice. Today was perfect.
Nice.
But I didn't go to the gym, so now I'm sitting here with a giant shawarma.
0 points, but 5 for the chicken shawarma. I did go to the gym.
Huh?
I did go to the gym.
Oh, you did? Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I get some points for going to the gym, but 0 points for no dinner.
Yeah, you gotta eat something. Do you speak Russian, Ukrainian?
No, I don't. I speak Bulgarian.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've met some Bulgarians in Chicago, but you meet a lot of Ukrainians and Polish.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't know you were Bulgarian.
I am. My family still lives in Bulgaria. My family is from Bulgaria. My dad, my grandmother, they live in Bulgaria. My mom, uncle, cousins, they all live in France.
The capital is called Sofia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that mean love?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I'm almost sure it means love.
I think something like wisdom, or I might be wrong, but I don't know anything about love.
Oh. Well, I think wisdom is love, so.
True.
Yeah.
It's up for interpretation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I knew.
Are you from Chicago?
Yeah, I'm from Chicago.
Born and raised.
Yeah, born and raised here. My dad was a cop. Yep. But I've lived all around the United States.
Like where?
I was in the Army for 5 years, so I was in Georgia, Arizona, Washington, South Carolina, and then I used to live in LA for 5 years, and but yeah, I've been living in Chicago again since 2015. And it's good. I bought a building. It's like a 3-flat with a coach house, so I don't think I'll be moving anytime soon.
Nice. In Jefferson Park.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's good. It's like all Airbnb. I Airbnb'd the place out.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a tenant in the basement right now that I've never met yet, and it's like when somebody checks in, if you just like automate it, where they just get the key, you're always a little bit worried. Like, I hope it's not somebody scamming or with a fake profile or something,
Yeah.
So you never know who's living in your house until you meet them. And you're like, oh, who is this person?
So is it like more like short term, like people just staying for a few days or weeks?
No, it's like 31 days minimum. But I just max it out at 32 days, like, because I think after that they get like legal tenancy if they were like not to leave. But if they, if they overstay and they refuse to leave, I'm pretty sure the police would say, hey, you're trespassing. You've made a reservation, you've exceeded your reservation, you have to leave. I'm sure I could get a cop to say that. I would hope. But anyways, it's good. It can be a little stressful, like dealing with tenants, but for the most part, people just want what they pay for.
Yeah. No damage or any issues.
Yeah, you gotta clean up after people, though. That's the annoying part. It's like everybody's a pig. It's like, oh, you decided to clip all your fingernails and all your toenails and just leave it for me. Thanks.
Oh, that's so gross.
Yeah, people are gross. They think because they're paying a lot of money for an Airbnb, they can trash it. They're ridiculous.
Yeah. So why are you hinge?
Love, Sophia.
Love.
I'm looking.
You believe in love?
Yes, I'm looking for Sophia.
I'm like, I was talking to some friends from school because I'm in grad school now, and we're talking about dating, and one of the guys started talking about an app, like a new app that he has an idea, he wants to develop an app, and it was like, I don't know how he explained it. It was something with like based on like your like you do a genetic test and some like other tests so that you can actually find a match, and it's like only for people who actually want to have a family the next 2 years. And I'm like, okay, so like what happened to love? I feel like still believe that you cannot like program all of that. Like you still have to leave a big part to like people so they themselves can have the experience. So we were just joking about that.
Yeah, I was just reading about this crazy article in the Wall Street Journal about this woman who had this like meditation orgasm business, and she's being sued by her former employees. And um, anyways, they had like sales quotas. Basically, it became like a sex cult.
Oh wow! Why do you think that?
Because I read a book on like tantric sex yoga and like the Kundalini, and like sex as a meditation practice. And this is what this woman is like espousing. I could send you the article because it is actually kind of interesting. But she's like either going to go to jail or she has to pay millions of dollars. But anyways, sex sells. So like from a marketing perspective, you know, there's something about gender in terms of communication. So I'm just bringing it up that like, you know, people, I mean, like in many ways love deals with sex, but I'm just saying that I think like people need to like basically read poetry and like and learn about love and love language, because like it's a communication problem, I think, for a lot of people. You know, a lot of people don't know how to express love, experience love, communicate love. So, you know, studying love or poetry, you know, is one way. I feel like these apps should maybe come with like a CD or something to like hypnotize people to understand like love communication.
Just like do a test before you get on the app. Just practice a little bit of communication.
I mean, nobody's ever going to do it. People are using like ChatGPT to write scripts for themselves, and they're using those scripts like in their communication all the time now. So I don't really use it like that, but it'd be cool to say, "Hey, write me a love poem or a love hypnosis."
It's pretty good when it comes to writing poems.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't used it for that, but some of my friends have. A friend of mine used it, so ChatGPT wrote a poem for her dog. It was a pretty good one.
Yeah, somebody today was telling me that he uses it to have, he says, write me an exam of 20 questions regarding this topic, and he like uses it to create multiple choice tests.
Yeah.
So what are you looking for when you're in grad school? What are you trying to obtain, or what are your desires for 2025?
What I want in 2025 is more balance, because I think that 2024 was definitely a transition year for me. I started grad school, and then I quit my job, and then started the new one, and I still haven't figured out like fully what I want to do. But I am prioritizing myself, because I spent so much time just like working and studying and barely like taking care of myself and spending time with my family. So that's something that I just would like to make a priority this year. So nothing specific. I just want to have more balance. I want to take better care of myself. I want to take better care of my family. Spend more time with them if I can. Like in last year I spent about 2 months in Europe. I spent the holidays. I was there for Christmas. It was so nice. It's the first time when I celebrated the holidays with my family since I moved to Chicago, which was 11 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, what the hell? Like you just like get so busy, and it's very dynamic, and I like my life here, but at the same time, you know, it's a bit much sometimes. So I'm also here.
Yeah, creating space is like, family. If you're like, you love your family, or if the communication is good, and it's like more peace. But like, my mom, my sister, it's like I enjoy my space and like controlling the communication because it's just like it's like birds chirping when my family is.
Is your family here?
No, my mom was in Albuquerque and my sister was in San Yeah, we split apart to all four corners of America.
Interesting.
Yeah, I came back here because I was living in LA and the company I was working for laid me off, and my friend from Beverly Hills started buying buildings here, so I started helping him remodel and lease out buildings. And, so that's why I moved back pretty much. But I like living in LA.
And you got into it yourself. Why you leasing buildings?
Yeah, I mean, I just own one, and it's probably the only one I'll ever buy. Yeah, it's nice. I mean, I'm happy that like to have a place and not have to, deal with a landlord. And I don't know. I think they call it the golden cough because like my mortgage rate is like 2.3. So it's like I'm never gonna sell this place. It just doesn't make sense.
For sure. Oh wow. Well, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I look at the property taxes. Pretty much. I wouldn't mind maybe leasing it out. Maybe buying a place for like moving to Miami. But yeah, Chicago. I don't know. I don't see it like getting any better because there's technically like a major financial crisis here with the pension and debt obligations. So it's like I don't know. It's probably just gonna get worse and worse. I don't know.
Like in the city in general.
Just like crime is so bad. Like I take the train to work sometimes, and it's just like there's just like rampant homelessness and no enforcement. So, and if they don't, basically, if they don't like elect new politicians, like I feel like the city's like really fucked. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm too, pessimistic, or I just don't like the weather. I'm not sure which one it is.
Could be a combination of both. You're not wrong about the weather. You said you miss LA.
No, I don't really miss it. I just miss that perfect weather. You know, the windows open. I don't know, the vegetation, wildlife. Just working from home. Going to the gym.
Okay.
Yeah. What about you?
I don't know yet. I mean, I have a few things coming up. I can go back on Wednesday. I need to do my homework tomorrow or on Tuesday. I still need to figure out my week. I'll probably know more tomorrow. And then I sign up for a few events that I want to go to later this week, but I've got to see which days they are. I think one is on a Sunday. I got to see.
All right. Well, just let me know. But I mean, I would love to take you out on a Friday or Saturday night.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Okay. Well, let's do something in the Gold Coast then.
Okay.
Or Old Town.
Okay. Well, you have a good night, John. It was nice talking to you.
Okay. Thanks. You too. Atlanta, right?
Yes.
Okay. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
Okay. Bye. Oh. Hello.
Alpha brother, Andrew Young, when I asked him this question, I think we actually got it on tape as well in the interview that I did with him in Atlanta. When I asked him about this very thing, and he said, "Fuck him." Donald Trump.
All right. Well, I agree with him. I believe him. I definitely feel like that's why Trump is doing that.
I'm sorry, that was a great. That wasn't bad. I mean, you should exchange it.
Oh, no.
Divine insight. Laugh until you make the host snore.
Yeah, it's like, what happened here? I thought there was other issues.
No.
Anyway.
I recall that she gave three concerns that she had. I don't want to say they are objections or arguments because that's not somebody who's, seeking the truth, but is not doing it through the realm of argumentation. So I wouldn't assume that. But she gave three concerns, and I gave what I believe is a sufficient response. Or
I thought you only addressed her crucifixion one because, like, they kind of diverged or whatever.
No.
What were the other two that you discussed?
It was prophecy, the prophecy of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the Bible. That's one of them. The other one was on the claim of corruption or the claim of non-preservation. That's if I recall correctly.
Oh, okay.
Bitcoin's at 75,000.
I'm sure he's not going to hate it.
Well, she does look Persian. What if she? But no, she can speak Italian. She has an Italian accent. I think you're just overthinking.
Women typically overthink everything.
Adrian, I consider you a sane and rational and very calm individual.
Are you speaking English? I can't understand a word you're saying. Are you mumbling?
I'm not mumbling. You know I'm not mumbling. You can hear me perfectly well.
What were you saying?
I said I consider you a very calm and rational. You're making me start now because you're making me nervous. Fuck you.
Calm and waffle, what?
Call my wife one now. Monkey doodle duck dick.
Look at Donna Banks. She's got some pretty big cleavage. Wow.
Yes. It is interesting that she just showed a picture of her tit. That's her PTR.
I bet you ain't got knockers like that.
Well,
This is some real cow udders, some lactating milk toads.
John, do I have bigger breasts?
I don't know what you've got. You're such a modest Muslima.
John, answer.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, because I'm looking at her picture. I can't really tell. I mean, I get an idea, but, you know, it's kind of the crop that makes it a little ambiguous.
Could be a trans, you never know. They use these gelatin titties, fake plastic implants, dress up like a woman. His name is Dawn, not Donna.
Are we on the air right now, Adrian?
You can't have a conversation unless your voice travels through the ether.
Okay, I want to say something for everyone to hear.
Quiet, Vanessa's here. Hello, Vanessa.
Go on, Vanessa. Oh, I guess I can say it because she's fucked up now.
Definitely a burner account.
I want to say, okay, whoever is listening to this audio of me here in Kit's room, I did not scam. So she mentioned that. I did not scam Shuki. However, what I will say is never trust a Jew. 101, the main thing I want to get home to all of you is never ever trust a Jew when it comes to a business deal, a personal deal, or any kind of proposition of help or offer of charity. Do not accept from the Jewish community. Okay.
That was your public service announcement? Jesus. You're going to have to tell the BBC to put that one out.
Well, BBC are a bunch of pedophiles. If I'm not talking about children,
Pedophiles?
And you know that's true.
Pedophiles?
Pedophile.
What a terrible word to say. We're not talking about Jimmy Savile again, are we?
Not just Jimmy Savile, Philip Schofield, and the rest of them.
Hi, Kimberly.
Hello.
I got your Twitter message. I'm sorry I haven't responded. I don't check Twitter very often.
I don't do Twitter very often either.
Sorry, that was another extra I had going.
They sound hilarious. What part of America are they from?
That's the Bitcoin room.
Kaysa, I put this profile picture up and you took it. I'm so happy. I'm so flattered that someone liked it that much that they put it up after, like, popped it back up. And it made my head hurt so hard that I started to cry. And that was why Brian was talking. Oh my god, that was the thing I was talking about to you, Pastor. Why I cried. I cried because of that. Because they made so like they were so hostile against me. I felt so attacked.
Adrian,
And I cried.
listening to a woman talk about how she's upset.
Yeah, really.
Well, it makes for great content. You're always complaining, bummer. Fuck's sake! Learn to stop complaining and shut up and learn how to meditate. Just listen. Just shut up and listen. The problem is you won't stop talking and creating opinions all the time. But you're smarter than that. Shut up. We're creating content.
Here's 1, 11 to 14.
I say cunt. I said shut the fuck up.
Galatians 1:11 through 14 doesn't prove anything.
Yes, it does. It just says Paul claims, and I know this, that it's debatable regarding Paul's reliability and his education. He claimed to receive revelation directly from Jesus, and he suggests a unique authority.
I'm actually telling you what happened. You wanted to know what's happened. That was happened. That is what happened. That is why I cried.
Why was you crying?
Oh my God, you were not listening?
I was, but why did you have to cry?
You Solomon.
I wasn't listening. I was here, but
Who? Solomon?
Okay, I'm gonna just quit while I'm ahead. Now that is how you meditate.
Adrian, do you have a girlfriend?
Me?
Yeah.
You think some woman would want to live with me? Listen to all this bullshit, all this fucking noise that I create over here? Fuck no.
There's someone for everyone.
Maybe I should start an assisted living facility and date someone with Down syndrome to maximize and to match my level of IQ. Do you work with the special needs or the disabled?
I don't know.
Do you know anyone who can assist someone with a disability?
I do not know, sorry.
Well then, you're a terrible matchmaker. Leave my future fiancé out of your mouth.
So, but I didn't realize you were special needs.
Of course I'm special fucking needs. Look at me! I demand attention. Is that not a disability?
No, you could be doing it, no, you could have some other motive or plan that I'm not aware of.
Mayor Karen Bath. Oh my gosh.
my life a better place. And I'm so sorry that I caused pain. Especially in my LGBTQIA plus community, because you guys are treasures. You make the world a better place. You've made my life a better place. And I'm so sorry that I caused pain. Especially in my LGBTQIA plus community, because you guys are treasures. You make the world a better place.
LGBTQIA plus.
A better place. And I'm so sorry that I caused pain.
Is broken. A small group of voices who think they know everything and understand everyone.
They know
Want to
everything.
tell everybody else how to live and what to do and how to think. But you aren't going to let other people tell you what you believe, especially when you know that you're right. You must go forth into the world and turn your hopes and dreams into action. America has always been the land of dreams because America is a nation of true believers. When the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth, they prayed. When the founders wrote the Declaration of Independence, they invoked our Creator 4 times. Because in America, we don't worship government, we worship God. Remember this, nothing worth doing ever came easy. Following your convictions means you must be willing to face criticism from those who lack the same courage to do what is right, and they know what is right, but they don't have the courage to take it and to do it. The more people tell you it's not possible, that it can't be done, the more you should be absolutely determined to prove them wrong. Treat the word impossible as nothing more than motivation. Relish the opportunity to be an outsider. Embrace that label. Being an outsider is fine. Embrace the label. Because it's the outsiders who change the world and who make a real and lasting difference. I've seen so many brilliant people. They gave up in life. They were totally brilliant. They were top of their class. They were the best students. They were the best of everything. They gave up. I've seen others who really didn't have that talent or that ability. And they're among the most successful people today in the world because they never quit and they never gave up.
Oh my gosh.
So just remember that. Never stop fighting for what you believe in.
John, I found out who that woman is, and it is Mark's friend. Look, go on messages.
What?
Go on messages.
Is that messages here on Clown House?
Kit, check your messages.
I don't know if you're talking to me. Who are you talking to? Oh, Kit.
Kit.
Because that's my last name. I thought you were talking to me.
Oh yeah, Kit over.
No, pronounce it correctly. Kitawa. Listen, 1,000 people have been arrested today in the United States of America. 1,000 people. 1,000 people. They've arrested 1,000 people on a Sunday. The fuck? This is Nazi Germany over here. 1,000 people. Fucking disgusting, racist, bigoted, evil, satanic. Yuck! Yuck!
John, it's just, it is, look at the nose and the eyebrows, everything.
What are you talking about? Are you PTI?
Okay, Adrian, I want you to stay in the room, but can you stop talking over me, otherwise I'm going to have to remove you.
You and your big green bean ego. All you ever
What
do
did you say, John?
always complaining.
not that dude. He's just not. Yeah, something like that. So how can I ever be mad at Tom, the guy's base, whatever they said about fucking myself? I'll get mad at you instead. I mean, Optimus like that. Optimus is an idiot. We all know that. That's fine.
What's wrong with hearing courage? Lovely. I love hearing your baby.
Everything. But mainly you people.
Yes, I absolutely echo that. Glory, thank you for your heart and for speaking to that. That's so true. And yes, hearing a baby communicate could be an opportunity for everyone in earshot, right? To have a moment to reflect on their own life journey, including being a baby. And that's something we all have in common, no matter what. No matter what, we've all been babies. Like we might not necessarily be able to identify that many common experiences across all of human existence, but that is one of them.
I keep trying to go out with these girls. They keep telling me that they're sugar babies. I don't understand. What makes them babies? Sugar baby. What makes them babies?
I don't know. I don't know really what the back and forth debate would be, other than the ability for them to obtain funding much easier than those who were born here.
You're accepting the fucking choices and Egypt, and they fucking need to take. They need to stand up and take responsibility for the problems that they've caused, which is this fucking Gaza and Judea-Samaria problem.
Force them to go over there.
Force them. These two countries depend on Israel and the United States to stay alive. Without us, they're fucking done.
Exactly.
If King Husseini wants to stay in power, if Sisi wants to stay in power, then get in line with the fucking Americans, okay, and the Israelis.
And the thing of it is, they have the Sinai Peninsula.
It's a huge area full of fucking ISIS and bullshit jihadis. Then send the fucking Palestinians. Let us fucking beat their ass down in the fucking Sinai.
Exactly. Let us sink in the sand.
They kicked me. It's despicable.
Hands, and he cuts them off. And then she's crying. And you're looking at your father like a bro. And your father looks at your mother and says, woman.
Give up. Now that's a corny nigga. What's that glimmer of hope, man? What might that look like?
I feel like it depends on the age, the maturity level, and what they got is looking for.
With Stockholm Syndrome Negroes, ain't no telling. It's sad, bro. It's real sad. Like,
only thing that's sad is you, Lonzo, always pulling a race card, you fucking racist, hypocrite, liar, fraud, Jew-hating, racist, piece of shit, rat-looking motherfucker. Rat-looking motherfucker! You ugly rat-looking motherfucker! Racist, bigot motherfucker! We got some beef. Where's the beef at?
And we're reading it, and we're actually doing what the Bible says. And not only are we doing what the Bible says, we're correcting everybody sharply. We letting them know, hey, you wrong, and the Bible says that you're wrong. You need to get yourself right. And if you don't, you're going to get put to death. Not by us, but by Christ and the creator of heaven and earth.
Now, a lot of people won't believe that. But guess what? They do got a Space Force.
Space Force! Space Force!
They are looking for an outside alien threat. Because they know for a fact that all of this stuff is going to come to pass. If these niggas is waking up the way that they do, then that means everything else is about to happen too. That means we don't go into slavery. That means this black man named Christ is going to come back and our rulership is going to end. That's how we know. Now, that's how I know that it's not just a consciousness, because we don't think like Christ for one. Physical event, because they're actually physically preparing for that event right now today. I mean, that was a great video. I can build with you, Mr. Five. All right, can I ask a question real quick? Why would they want to build a space force for something before it's God? Like, why would they think they can destroy it? I'm gonna say why. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Hey, go to Obadiah. I'm gonna tell you why. Well, matter of fact, I'm gonna let the Bible tell you why. Go to Obadiah. The Bible speaks about the pride of our enemy.
Man, Jesus ain't black and he ain't coming back, dummies. Wake up and smell the coffee.
But now, like, he'll, basically use whatever tools to, like,
Black Elon is back!
so it's super smooth, and then re-season it.
Hear that stupid bitch, Nathan?
In chillism?
Yeah.
What did he say?
They kicked me out of the room because there's stupid fucking Nigerian bitch named Melissa. And they're talking about that white people don't have culture because they stole it from the Arabs. I'm like, so wait a minute, are you just calling like white culture? Or are you saying that's like Western European culture? I'm like, because I distinctly remember like, the fucking Arabs and the people of the Levant and Persia all being described as being Caucasians and whites. Like, we all agree that fucking people of the Levant and fucking Saudi Arabians are fucking white. They're not black, they're not fucking Asian, and they're not fucking Native Americans. Like, Jesus Christ, fucking stupid bitch. On top of that, like, prior to 1540, there was no fucking chilies, there was no tomatoes, there was no eggplants.
Well, Rich, everybody came out of Africa. Don't you know the truth of the earth? Don't you fucking know the truth of the earth, Rich? Come on, Rich.
She's like, in the white people had this deal, the creation story, like Islam, Judaism, Christianity. I don't think those are all three white people. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Isaac and Ishmael, Ishmael's a little darker white, but he was still white. Categorize him as fucking black. Oh, God. I love when they make this other figure, like, these people are brown.
I came to tell you one more time that you a racist, bigot, and a hypocrite and a liar.
Oh, God. Yeah, I know, right? What happened? Nathan's being such a cock because he wants that fucking sugar belly. And that Melissa cunt. Are you insulting Sugar Belly? Yes. Sorry, please. Fuck that. I'm saying things. Fuck that. Fuck that ugly Nigerian, fat little chubby fucking bitch. Sir, do not talk about.
I can't find it.
You have me stuttering. I'm so upset.
I can't find it.
I just start to say my own thought. I tried to recover.
Fuck.
I thought I did a good job, right? Like, it was not bad. I support Sugar Belly. They don't know what to say. They're just like Sugar Belly. That's what I became that obsessed with it. You and Jacobus are going to double team her together. I'll go into the room. Jacobus will get naked, and I'll be like, no, we were joking, and I'll leave. You're gonna get that itch on your dick off for it.
I would go as far as going into the room and watching him like undress. I'd be like, this was a joke. If you want to be, even if she's real funny or spending something. Which fold? Which role? Is she Boston cream dog?
Hello?
John, you want to hear what happened?
Hello? Go ahead. People are listening.
So listen, hey, have you ever heard of the guy Esteemed?
Esteemed?
What follows Babs around?
Follows Babs around.
Yeah, follows Babs around.
Stop muting me. Stop muting me. Stop. Shut up and listen. Shut up and listen. It's called The Problem with Atheists. Oh, shut up. You're not listening. You're not meditating. Okay, go ahead, Rich. I'm just going to exit that. Now, I was trying to pipe you into another room. They kind of knew what you were talking about. Somebody, I guess, heard the Chillism argument or something.
So that stupid fucking faggot Esteemed was talking shit to me last night. It's a little slow. And he's like, I'm going to come to your house and beat your ass. And I was like, all right. He's like, drop your addy in the chat. So when I looked up on Google, I was like, what is the worst housing project that you've ever seen? So it's like wood something in fucking Brooklyn or something. So I'm doing my next step is just to start sending money. Dude, I sent him to the worst housing project. I come up there in the morning to see you, motherfucker. And I'm like, yeah, I'm in unit 206. He's like, which floor is that? I'm like, second floor, unit number 6. Because they're beating on the fucking door. You motherfucker, I'm gonna kill you. Open the fucking door.
Yeah, you get some like innocent family murder. It's in the news.
It's the worst housing project in New York City. It's called Triplo or something, or Truffle something. Housing project. What's like the worst area in Brooklyn?
I don't know.
Starts with a nothing or something.
Williamsburg? Williamsburg's pretty nice.
Was your swarm any good or not?
Honestly, it's too dry, you know? Like,
So I told you extra sauce.
what I don't understand is why don't they take the sour cream or the white sauce and like spread it throughout the whole fucking thing and then slowly pack it? Instead, they just shove it and then like wipe it. It's like,
this is why you have to go to halal burgers.
I guess, you know, I gotta say, probably the more austere the Muslim, the better the food. The looser the Muslim, the weaker the food. It takes an extremist in the battlefield and an extremist in the kitchen to pull off a victory. It's just my opinion on the Muslim food thing, you know.
Do you know what sour cream is worth globally?
Fucking probably $30 billion a year industry.
30 million? No, but well, I mean, maybe outside the U.S., but like, it's over $1 billion inside. Russia, Poland, all those things. Now, Daisy is like, they're controlling, like they're the primary. Which country is like the top for sour cream? Fucking Prague. Fucking sour cream, really? Yeah, they're like huge in it. I think it's Czech Republic, but it's one of those countries over there. They pop it on everything. It started with
It's just the dairy. It's just the dairy industry. Hey Google, how big is the dairy industry globally per capita GDP? The estimated
The estimated dairy market globally is valued at over $64 billion annually per annum.
Do you fucking Jersey Mike Sucks?
I do when you said, hey, Google, that Google was the better spot. Because there's no way your conspiratorial ass is going to have that Google in there listed.
No, I had it. I had Google and Amazon, but after being on this app too long, it's too often that it gets triggered. So it's like you just gotta unplug it. It's too annoying.
That's not from the app, dude. That's from your friends. And there's not that much we talk about as humans. You're just paranoid. Like, you're not that interesting.
It's not me. I'm not worried about. Believe me, my digital footprint is massive. I'm not worried about my fucking identity being, compromised.
Whose identity are you worried about? Sugar Bellies? Me too.
Sugar Belly.
You don't know about Sugar Belly, dude? The Nigerian. He's the best of us.
He holds the virtue of all mankind in his heart. Maybe he's the Black Messiah.
I would say he owns it in her pancreas.
Oh, it's a woman. Don't worry. I don't know if you guys know this, but did you know Nathan was in a very bad trucking accident, and that's why his head is shaped like that? You guys think that the chillism room is something? It's just total. It's totally network. I'd say the actual overall IQ, based on the total network of neuron node interconnectivity with Lion at the center and Concrete and King chiming in. It's just like, whoa. I don't know if you guys know what modern day Down syndrome looks like, but chillism would be the perfectly Neo-Matrix like Down syndrome prison purgatory for the F word, N word, something in the future. It's like a Ghostbusters containment field, basically. That's technically what's happening there. I don't believe in no ghosts. Can you even imitate Nathan?
No. Awesome. Give it a try.
Give me your best Nathan impersonation.
I'm gonna move you to the audience, Rich. I'm fucking sick and tired of your thing. I'm fucking done with you, Rich. This is bullshit. I'm sick and tired of this. I'm gonna move you to the fucking audience. I can't deal with your shit.
I think I've been kicked down in that room probably more than any other room on this app. Ugh.
I detest Nathan.
If you just record that room enough, people repeat themselves. They have these like buzzwords that they're constantly always saying. Concrete especially, and then God, there's these like Hispanic Cholo guys. I can't even remember their names, but I don't even know if they're Hispanic. They're probably black. But I'll tell you what, this is really a black app. I could pipe in a dozen rooms, and they're all black, and it's a lot of people. So it's like, are blacks the most social of us all?
John, the whites and the Jews are all working. Think about it. The blacks are the only ones that have that much free time.
Yeah.
They're all on welfare and ABT.
They've already got minimum basic income. They've already got socialism. They've already got DEI. They've got it all, and they're here, But they're here in a Ghostbusters setting. They've been contained. That's what this app does. It contains. It's like a genie bottle. Just puts the spook back in the bottle.
Skeletor.
What do you think about my Skeletor hypothesis? Skeletor became God in the movie, but he was still complaining.
No.
He became God.
Do not do this to us, Jonathan.
He became God and was still complaining that He-Man wouldn't get on his knees. He was God.
Jonathan.
Why did he have to complain about He-Man not getting? He's fucking God. What are you complaining about? You became master of the universe, but He-Man still won't get on his fucking knees, so you gotta have a fucking panic attack? Welcome, Harvey, to the Earth Moon. Oh, Harvey left us.
Then he's like, oh, it's John. Never mind. See you later.
Yeah, I made an appearance in Uncle Steve's Ask the Atheist room today, and as soon as I started talking, Cora was like, "That is John Edmund! Kick him!" And then I pretended I was trans.
Batman, we need you to do the impression.
Justin Brophy is so funny, dude. He sends me these hilarious Instagram clips.
Austin, why are you being so quiet? Why'd you turn into such a Cuckosaurus Rex, Austin? Bitch race.
My Rabbi Alan is here. Alan, what's good, man? We got some good drama today, too, didn't we?
You know, you made a good point about the genie in the bottle. And yeah, this app this app has been blacked. Like for real.
It is a blacked app, yeah.
Yeah, like it is insane though. It's because like at first it's so
Right by the side.
it was pretty diverse.
Kikes.
It's the same conversations in the hallway.
Filthy, dirty Jews. It's the Jews' fault. They caused 9/11 and Pearl Harbor.
Scott, can you come up here and help this rabid anti-Semite equilibrate his mind?
I hate these filthy, kike, fucking Jews.
Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you?
Fucking dirty Jews.
Can I get a Rabbanu Shalom? Fuck. Take it easy, Rich. Jesus. Scott, what the fuck's wrong with this guy?
You want entertainment, Jonathan? I'll give you entertainment.
You can't get my live streams kicked because that's only Instagram. Sorry, YouTube doesn't care if you use any of this profanity.
Never, Jew, bag and muscle.
You are clearly an intellectual of the highest order. Is this the new mantra?
Yes.
This is the new scripture?
One on the mantra. One on the new mantra. Oh.
You're doing it, Rich. You're achieving enlightenment. Keep going. Don't stop. Don't stop. You're almost there. Scott, welcome to the room. Are you still doing the podcast? What's new in the world of podcasting? Are you doing intellectual conversations with Christian and Uncle Steve, Cora, and the whole cool people? All the cool people?
Chomos hanging out with 13-year-olds.
Yeah, is everybody a gay groomer nowadays? Jeez.
Yep, all
So
of them.
excited that a young man. He's such a great interviewer, and he comes on right after Uncle Steve.
Did you hear it?
Uncle Scott, what's going on? Are you forcing it?
What's going on? Into the buttocks, Adrian.
It's all about forcing or not forcing. It's called wu-wei.
Moshe, you forgot you missed it. John was sick highly just a minute ago.
Rich, there's a reason why you work in an oil field.
Actually, I don't work in the oil field anymore.
What do you do now?
Working on the certs. Until 11 days ago.
Certs isn't a job.
Certifications.
What do you think you're going to do? Like, upload command prompts into ChatGPT and you're going to get paid like $50,000 a month from just like typing away, click, click, click? Come on, man. It's for Sam Altman, his sister.
Listen, Jonathan, it's all a psyop anyways. All this is...
Sam Altman's sister is suing for $5 billion. She's an online OnlyFans superstar.
Just afraid of the fact, bro.
I'm buying Sam Altman's sister's porn right now. It's amazing. She's so schizo fucking hot. Oh, she's got such a personality disorder. Why are men attracted to women with personality disorders? I just, Jesus. So hot. So crazy.
Because there's so many cool personalities within it.
So Scott, did you have fun on Clown House today? Personally, I love Uncle Steve. Like, he is so funny because you got guys like Benjamin who say these like hyper passive aggressive obnoxious statements, And they say it in a way like they're never gonna shut the fuck up. Like there's always like this additional like pause there at the end where it's like I'm gonna jump back. But then Uncle Steve today just like said, "Thank you for your comments. Moving on. Up next." Like I just love how people get their dopamine fix, but everything is like a gaslight. Every single thing is like highly emotionally charged. Do you just like detect the seething emotional charge like in that room or something? Is it just me? Do I detect psychotic, ideation? Well, what am I sensing?
Schizophrenia.
I don't think so. We have Galaxy and Tommy in the house as well.
Yeah. Fuck Galaxy.
Is he another N-word?
Yeah, he's another N-word.
I thought Blacked was like a popular porn site where like white chicks interact with huge black dong. Isn't that what Black technically means? Is that what has happened to Clown House? There's just huge, it's like a dong containment facility center.
Jonathan, just call Galaxy
Galaxy, okay, come on up. Rich wants to say something to you. It's gonna be apt to app power bottom. Come on, Galaxy.
Tell Richard that bitch is shut the fuck up, you fucking goddamn fucking retarded fucking son.
Listen, you really think I'm worried about some big belly nigga named motherfucking like that's what you need to do. You retarded bitch. You shut the fuck up. Yeah, fucking machine, bitch. Go, motherfucking put some water in your fucking CPAP machine. You stuttering ass nigga. Yeah, you ugly as fuck. Yeah, fucking baby.
Listen to that voice.
Yeah, what do you want? I mean, he's trans. He's born that way.
I don't know who the fuck you think you're talking too much fucking Adrian. That shit in your mouth, bitch.
You put your shit in my mouth?
Yeah, I think it's shit in your mouth, bitch.
Did you say mouth?
Listen here, you dirty ass fucking black monkey. Shut your mouth. Like, you think I'm worried about this? Like, nigga, you're a dork. You're a dork. You know that, Galaxy. Remove the marbles from here now. Nigga, what you need to do is to remove the motherfucking Galaxy. Remove the marbles from your mouth. You not stuttering fucking. I got your wife can't sleep with you. Okay, bitch, guess what? Look at this, bitch. Let me show you a motherfucking something, bitch. Look at this. You ugly ass bitch. You lucky. You motherfucking lucky, bitch. Yeah, go back to the motherfucker.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave. I'm out of them and left. Scott, welcome back to forcing. The whole purpose of life, Scott, is not to force it. Don't you agree?
Right. He's still under talking himself.
Okay, I'm gonna create another room called Not Forcing It. Okay, so we've got two rooms going. One is called Not Forcing It, and the other one is called Forcing. And then we also have the Earth Moon, as well as God Nile, Adrian. Fucking 10 YouTubes going. We're just getting started. Welcome to the show, David. Oh, Galaxy here. David, have you seen my new movie, RogerMayhem.com? Just go to the Roger Mayhem movie part 8. We're almost finished filming. Welcome back to the room, Dr. Galaxy. Jesus Christ. No hard R-ing in here, sir. I don't care if you use a fake PTR. I know you're like a fat Hispanic guy. Little gay. You don't have to use a big, strong alpha male.
I know you're not talking to me, bitch. You're the one saying a motherfucking room with motherfucking 500 phone, bitch. You're weird.
David, welcome to Forcing. This is Adrian, Dittmann.com. I know you're a fan of Elon and the Teslas and all this stuff, the Model Ys, the S's, the E's, the X's. But Adrian Dittmann's not live tonight. He said he's too busy working. So have you seen my movie, RogerMayhem.com?
No, but I imagine it's a great movie because there's so much content there. There's so much potential there.
I agree. mean, I'm being facetious. There's no Roger Mayhem movie. But if you go on YouTube and you type in Roger Mayhem, you're going to see my films. They're all short films, 15 seconds, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Look
I
up.
always forget. I'm not the last person on earth that forgets it on YouTube. I mean, between Clubhouse and X, if I have one more thing to suck up time, I won't do any work. So, I know most of the world is on YouTube.
Well, I don't understand how the fuck. Why does the White House think that you can buy American TikTok? What is the content from other countries just not come in? They rebrand it. Like, what the fuck are they thinking? Is Oracle going to buy TikTok?
If there's going to be a TikTok in the United States, yes.
It's so stupid. There's no TikTok. It's a global app. You can't just. It's the dumbest thing in the world. If Larry Ellison buys it.
What's it called? ByteDance. They don't want ownership by ByteDance.
Well, what they're concerned about is the programming. But the thing is, there's no fucking way they're going to limit the programming. The stupid shit is what people are looking at. They're not going to start doing STEM.
What the Chinese government is doing with the information. Not that we're not being recorded here either, but that's really the bigger problem.
Well, what are they doing with the information?
Better people than me can explain it, but I mean, once you've got people's voice and
it's the cellular stuff. They have like a full mapping of the country. I mean, everybody's information in their cell phone gets sucked up into that app. Like every aspect.
There's also been instances where the Chinese government has intervened in U.S. in Americans' lives and through TikTok, and that's documented. So it's just it doesn't work. They have the ownership they have. Not saying we're not.
Yeah, but there's like a philosophical aspect to this. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You can't buy a fucking a baby. You got to buy the baby and the bathwater. You can't just fucking buy the baby. Don't you see the philosophical problem of stripping a geographic proximity out of a global app? It just doesn't work. Therefore, it's incompetence again.
I don't know. Is it geographic proximity and all of that happening? I think that will be very similar. It's just really the ownership.
Hey, John, I was going to mention something. You buy a baby.
What was that? Anyways, this room's called forcing. You know, some people, they wake up in the morning, they take the Cosby kids to the beach, they're forcing. Some people, when they go to sleep angry, they're forcing. Some people come on here, they yell about all kinds of shit, they talk about all kinds of shit, they're forcing. They want that dopamine. When you force, you dopamine. You know, people need to learn not to force it and dopamine. That's the secret. Meditation is the secret. Go within, listen, and shut up. Just stop thinking and end your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're gonna get. And then you're forcing. You're forcing. See,
So I did just come to say hi. I've got to run to another room on X, and just want to say take care. Thank you.
Thank you. Sounds like you're forcing it.
Okay, my sugar belly. I love sugar belly.
I was going to look up Uncle Junior. Hand and drain. You're flexing. You're flexing. See, Scott used to have a soundboard. Scott had an awesome soundboard, then he wiped it clean. Fucking lost all his hard work.
down the drain, and I can't reach the fucking phone.
Good thing I'm nice, because I can stop tickling you.
Jesus Christ. How long can you stand it? 6 hours! Now get the fucking detergent and lubricate my wrist! Fucking son of a bitch.
Why didn't you just call the plumber?
What? My fucking toes? You're flexing! Let's go. That's a simmer down. Simmer down.
I weigh just as much as a fat person. I look like a fat person.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. This fucking house. I'm dying here.
Then just take it easy, okay?
It's tough. Also, get to the galaxy I shared that with you.
Come to the neighbor's road,
I don't appreciate you letting others know.
Next coffee.
Don't give a shit if you do, you don't. It's light. Got your nephew to thank for that. What do you mean? I ran into him the other day at the garbage man's ball, whatever the fuck it is. Some can't sell coke on the route anymore. What? That's what he said. I guess nobody should eat but him. You should see him in the golf outfit. He looked like Wallace Beery. Where did he get the effrontery? He's the boss. Whether he has grand mouths or not. And this shit is okay with you? I know how much you love him, Junior. I don't say anything disparaging.
Sorry, talk to me. Nigga, something. Every chance I get.
Yo! Oh, it's exhausting entertaining people these days. Everyone complains. You know what'll make me feel better? If we listen to Dr. Jordan Shaw.
First day when I slap. I'm not one to be secretive, but this requires some discreet behavior. What'd you say, Mayor? It's the first name, Dr. Jordan. I just imagine you're right, Jordan. Yeah, I know. He's not that big of a narcissist. I'm a bit of a third baser, but you see, you would. So like, you guys will laugh at this. I'm not going to mention this person's name, but they're a fiction writer and they're also in the mental health field. And it was a prospective client that I talked to the other day. I managed to talk myself right out of a sale. But this person would have been a good candidate. And she's Gentile, and I started to get it. She started to ask, I haven't opened it yet, but I still.
I wonder what's going to be more successful. My recordings of Dr. Jordan Shaw or him actually doing business? I'm going to go with my recordings.
I'm cool with the recording.
Just my opinion.
I can't stand that fucking thing.
Why? He knows everything. He's a genius, that one. Okay, here's Marshall Rankin.
I ain't trying to get involved with y'all. You don't get involved, I'm gonna knock you. It's time to go.
Never mind.
What's up?
I did some audio overlays. Oh, here we go.
Oh, what asshole you got a little line and grow your look?
Never mind. Keep tricking myself. gate, being eaten 1 and 1 and 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the sentiments of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless poem. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the... What was that? It was someone speaking to me. A thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Oh, thank God he left. The galaxy has left us. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward, miss no atom of analysis. Sixth, on one thought, securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind, so like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong. Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act, lest all these things in one overpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is, yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master, I revere thy radiance that I bring you Chillism 3.0, starring Nathan, Talia, Lion, Concrete, and King. Prepare for the circus. We're heading to the world of Chillism. Hello, everybody. This is Nathan, and I'm like a veteran or something. I got some fucking brain damage. Yeah, I got blown up in a fucking motherfucking Humvee and motherfucking IED a couple times, but this whole thing is about chillism. It's about being chill. It's like a philosophy. But if you ain't chill, well then clearly you don't get the main message about the chillism. So, let's start the show. What do you think, Concrete? Well. Part of the thing about the talking about the thing, and then we're going to string this word to that word. What happened? Rich didn't like my imitations. He was forcing it. But
when you got in office, her family was here for years in Florida, were illegal immigrants for years. They didn't get
citizenship until Donald Trump became in office. So really, it's like my grandmother used to always say, you want to hide something from a nigga, put it in a book. They're not going to read. This is, and it's not just to a man or just not masculine. This is to anybody, like, as a form of endearment. If you want to hide something from somebody, put it in a book or put it on the internet, because they only going to research what they want to research. They only going to listen to what they want to listen to. We have to be fooled if we think the border of immigration is the biggest problem. It's okay for the politicians to have. It's okay for the.
What are you trying to say? Black people don't read books? You racist.
I want to tell you.
It'll be really. I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna land really quickly. It'll be really crazy to think the spill of.
Why did they kick me? The fuck, dirty dogs.
He's gonna keep about $750 billion in state taxes donating to it, but he's gonna like pull people off border sectors because Trump's gonna be doing that. So he'll still, Governor Howe will still be doing his thing, right? But whether he resonates with the new Speaker of the House, which is not the former Speaker, because he decided, I don't know if you ever heard this, I'll look it up. Former Speaker of the House, Dave Phillips, drunk on the floor. Apparently, Texas legislature drinking's like not a really big deal. They do it all the time. But apparently, this dumb son of a bitch decided it was going to be a great idea. Take one of those iPhone and then not ask his lieutenant to do something. And so he gets onto the House floor and he sounds like a dumb drunk son of a bitch. Because he is a dumb drunk son of a bitch. And like loses it. It's gonna be fascinating to find out who wins.
Yeah. Can I just clarify something or whatever? I mean, said that it's gonna be retribution politics because MAGA's doing it now or Trump's doing it now, and therefore Democrats are doing it now. And the problem is like they don't really do that when
political parties are not different from exactly working class, which is what I meant in the first place.
Yeah. So the laws they're putting in is like for equality and equity, and it's not retribution against white people. What Trump is doing.
I didn't say white people did I.
Well, it's whatever. It's retribution.
No. If you're going to take what I said and said, I know white people and you need to actually know that that's what I meant. I didn't say it.
Whatever. MAGA. It's not. We're not going to be.
Scotty, I'm not even MAGA. My point is, I'm
talking about red states and blue states. Okay, talking about the retribution where it's going to be beneficial for red states because of MAGA is now that the Democrats or somebody who is in charge as a Democrat is not going to penalize red states. You said that for the next 10 or 15 years, there'll be retribution the other way towards red states. So I want to clarify that.
That stuff happens because that's a political truism. I'm not expecting people to do things that are super unequal. I'm not expecting them to do illegal things. What I mean is, people on the other side of the aisle, when something is done, will exact a political price. That will be part of the discussions leadership has in the United States.
Political price.
Just let me finish the end of the statement. That political retribution may be effective or may not be effective. My statement was not to penalize those on the opposite side of the aisle for me. It was to more note some of the ways these things function. I'm not saying somehow the Democratic Party is somehow more susceptible to being attacked by political promotions. I'm only saying this could happen. right? I'm not saying it's going to, and I'm not saying Republicans are better than Democrats. I'm just saying this could be a thing that happens in the next 10 years.
What's the retribution that a Democrat would do to a red state or to Republicans? What's the retribution?
If certain states denied actual resources, they could do things like, say, Texas would not get funding in the middle of a hurricane disaster, which has already been a thing discussed in the United States news at least a year ago, in particular because of the Trump administration's penchant to go for Republican states over Democratic states. The point, Scott, is not that one is more guilty than the other. It's that those sorts of things have, just like not every action has an equal opposite reaction, those things have a reaction.
It's not the same. The Democrat or the blue states haven't denied funding for your hurricanes or Florida. We always step up. And you guys, Ted Cruz, when we were going through Hurricane Sandy 10 years ago or whatever it was, he tried to block that shit too. What you guys are doing, and I mean Republicans that are in control, are trying to block funding for California. That's a fact. You can't tell me that blue states or blue governors or whatever have tried to block anything that's going on for disaster relief for any red states. You just can't point to it. That's all. Sorry, that was not the thing I said. Your point was not hearing.
Marshall, excuse me. Hold on one second. Marshall, Patty, you have somebody that's recording and simultaneously broadcasting your space into many different channels across social media. So Adrian Dittmann, sitting down in the audience, he is simulcasting and broadcasting spaces.
Adams!
Adrian, come up.
Is he a Jew now, sir?
So what's going on, Adrian?
Yeah, this is gossip from a closeted homosexual MAGA serial rapist, neo-Nazi pedophile, and Mark. Oh, an explosion.
That's going to be a bit of a difficult answer to contend with. So you believe that white people owe black people?
No. I think this country owes black people.
Oh, why this country? Why not white people?
Because
why don't we expand the category?
Because it was the country who sanctioned it.
Exactly. I agree with you. So there's some specific issues where you can't afford to expand the category. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, if you're talking about specific, that's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm talking about if you're talking about racial identity, then the lines that are drawn in comparing ethnic groups or nationalities are all erased. And then once you're starting to talk about ethnic comparisons or ethnic groups, then you draw the line. And every single thing when you connect.
Yeah, but what the hell is going on right now, bro? I don't believe that. What I was pointing out is that you don't actually disagree with what I'm saying. I'm pointing out a fundamental attribution. No. I'm saying a fundamental attribution. No, I'm saying an attribution error happens if we're talking about, let's say, racial categories in terms of phenotypically, and then all of a sudden we go from that discussion to talking about racial categories as it pertains to something complex like reparations, and then we make the broad claim that white people owe black people. That's an inappropriate use of the category at that stage. At that point, you have to
wait.
Identify and you have to limit. You have to limit. In the case where we're discussing something like reparations, listen. What I'm pointing out is when you talk about reparations,
this is like the perfect room to just walk away. It'll go forever. It'll go for days. You don't even have to check on it. It just keep going forever and ever and ever and ever. Never shut up. Never shut up.
The category has to become more specialized and specific.
Right, but the context that you're applying here is through the legal remedy
some sort of a trespass or.
It's an example. We can go to other examples.
So if you point out the reparations component, the reason why we point out an actual body or a country that sanctioned it is because of the fact that that's what's in the larger conversation about moral responsibility, then we would implicate everybody outside of the actual nation.
No,
everybody else comes in. When we're talking about
all white people who didn't participate in the function. That doesn't make sense.
Right. The problem is that when we say like white versus black, it's the good and the bad comes into that, and everybody that is arguing from these 2 points understands that. So, for example, when somebody says, "Hey, I'm white, I'm privileged, and I'm elite," the counter to that is, look at those people from Estonia. They look pretty freaking poor. Look at those West Virginia crystal methamphetamine people over there. They're
also white.
Really trash. What?
They're also included in the white, and that's the issue of the categories.
No, that's the point I'm making. If you're playing with the roles of white versus black, the good and the bad both enter into the conversation. Both of them do. In that comparison, and that's totally fair. So when somebody says, "Hey, there is white inventors," you're saying, "Hold on, that right there is a category creep." Because
that's not what I'm saying.
All white people. There was only certain white people that invented these things, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. If you say if you make a claim that there were, listen, what I'm saying is, if you make a claim that there were white inventors who contributed to the world, that's actually fundamentally it's literally an uninteresting point, because there were black inventors, there were Chinese inventors, there were Indian inventors. There's inventors of every religion, right? So at that particular point, listen. At that particular point, there's no fundamental tension in the discussion. The tension happens though when you make a comparison about the broader group versus one versus the other, and then obviously now we have to then pan all Africanism in order to have this particular conversation. And then what tends to happen,
right? So when we talk about race, we say this group here in this category is overrepresented in this subject or in this other category compared to this other group. So when we look at crime statistics, when we look at like economic, finances, all these different categories, we compare these two larger groups by using this rate. So
I don't disagree, and what I'm pointing out is the larger the group gets, the fuzzier it gets, because then the question becomes, what are the boundaries of this particular category? So when you say white, right, do you mean all people that meet a phenotypic description, or do you mean that all people as defined by, let's say, white supremacist rhetoric, or do you mean where do biracials fall into that? So how do we quantify it? What happens when black people say, well, so and so racial is white? I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, if the category is phenotypical,
motherfuckers are scientists or some shit.
Distinction when we're talking about biracial people.
Phenotypical.
Hold on, biracial people are not white. Now, if they're passing white,
they're passing white?
Are they black?
Bro, like you're using this to run away from the actual.
Bro. Oh, I hate all these people. I hate them all.
White versus black.
I hate them all.
If you are white passing or a black
passing,
go to your group, grab your arms and let's go. And now what we're gonna do is we're going to write the rules of engagement, and we're gonna say we are better than you because of this, and you're gonna say, no, we are better than you because of this, and you lied about this, and then that's the discussion. And you're saying that that's fake, or what are you saying? Like that doesn't happen, or that shouldn't happen?
I'm saying there are appropriate times for it to happen, and there are inappropriate times for it to happen. I'm not saying there's a problem with categories. I'm not saying there's a problem with making comparisons of categories.
Right.
I'm arguing the instant. Wait. Let's be clear. I'm going to repeat what I said again. I'm saying
motherfucker loves to repeat himself.
White people and black people, there are appropriate times to do that. And I'm saying that there are also inappropriate times to compare white people and black people. And I'm giving the examples of the inappropriate times. So for example, one of the examples is when we're talking about, let's say, something complex like collective punishment or collective responsibility. It doesn't make sense to hold white people responsible for what they did to black people. If not all black people suffered, A. B. If not all white people participated in it. Now we have to hyper specialize. So now we don't just say white people. Hold on. Now we don't just say white people. So we say white people of this group or of this subcategory. We hyper specialize now. We specify white people of this subcategory that did this particular thing to black people of this subcategory that suffered this particular thing.
Who the fuck in 2025 has ever done anything to a black person? The fuck is this bullshit? Motherfucker.
It's whites from
Motherfucker.
It's whites from this civilization of kingdom. That's the point.
Time to go to bed. Let these N-words argue it out. Have a good night, Mr. N-word. Take care.
Like when you just said collective responsibility or collective, whatever the hell the other word was. So when it comes to the moral agenda, collective punishment. When it comes to the whole moral side of things, that group can be super expensive. But then when it comes to the legal remedies of one group trespassing another group or trespassing another group, that's going to be a little bit different because they're sanctioning groups that are involved that are in these smaller tribes that can actually pay out. So in the legal context, you would say, well, the United States of America is who harmed me, so that's who's going to have to pay the tab. Hey, my brother's over there in Germany. You got to get Germany to do their part, right? So this is the legal remedy route, and then you're going to the moral route. That's where the groups get larger.
The moral remedy route still I hear you. The moral remedy route still poses the same exact problem, though, that you still have to end up having to specify. It does. It absolutely does.
If you're a part of the other group, and you know you're a part of the other group, and you know I'm a part of the other group that you don't really get along with, and you need to make sure that you're not around me. That's your job.
Except this doesn't work for collective punishment. And, moral sense, there's no moral argument. I've never heard anybody make the moral argument that it's okay to hold a whole group of people and the individuals and the constituents of that particular group completely responsible for the stuff that a minority did. And I've heard people make that argument for it, like historically, like the KKK and stuff like that. But that doesn't make sense fundamentally.
Look at the undocumented immigrants here in America. They're being targeted for the criminal element. It is a very small number. And we want them all out because they're certain things in the system and all stuff.
It's illegal to be in the U.S. without legal people.
A lot of people, when they first, like Hakeem, for example, right? When I first met him in Pal Talk, and no glory to me, all glory to God. He was a 16-year-old little dweeb. But I loved him because he was funny, he was encouraging, and he just was on my side no matter what. And dweeb, I mean like young kid. I don't mean like a dumb kid or nothing. Very intelligent. And we got close for a little bit until I got real close to him by the grace of God. He pulled away. Remember that, young brother Hakeem? Yeah. And then eventually God brought him back, and I started working with him. And it wasn't easy, was it, Hakeem? When I walked up to you and I first met you, Hakeem, no glory to me, and I gave you a hug, did you think I was a weirdo? No. just no glory to me. No glory to me. All glory to Papa Yeshua, Jesus the Christ. What did it feel like to you? Be honest, Aki. No, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't think you were a weirdo, but I was weirded out because I didn't expect it. And, you know, it was like my first time meeting you in person. So it was like, yeah, I was weirded out. But I didn't think you were a weirdo. I was just not used to it. And so, even though Hakeem has a dad, in his heart, he's angry with his dad. Even though he has a mom, he's angry with his mom. So tonight, when I said to him, or my wife said to him, I repent, name Yeshua, Jesus the Christ, he has to know the love of the Father, but also give the love of the Father. Because that's all Hakeem does, is he gives love, and it's never reciprocated, so it can be elevated in his understanding. But now, since that orphan spirit broke off of him, he can start loving and not be hurt from that love. Because Hakeem gives a lot of love and he doesn't even realize it. Because he's so drained by, not waiting to get love, but he doesn't feel the love because all he does is he gives and gives and gives. So sometimes somebody needs to find a platform to say, you know what? I really appreciate you, Hakeem. Thank you for being a blessing, Hakeem. It's not a bad thing to say thank you to somebody. But, because sometimes somebody needs it. Sometimes, somebody needs it more than you do. Like Nicole, for example, right? Nicole, share with them what God, and all glory to God, none to me, how God had me and my wife be like parents to you, if you would be so kind, please.
Of course, Elder. Well, I met Elder John he's been alive, and I was hearing him speak, and all glory to God, I heard God speaking through him, and it just gave me the fire of our Heavenly Father, and I knew that I needed to know more. I knew I had to have more of that. By just how he was talking, he also was teaching me forgiveness, even with him speaking to the person he was speaking to. When I entered into the ministry, I was received with love that I hadn't ever experienced before, and being introduced to Elder Jackie was a blessing also. They have both taught me and guided me all by God. They have walked with me. They've also pressed me and pushed me to do greater in Christ. They have continued to.
All these people are called servant.
When I need it.
We found some kind of cult room. It's called the Unchurched Ones Fire and Oil Room. Warfare Prayers.
How to walk. The things that I needed to do, the things that I had no clue about doing before. I met either one of them because no one taught me. And I had been in church my entire life, in and out. So I thank God that he has blessed me with not only the elders, but my brothers and sisters in the ministry. But they have truly taken on that role. They prayed for me. They helped me in so many ways. And it's just such a blessing to have them. And I give God all the glory for that.
Because see, love risked its life to show you life. I'm sorry, not Adrian, forgive me. Good morning to you, Adrian. But love risked its life to give you life, Angel. When I come to you, I don't come to you as I'm risking my life. In other words, not risking it to lose it. I'm risking it to share it with you. I'm risking the life, the testimony, the power, the everything with you to place something in you that will draw you closer to me as far as your elder.
Okay, I don't want to troll those people because they seem like they're in a special place. I was gonna ask him about wisdom, but you know, really good, very emotional, highly emotionally charged. Okay, this has also been Earth Ear. That's right, Earth Ear. Okay, Robert, hope you have fun. This has been the Adrian Dittmann, not a forcing.
I believe, right. There's no, I don't believe the things that I believe are choices. I think I'm either convinced or I'm not.
They are choices.
No, they're not choices. I'm either convinced or I'm not.
All right.
Gangster or something.
Yeah, I'm never going to like participate in hating Jews. Like that's never gonna happen. And I don't even know what we're talking about though, because this is supposed to be a black space, and that's where I was annoyed. You know, and it's just you conveniently do that every time I come into a room because you're trying to trigger me to make me go off on you. And he's just looking for content. I feel like I'm just sick of it. So today I was like, you know what? Let me just go ahead and officially unfriend you because you're a piece of shit. You really are, and you're obsessed with Jews, and it's weird.
He also disrespected you. And that's disgusting. There's no call for it. He should be honoring you. You could see he's very unfair. You know, he didn't let you speak. They kept cutting you off. You couldn't get a sentence out.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it is what it is. I was just wondering.
No,
We can move on. Thanks, Norm.
Thank you, MG. Thank you always.
Yes, thank you, MG. It took me a while to get off the mute there for a minute. Sorry.
Me too.
Next. Hi. I'm going to be on mute for a couple minutes. No, I'm running until I can come back.
Yeah, sure. We have another one of these disgusting losers, these low-life criminals. They're like barbarians, you know, filled with hate, with no fealty to anybody. Not to black people,
Resistance.
not to white people, not to Jews, not to Christians.
El Nostro. Nostrils is strong
They
here.
don't live up to what God expects of a human being, which I'll repeat is to be loving, to learn, to teach each other, and to give charity. They do none of that. They're actual criminals with criminal records who hurt people and brag about it. And this is what happened to Hamas, just to keep on topic. Hamas was not taking care of their own people. That's a big deal. That's a big problem. They weren't feeding them. They said, "Oh, we are proud to offer up our shaheeds, their martyrs, the women and children." They sent their own children to die. That's not right. They should care about their loved ones. They should want to feed them. They should want to keep them safe. So, I mean, this is interesting and unexpected from Trump. Nikki, at the bottom of the room. I'm answering you. I'll bring Danny.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, but elections, they come and go. Some elections are, you know.
Trump has come into office, and I didn't know what to expect from this guy.
This one really matters.
So far, he's selling something that he should provide American common sense.
For making it happen. Thank
All
you.
the things he's saying, and some of them are wrong. His birthright citizenship, I think he's off base so far. But let's see. Yeah,
Can we just leave completely, I don't know, get rid of resistance, ignore. I know it goes off your back. He just wants really ignorant shit. He said, he even said something in the room earlier about sticking his dick in my daughter's mouth, and like that's just disgusting.
Did you report it?
Oh my God, that is so that's disgusting. It's just like pedophilia at this point. And I'm not gonna tell you guys what to do in your room, and you know what I mean. Like I really let them sit in the audience. So
and let them listen a little bit.
Yeah, it's just that how I am about my kids, and
I appreciate that, Mickey. Hey, Norma.
Yes.
I'm not available really to play with resistance. If you want to give them a goodbye message or whatever you want to do before you move, but it's okay.
All right. Give me a second. Resistance, what is wrong with you? You have a mental illness. You talk lies. You don't help your people. You're a criminal. Why don't you, if you really wanted to connect with God, why don't you do it? Why do you stop being a violent, lying, stealing, thieving criminal and help people? You have the opportunity. You have life. God gave you this beautiful thing called life. Why are you wasting it, hurting people, hating people? What is the matter with you? Why are you such a disgusting person? Why do you make up all this weird, twisted sexual stuff? Every time you go into one of these rooms of Palestinians, it's always gay this, sexual that, Jewish. Doesn't matter what why you take that one right now, and ask him for forgiveness, and say to him, what do you want me to do right? You say you believe in God, right? Please don't believe in Allah. Just try it a minute now. Stop moving your thumbs and ask him, what should I do to help my community? What's in their best interest? Instead of wasting your time.
My data is all over.
Everything in this world is everyone is up. Oh man, okay. Alright, anyway, it's good to see some of my bros here. I'll be out by name in case you don't want to be identified. I'm very pleased that Trump has common sense. Common sense says that there's no point in rebuilding Gaza so that the same thing happens again. So what's the solution? Every country that has a war has refugees. Now, these foreign refugees need a safe place to live and eat and learn and take care of their children. Away from the violence and terror. So Trump is proposing maybe this is going to work out in Egypt. Maybe it's going to work out in Jordan. And I know he's going to offer them all kinds of aid, a sweet deal. And let whoever's going to decide to rebuild Gaza, the U.S., the Gulf nations, Israel, whoever is going to do it in a way that generates money instead of being as Lucas says, who will take the land from Gaza? Nobody needs to take it. It's not going anywhere. You can't take land. So to rebuild it in a way that generates income. Lucas, you can come up if you want. Do you realize that Gaza has just been costing people money? It doesn't generate any income. It just kills people and builds tunnels. What kind of a life is that, man? Why do you want to do that? How about building a school? How about teaching your children a profession? Israel was at a war with Gaza, and Israel won. That's what happens. They could have surrendered on October 10th, couldn't they have, before the airstrikes? They could have given back the hostages and said, okay, we will now make amends for our crimes. Instead, they wanted Israel to react like this. I don't think anybody anticipated how powerful Israel was. This was a... hold on. Yeah. Everybody knows how powerful Israel is. This is more powerful than... you're a fucking stupid ass if you don't know that. Well, I don't know why you would use that kind of language with me. I didn't say that to you.
I'm not talking about you. I'm sorry. In general. In general, Daddy, why don't you tell us how powerful Israel is? Because we should just know how powerful is Israel.
Well, look, from my perspective,
Israel's backed by the United States, right? That means Israel is bad as fuck. You know, as a matter of fact, when Hamas pulled that shit off, I was like, why did you fucking idiots? Now you're gonna get devoured. Like, it was the folk, like, I couldn't, like, really, like, reasonably understand why they made that move. Like, it was so you're gonna get fucking devoured. It was, you're right, it was suicide. But, I mean, with all the backing of the U.S. told us, don't go into Rafah. Israel did it anyway. And the U.S. said, don't go into Lebanon. Israel did it anyway. And it accomplished more on Hezbollah than I had ever dreamed possible. They've been sitting on that intelligence. Where are all these weapons caches? Where are these missiles? Where are all the heads of Hezbollah? We knew it. If they went and picked their nose, Israel knew it. Look what they did to Nasrallah. This is
What is the greater Israel that people talk about?
Lucas, did you notice that I was speaking just then? Please wait until I'm done. Israel knew where Nasrallah was. Bibi was giving a speech to the United Nations when three jets went by Nasrallah's compound. What was he, under 60 feet of concrete? A series of jets created shockwaves that enforced each other and took out this villain. What did he have? A $100 million price on his head from the United States for killing Americans? Don't forget, Lucas and everybody, Hamas took Americans, man. When you take Americans, America goes in there. Don't just say that America backs Israel. Hamas took Americans. You want to mess with America and see what happens next? What happens next is Gaza. All right? So what did you want to ask, Lucas? Israel?
I'm just asking.
I don't believe in the Greater Israel. I don't believe that in the Greater Israel Project. Those Photoshop things with some kind of map on Israeli soldiers' uniforms. I'm very familiar with the Israeli soldier uniform. I wore one, and I also helped them when they were, they got so many.
Because across all the uniforms, but I think.
Why are you interrupting me? Could you wait till I finish before you jump in?
Well, you never allow me to speak either.
No, you're going to speak. You just spoke. You asked about Greater Israel. I was answering your question. Then you interrupted. So I don't believe that there's a Greater Israel Project. Needless to say, Israel's going to take a defensive area. Syria is a mess over there. There's no more Syria. But yes, Israel took Mount Harbon. Israel wants Hezbollah to move back up north of the Litani River in Lebanon. They didn't do that. So Israel goes in. So what's your question, Lucas?
Do you think there's any case for Israel basically blowing up parts of Syria? They've wiped down clear Gaza, and basically they would go in there and take more land and expand their nation.
Okay, you want to start with Gaza or with Syria?
Like both. I mean, it's.
I can only talk about one thing at a time. Let's talk.
They're doing multiple fronts at a time.
So let's talk about one at a time. I believe, number one, Israel has a peace deal with Egypt. I know that wasn't in your question, but I mean, that's part of the Greater Israel. Israel's going to respect its peace deal with Egypt. That's a big deal. Israel keeps its treaties with other nations. Israel has a peace deal with Jordan. We have a common interest to resist Muslim fundamentalism, the Muslim Brotherhood. So if ISIS is taking over Syria, then it is in the interest of the world to take out ISIS the way we did before. You get it? We don't want ISIS. So the U.S. had a war against ISIS in Iraq and in the Caliphate, and if there's ISIS taking over Syria, then yes, the Western world will stomp on ISIS. Is that fair for the Syria part, Lucas?
Should we ask Lucas if he wants ISIS to be winning? You want ISIS to win?
ISIS is wiped out.
No, ISIS is now taking over Syria. That's who that guy is. Jolani. Golani stands for the Golan, by the way. That guy is ISIS. And a Muslim Brotherhood. And they're backed by Turkey. So they're in Syria now. Barang, did you want to go?
Yeah. Hey, hello, everyone. Hey, so actually, technically, that guy is Jabhat al-Nusra, which is very similar ideology to ISIS, but they're rivals. I don't know if you guys read, Washington Post had an article.
Differentiate. I'm just wondering if you can differentiate Coke and Pepsi. I mean, they're both cola.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, they do compete.
Terrible for your health.
No, they are. But no, my point is, if you read Washington Post's article, actually CIA helped Golani and people in Syria to fold ISIS's plot to blow up one of the holy sites in Damascus. So they're not necessarily friends of ISIS, but they're very similar to ISIS. And what I was going to say about something that you were talking about earlier, no Arab country or leader would take in 1.5 million people from Gaza.
Well, we're gonna find out. That's your prediction.
I don't think. Yeah, and I tell you why they won't.
No, wait. Before you say that, tell me where you're from. If you're a Persian, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we just don't know because it's a new ball game, and it's like saying no Arab country is going to make peace with Israel, but Egypt and Jordan did. No Arab country will ever come to the military aid of Israel, but Saudi Arabia fired rockets at the Iranian Revolutionary Genocide Corps. I want to make a distinction between you and that government, those mullahs. Okay, yeah. So Saudi and Jordan participated in the Iron Dome protection of the Levant. So you don't know what's going to happen next. Will they take in women and children? Well, how can they say no? I don't know, but go ahead.
No, yeah, I'll tell you my reasoning that I don't think they will is that that population is a liability. That is a population that is radicalized, is going to be difficult to integrate into your society. That is a population that probably doesn't want to leave Gaza. So they don't want to deal with that. And B, no Muslim or Arab leader wants to be going down in history as a person or a group that helped Israel annex Gaza. They just don't want to,
I don't think Israel
wants to be a part of that.
I don't think Israel wants to annex Gaza.
Who's going to take over Gaza? You still haven't answered that.
Well, you didn't ask me that until right now.
No, I asked you before. We talked about.
There's factions in Israel that don't mind annexing Gaza.
Sure, there's factions. But just remember, ask yourself this: why did we leave in 2005? If we wanted to annex it, why did we pull every?
Would you say that property right by the beachfront is worth a lot of money?
Okay, how about my question? Why did we leave in 2005?
But I think few different reasons. I think they figured that might be a good move in order to give a two-state solution and a peace a chance. And B, I think they thought with 2 million people in that area, it's going to be difficult to rule and control and manage.
We were there.
Well, they were there, but they weren't. I wouldn't say they were like managing it very well. There were a few settlements there, but it was not a very functioning. It was much worse than West Bank or Judea, Samaria, however you want to label it.
Well, there were different people. The Judea and Samaria.
No, they were not different people. They elected Hamas later on and became a different faction, and Hamas took out all the Fatah people. But before that, they were all same people. People went back and forth between the two places.
But to be fair, like the Gazans were from Egypt, and the Judea, Samaria, quote unquote Palestinians are from Jordan.
I think that's more accurate.
Labeling them, but
well, their dialect is different, Befron. Do you realize that?
Like identifying them of their origin. Do you mean that?
A lot of people in Gaza are not originally from Gaza. There were people who moved there from different parts.
Mostly from the Arabs, mostly from Egypt.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of his people in Israel were not there before too.
The Arabs in Israel
Where else? Where do you think else they came from? How about Iraq? Do you think that all the Jews of Iraq just evaporated, or they went to Israel?
How about Egypt? How about Lebanon? How about Iran?
A lot of Jews
How about
from
Yemen?
Iran went to Israel. That's true.
Many. Of course, because it's a safe haven for Jews, which is what it was always designed to be.
Yeah. Hey, Norma,
Yeah, but after the creation, it was a lot of
time out a second.
Europeans that were there.
Listen, I know, like, if I say time out, if you guys can just give me the courtesy of just pausing for a quick second. Norma, the rabbi down there in the bottom, I don't know who that is, Rabbi Davonet.
Should we find out?
Well, I mean, I tried to invite him up, but it didn't work for me, so maybe you could do that.
I invited him up.
Listen, oh my gosh, Mastery is here, and I'm wondering if he wants to talk about the most recent news of what Trump had to say, about the Gazans and how he wants the Sisi to absorb them into Egypt. I mean, listen, Normal, you and I have been talking for years at this point, but over the last, since October 7th, 15, 16 months, whatever that is, how many times have I said that Egypt and Jordan contributed to the problem that we have today, and that they need to be part of the solution, in order to absorb some of these Palestinians, which are in essence Egyptian and Jordanian, and for that matter, since they are number, I think, 3 and 4 on the recipient list of United States foreign aid, that they better be part of the solution versus the problem. Like, this has been something consistent that I've been talking about.
For me, you're a genius. It was all your idea.
Did you know that I'm actually an advisor to Trump? But, no, not really. But the bottom line is that from 48 to 67, these territories were governed by Jordan in the quote-unquote West Bank, or also known as Judea and Samaria, and Gaza was ruled by Egypt. And neither of these two areas had any sense or reason or aspiration to become an independent nation state. They only had the goal of the destruction of Israel. And it was only until the late 60s with Yasser Arafat in conjunction with the Russians to come up with this idea of the quote-unquote Palestinian people, which up until that time had no aspirations of nationhood. And they still don't. Really, their primary aspiration is the destruction of Israel versus the creation of an independent free Palestine. And how do we know that? We know that because many, many times has the independent state of Palestine been offered, in which was rejected and returned with what? Violence. With intifada. Number 1, intifada number 2, Lebanon war, blah, 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 blah. Point being is that they never wanted a state. They only wanted to destroy and eliminate the opportunity of a Jewish state.
In answer to the idea, I agree with you. In answer to the idea of Gaza as beachfront property, if whoever runs Gaza, let's say it's an Arab person of Gazan origin who wants to make peace. Let's say that person exists. We haven't met him yet, but maybe he's there somewhere. And he says, you know what? What a great idea. Let's make Gaza into a beautiful beachfront.
Let's make Gaza great again.
MAGA. Oh, can I change the title?
That MAGA, is it La MAGA, let's make Gaza. Wait, we have to add another J in there, Jewish again. We have to let's make Gaza Jewish again.
No, let them not. This is what they're worried about. The whole
You're gonna get the story straight between yourself first, because
we don't have a story. We're just free.
We're working on it. We're improvising. It's improv.
This is all new stuff, man. Nobody expected Syria to fall. You
expected Syria to fall. People expected it 10 years ago.
Hey, you knew more than me. I didn't know. I wasn't looking at that. I was looking at
2011, Syria, the only reason he was still in power was because of Russian air coverage and Iranian money and forces via Hezbollah and other. Like he was almost gone. Like in 2011, the opposition, they got into like outskirts of Damascus. He was ready to pack up and leave, and the last minute, like Iranians sort of, I shouldn't say Iranians, Islamic Republic kind of kept him. And they were like, no, you can stay, we'll help you, we'll send you people, we'll send them money. And they did. And they
but did you expect it like a couple of months ago?
I'll be honest, I didn't expect them to fold and fall apart so quickly, but that's how dictatorships fall, you know? Like when they just it's kind of like a domino effect. I thought he was gonna go. Because I could see that the Russians were busy, Iranians didn't have as much resources to give him, and he was trying to like make deals with Turkey, and it kind of didn't look like it was gonna work out for him. But I didn't think it was gonna happen so quickly. But I did think that he was gonna go.
Do you think that Russia has now experienced their quote unquote Afghanistan involvement, in which they withdrew
Ukraine, you mean, or?
Well, I mean, I'm talking about vis-a-vis Syria, how they fled, how they ran away from Syria.
They just didn't have the resources to do much in Syria at that point. I think they're busy in Ukraine, and they're fucking getting real North Korea, you know?
Syria's kind of up for grabs now, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I think Syria might struggle to stay as a country. I think it's probably going to be kind of similar to like Somalia, a failed state for a little while.
It's not a country. It's not a country. It's a conglomerate.
It's an artificial country. Fair enough, but I just don't know who's gonna rule what and for how long. You know, it's kind of like.
Well, look, don't y'all think this is very complex? Because look, when Hamas pulled this bullshit off, set this recent shit off, I was like, man, this has to tie back to Russia in a way. Russia is tied in with Iran. It worked out beneficial for Putin in the long run because the conflict in Gaza took away from Biden's or the Democrats' movement, political, power or promotion. Like it was a bad look for Biden in a sense. So I felt like that shit had everything to do with Ukraine and Russia. To be a distraction.
What had a big impact on Biden? Syria did?
No, the Hamas attack on Israel that led to this conflict.
For sure. Do you know what
Do you understand that? It sounds crazy, but
I mean, you know what really started all of it was Afghanistan.
Yeah, but I'm talking about recently. We can go start digging in and get deep. Yeah.
I mean, it's not that long ago that.
Are you talking about the pullout?
Watched the Afghanistan pullout, yes.
I thought that was crazy because Trump is the one that initiated, but Biden didn't have to fucking follow through. So I do agree with you on that.
Well, I mean, Trump initiated it, but he also had a lot of conditions in there. Like, for example, if he saw the Taliban coming in hot on his heels taking over Afghanistan, I don't think he would have left. Number two, I don't think Trump's plan was to evacuate to have the military leave first.
But just fucking leave,
right? Just leave first. Until our allies.
That shit was fucking insane.
Well, Trump did make the deals. They met with Taliban in Qatar, and the Afghan government wasn't even in those meetings.
Biden could have fucking hold up. Let's fucking do this right. Biden just let it go and fucking 2 months into Biden's administration. I would have been like, man, let's look at
fuck was going on, but CIA had a report that had predicted the Afghan government would fall within 2 months after US leaves. It happened in less than 2 weeks. Like they
Yes, sir. It happened even faster.
Yeah, they folded so quickly that I think everyone was caught by surprise. Everyone, like no one thought.
I don't think everyone caught by surprise. Bro, I would have thought that. I don't have no CIA.
Yeah, Danny, the surprise was that Biden did not have a plan how to handle that, right? And then when he saw it happening, he didn't change tactics. You know, because it wasn't just out of nowhere that they didn't see this happening from the outskirts moving in. It was literally during the withdrawal, they saw them closing in, and then Biden instructed our military to do nothing but continue to leave, in which they should have stayed and held their ground.
Yes, sir, bro. I agree.
I don't know. If Afghan army is not fighting, Afghan army is kind of similar to Syria. Like if they're not fighting and folding, do you think? Because at that point, U.S. had a lot less forces there. They're already kind of pulling back and reducing the numbers. And if Afghan army wasn't fighting and folding so quickly, do you think? Biden had to put more troops back into Afghanistan to fight for these people that weren't gonna fight for themselves or folding anyway? I don't know.
I think he should have delayed the pullout and analyzed it better.
That was a shitty lose-lose war from the very beginning.
He just
had to leave.
It really wasn't.
Man, hold on a minute.
It wasn't a lose-lose.
We already won the war. We literally already
never won the war.
We won the war.
They took over the big cities, but Taliban really never went away. They were always around. They were always in small villages. It was always they never won that war. Because it was not a winnable war. It was not.
This shit started a long time ago, right?
Yeah, we won the war.
We utilized Taliban to defeat Russia, right? We empowered them. We trained them. But then after
they empowered,
we abandoned us.
The people they empowered were not exactly Taliban. The Taliban came from a branch of those people because the people they empowered were actually, a lot of them were not even Afghans. They were Arabs and Pakistanis and a lot of Saudis, Osama bin Laden. It was a lot of the Pakistan's help and Saudis' money, and these people went and trained them to fight the Soviets, and then they kind of left them on their own, and the Taliban.
Well, brother, this is the nature of the United States. We go fucking do shit, we break shit down, and then we fucking abandon it.
Exactly.
It's really easy to tear a building. You build the shit back up.
You don't leave. Do you remember post-October 7, Biden came to Israel, and he said to Bibi Netanyahu in the days following, he says, listen, don't make the same mistakes we made. But the media never published what mistakes was Biden referring to. And my opinion is that our mistake is that we leave. All right? Because where do we not leave? I mean, we blew the shit out of Japan.
Thank you.
Okay? And we still, in 2025, have full military bases there. All right? We never left.
Jeremy, that's Japan. Afghanistan is not Japan, man. Japan was an industrial nation before.
With Bagram Air Force Base there, we were a force to be reckoned with, keeping the peace. And those that lived in the cities surrounding that, okay, even if you said that we don't control the whole country, but we control parts of it, then, okay, those women.
They control the centers of population. Yes, the important cities they control.
That's right. So in these areas, we were providing a good civilization with good education, with the ability to be prosperous. Okay.
What we're not talking about. This is one of the weaknesses of a democratic structure, is that when one administration comes in with completely different philosophy, we don't follow through on the previous administration's efforts. We see this. We
consistent, powerful.
Yeah.
What?
You don't understand what I'm saying? Like, one administration comes in, they have an agenda. The next administration comes in, and fucking completely destroys it. Goes against it.
We do have a balance. We do have a balance in the U.S. between the Congress and the Senate, and the judicial, the legislative and executive branches. So, I understand there's certain things that'll flow with the executive branch as politics come in and out, and not to mention majorities of each of the houses of government. That being said, though, we can only do what we can do. We're not a perfect people either. All right, is that fair to say we're not perfect? We are trying to.
Exactly. I'm just pointing out to be that's one of our weaknesses, right?
It's not a weakness. It's not a weakness.
That
is a strength.
It's a weakness.
That is a strength.
No, not necessarily.
How is changing of policies and the freedom to be flexible and try new things, how is that a weakness?
So there's a difference between flexible and completely annihilating the previous administration's efforts. Like, to where we're fucking over each other within ourselves. To where that flexibility you're talking about is not around.
Well, let's talk about
For policies to even become a thing, it starts with the people. It starts with the people lobbying on what is best for our communities. So how is it against us when we're the ones making everything?
Are you kidding me?
No.
You're saying that
Hey, hold on.
I can't hear anything.
Can you hear me? I'm just wondering when you say our communities, what are you referring
I'm talking about America.
Okay, America. So, for example, since I want to kind of keep this tight to the title, like in days after October 7th, Joe Biden said we will not allow any displacement of Gazans, and he really held Israel at the throat, essentially, and said we're not going to allow you to displace anybody in Gaza. Okay, even though it's a hostile population which has attacked you, the governing body of Gaza, Hamas, is a terrorist organization. But Joe Biden, the president of the United States, in the days after October 7th, the greatest massacre upon Israel upon Jews since World War II, had said, we're not going to allow you to displace any of these people. And now, Donald Trump today.
I remember him saying he's standing with Israel, like, to be honest. Like,
he also
said that about months later.
Isn't it? Sorry, there's only so much how they can give Israel. I'm just sorry. Didn't Biden approve of what? 80-something billion for you guys? Isn't that enough? We only have one president, not 7. You guys have to. We can only do so much to make you guys happy.
Hey, Pop, let me just make my point. That Joe Biden said they won't allow any displacement of the Gaza people. And now today, Donald Trump said that the way to move forward is to move the Gazan population to Egypt and to Jordan. Okay? So we can go clean out all the terrorists. Okay, this is very different. Now, I'm sorry didn't really hear what you were saying because you were talking over me when I was trying to get that point out. But since we have a shift in administrations, and we now have a shift in policy and ideas of saying that, yes, we can displace these people because guess what? They started a war with Israel. And now that we have crushed that city in this area, which is not fit for human inhabitants anymore, that Egypt and Jordan should absorb these populations is a shift in policy from administration to administration.
Look, the truth is that's what's going to happen. That's it.
It's a humane thing to do, isn't it?
Like, that's what's going to happen. But you can never get rid of that resentment.
Well, that's why the people have to leave. If we can't get rid of the resentment, if they can't come to a point of surrender to want to live in peace as a neighbor of Israel, then they've got to go.
Go where?
How does that happen?
Go where?
Well, I mean, for starters, Egypt and Jordan, which are the neighbors of Israel.
You can't just do that. That is genocide.
Take him in.
That is literally genocide.
On paper,
in
it's
the
a great
nicest way
idea, but
possible.
Egypt's not going to take him in, and then U.S. can't force Egypt to take him in.
So today also, Colombia was receiving a military transport of illegal immigrant criminals. Okay, and Colombia.
What was the size? Like a couple of hundred?
Oh, okay. Let's just.
It was just fucking 2 million people, dude. That's a fucking.
I have a question here.
We have to, before we ask questions and move on, I just want to say something clear. That these couple of airplanes, okay, and I know it's not 1.5 million or whatever it is that they're talking about with Gaza. They were sent to Colombia to deliver their criminal, illegal immigrants back to them. And they wanted to decline them. And the President of the United States, Donald Trump, said, okay, fine. Well, we're going to initiate an emergency 50% tariff on everything that comes from Colombia, amongst a bunch of other.
25%.
It was 25, but then after 1 week or after 1 month, it moves to 50. It was some very, very harsh sanctions on tariffs and sanctions, like direct sanctions on individuals. Egypt and Jordan are only independent nation states because of the security provided by the United States and by Israel. Without the United States and Israel, both Egypt and Jordan fall to the Islamist, terrorist, jihadists.
That's not really true.
It is.
Totally not true.
Jordan, maybe. Egypt, no. Egypt, no.
Egypt and Jordan both would be taken away from their leadership, and those dictatorships or monarchy, depending how you want to look at it, would be finished, done, goodbye, adios.
Well, the Muslims are
I think that's
essentially supported by the United States. And go ahead.
Well, why is that?
I feel like Egypt is very balanced. Like, yes, they do accept Western help, but they are not like.
They're not a client state.
They don't need the fucking West to hold them down.
I don't think so.
They'll just turn to Russia, they'll turn to other people like they did before the peace deal that they had. They're using Russia and the Eastern blocs to get their things done. Egypt is not a client state. Egypt is large enough and has enough statehood that it'll survive if they don't get U.S. aid, but it's much better if they do get U.S. aid because they'll have a much better relationship with Israel. They probably be much closer ally to the West, and they'll be more moderate. But they're not gonna like. Jordan, yes, I agree with you with Jordan. Jordan is kind of like a client state, but Egypt isn't.
Well, I have to disagree with you about that, just so you know. Egypt without the United States would be sunk. And
Okay, let the United States save their money, and as we did before, we are going to have the weapons from different countries, just like we did with France. We take the Rafale, just like we did with Russia. We take weapons from them, just like the the military ships we took from Germany. So let the United States save their money, simply.
yeah, you realize, Mastery, that you're number 3 in line of U.S. foreign aid, right? That's right behind Israel.
Adrian, why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? No, hold on, Mastery, hold on.
For Israel.
But yeah, exactly. Why do you think that is? Why do you think Egypt gets so much help from U.S.? What is it that makes it important?
It's kind of been great with the U.S., Israel, and Egypt. And guess what, Mastery? Without Israel, you have no deal.
Well, Israel without the United States is nothing.
Yeah, but Israel's got you in the United States. Israel's not housing jihadists like Egypt is. Israel,
When did we house the jihadis exactly?
Israel doesn't have a problem in the Sinai with ISIS like Egypt does.
And Sinai, of course, we are fighting the terrorists there. We had it, that's really fact, which is supported intelligently by Israel and the United States.
I'd argue that Israel needs Egypt more as an ally than the other way around.
That's a fact that Yirmiyahu doesn't want to see.
The U.S. needs to stop funding Israel. That's just my opinion.
Well, that's like the United States is not being racist. You know, that's not gonna happen.
I have no idea where you got that from, but whatever, stop funding Israel.
I actually gotta go and take care, guys. Thanks for the room, Jimmy. I gotta go.
It's good to chat. Next time.
Always.
Do you guys realize that many Israelis, including myself here, actually believe that this U.S. Foreign aid for Israel is also not a good idea?
I support that.
Do you know why? Because the benefits in which Israel provides back to the United States is unmatched by any other nation, and that it's a cooperative defense agreement, and that this should be reframed and recalled a different name. Oh my gosh, God's lawyer is here. Oh my, hey buddy, come on up. This is my lawyer, so I'm going to just defer any legal questions to the lawyer in the house. But ultimately, foreign aid provided to Israel vis-a-vis the United States should be looked at in a different name. This should be a cooperative defense agreement in which it is a symbiotic relationship where Israel provides back to the United States uncountable, right? You literally cannot count the value of the intelligence in which the U.S. provides back to the United States. And unlike the defense agreements...
The U.S. provides back to the United States?
He meant Israel.
I'm sorry if I misspoke. I'm very dissimilar to the fact of what we spend in keeping bases in Japan and Germany, amongst other many European and international states. It costs the American people zero to have Israel. And in fact, the value back provided from Israel overshadows anything that comes in the form of coupons in which Israel has the ability to purchase at a discount weapons from the United States. So it's really a mistake to look at it as foreign aid. You know, when you look at Egypt, though, on the other end of the scale, right, on the other end of the spectrum, rather, they're not providing anything back to the United States. It's strictly a welfare project to Egypt and Jordan, not to mention many other states. But that's my point about that. I wanted to say, hey, what's up to my attorney real quick. I'm going to go on mute. Hey, how you doing?
What's up, my man? How are you?
Got 4 more of our hostages back today. It's a good news.
Yeah, great news. I was just in a Palestinian room.
Crying or I'm really interested because on one half of it, you see them parading through the streets of Gaza in their shiny, fresh, pressed, brand new uniforms that they've never worn a day after a war of 15, 16 months at this point, and calling that they've had a genocide and a famine, and they look all fat and plump and freshly pressed. It's a little weird. I'm not sure if they're crying or celebrating.
You know, it's funny. One of the prisoners that Hamas wanted, I don't know if you heard, but he refused to go. He said, I would rather stay in an Israeli prison than go back there. I mean, I don't know about the details why, but it's made some headline news that, this is a Palestinian, so-called, Palestinian that Hamas wanted out, and he's like, no, I realized that this is not, it's stupid. I just rather just stay in an Israeli prison, because life is better in an Israeli prison than actually going back to, be under Hamas. It's crazy.
That's nuts. Can you imagine, being in an Israeli prison, literally getting the ability to go to school to become an attorney, for example.
That's nuts. And I'm in this other room going at it with them, and these guys just no knowledge on history, nothing. I try to explain to him that, when he calls himself a Palestinian, he's calling himself after what, a Roman Emperor Adrian named him. And I'm like, if you want to call yourself that, call yourself that. But I mean, that term comes from what we were called as a way to mock us from the Romans. But they don't buy it or believe any of that. So it's just crazy, man.
I'm glad you brought that up because, really, this animosity really started with Western Christianity efforts, right? To me, that built up this beef with Islam. It never was with Judea and Islam. It was Western Christianity and Islam. And it was never about the religion itself. It was about the organizations that assume these said religions insincerely to have power and control, which started hundreds and hundreds of years ago.
Well, the truth of the matter is, again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful when I say this, but this Palestinian thought, or what do you want to label it as, identity is completely false. It's just made up. I was asking them in the room, please just give me your history. Give me a king, give me something so I can, I'm willing to look it up to see that it exists. But there is none. And the reason there is none is because there is no existence of it. And the truth is that the term just comes from our enemies who just wanted to bother us. So I kept telling them, look, if that's what you want to call yourself, because the Romans knew that we would fight with the Philistines all the time, so they thought it was funny to, when they subjugated us, to just change Judea into Syria Palestina.
Yeah, making up fucking names and shit.
Yeah. So I'm like, if you want to go by that, then that's up to you. But to sit here and say that you have a history, and I'm like, okay, so I was sitting here, I'm willing to listen. Give me the name of the king. Give me something that I can go off of. Nothing there, man. And then obviously they're gonna get all angry and it's just ridiculous. Again, man, the term Palestine is not mentioned once in the Quran. You would think that Palestine would be mentioned in the Quran, and it's such a big significance to them, to these Muslims. It's not. But Israel is mentioned in the Quran many times. Many times.
People in the book, the Quran was talking about it. But look, brother, let's say you're correct with that. But the truth is those people live there. They are there for I don't know how much amount of time, whether they want to call themselves Palestinians or not. They are from that area. They have been there for a decent amount of time. Right?
Yeah, I don't disagree there. Of course, when the Jews were scattered to the four corners of the earth, some stayed, some didn't stay, most of them left. Yes, people came and occupied that region after that. That's not that just happens. And I don't have any problem saying that. But to say that, well, we were there first and you took it over, that's just not the truth. And to me, that's going to be their argument. But the answer is, that it's God who decides who the land belongs to at the end of the day. If Allah says in the Quran, in the 5th chapter of the surah, that this land was ordained for the Israelites, and that means it's ordained to the Israelites. We don't decide. This little plot of land is decided by who God wants to give it to. So who's there first, who's not there first, the fact that other people dwelled there in the meantime, whatever it is, I respect that. That's fine. And they can be there if they want to be there. But to come and say that it's theirs and we should be out, that is where the problem lies. Because, if you want to look at your biblical sources, if you want to look at the books that you believe are divine, they say that land doesn't even belong to you. So at some point, you got to come with some common sense here. Which one is it?
that's where I try and get out of these. They don't. Obviously.
But ultimately, the real truth is the motherfucker with the biggest dick owns the land. If I come through and whoop your ass and take it from you, it is what it is. Because that's what Israel did. Israel came from Egypt, according to what we know in the Bible, beat everybody's ass and took over the shit.
And Danny, just even though we've given of our dicks upon our breasts, upon our Britney lock, we still have the biggest dicks in the land. And
Danny, I just want to correct you though on the statement you made. We didn't go through everyone and just beat the shit out of them. We respectfully asked for walkway. I mean, this is all in the book of
True. When they denied it, you beat their ass.
Yeah, and then there were some that said, "Screw you." We're gonna beat the shit out of you if you want to go through here. So I mean, if we're trying to get somewhere, respectfully, we say, well, whatever you need to get this passage through, let's be friends, let's work it out. But okay, no, you're gonna come here. You know what? No, you need to think about it. We're gonna come and kill you. Yes, we're gonna fight back and do what we have to do. But that again, the point that I think that I'm trying to make is, the claim isn't, who was there first or not first. If they want to say Palestinians were there first, if they want to say Jews were there first, there were people there. That's not the claim. There's a reason the Torah starts with Bereshit, Genesis, and in Genesis, the narrative story there. I mean, I don't know if you go by this, Muslims may reject it, even though they have their own, Genesis type of story. The whole purpose of that story there is to make everyone understand that God owns the land because he created it. So if God is the one who created it and he owns it, only God can decide who this area belongs to. Now, it's not that God gave this area to us because he liked us more. That's not the case, because he promised all the rest of the lands of the earth to the entire world and all other human beings. He just gave this little plot to this nation, and that was the covenant there. So who's there first, not first, it's irrelevant to the point that if you believe in a creator and you follow the Quran, you follow the Torah, and the creator tells you that I created the land, so that means by default, if he's the owner of it, it's his. He can decide only who it belongs to. And it's not that he only gave that land to he gave the rest of the land of the world to everyone else, which is a lot more. We got less, trust me. The Jews got less. The point that I'm trying to make is it's never, no matter what, any argument way you go, it's never going to stop. It's just never going to stop. It's that we don't want Jews in the land of Israel. That's it. Period. Even though I told them there are 57 Muslim countries, over 8 million square miles. Listen to what I'm telling you. 8 million square miles of Islamic land. You know how much square miles of Jewish land there is? Oh my God, you'd laugh. How can you be so selfish? We just want this little plot. Leave us alone. I mean, you can join us if you want and be here with us. We just want to live in peace. But no, they can't. They can't have that fact that we just have this little plot of land when they have 8 million square miles of land around the world. So 57 Islamic countries. It's just, at some point, it's like, come on, common sense needs to apply. We're human beings. Forget the Jew, the Muslim, Christian narrative, whatever that is now. Just share a little bit.
Can I ask you
common decency?
A couple legal questions about that? So listen, the indigenous claim to land, I think, is really clear through the Torah and even the New Testament and even the Quran really says, right? You've highlighted a few of those points. But Ben Shapiro had an interaction, I think at Yale or I don't know, maybe it was fucking Columbia or Harvard or one of these Ivy League schools, where he went back and forth with someone and he talked about, and hi Hannah, how are you, my dear? Went back and forth and talked about, that the indigenous claim is probably our weakest claim to the land. And when we talk about the San Remo Conference and the Peel Commission and the partition plans and post-World War I and then World War II, fall of the Ottoman Empire, and then the division of the entirety of the Middle East, that Israel, the Jewish people, have won this through conquest at the end of the day and have been recognized by the international community vis-a-vis the League of Nations in 1948. So from a legal standpoint, not only do we have this indigenous claim, but we also have other claims, which goes to the post-World War I and World War II division of the entirety of the Middle East, because nobody's questioning the legitimacy of Iraq or Syria or Lebanon or Jordan or Egypt or Iran, right? All of these countries created in the 1900s. So we're not talking about like ancient history that dates back to the Romans or that goes to even the days of Solomon, and David, to the kingdom of Israel. But we're talking about something much more modern. And I'm just wondering from a legal standpoint, how we can further bolster the claim of Israel in the land in which it sits today.
I think when I was saying earlier, I just feel like, common decency would be my answer to this. When I just said, forget biblical sources now, forget the history. Virtually every single land has been conquered, reclaimed, whatever. Taken over, conquest, you name it. The point I'm trying to make is, what is this? Where is this attitude coming from that Jews have to leave the land? They're not humans, they're subordinate to them. We cannot be there with them.
Can we try on the ethnos claim? Even today is, the Jews shouldn't have, Israel shouldn't be an ethno state. Why would there be a just for the Jews?
Your phone keeps cutting out, I can't hear you.
Sorry, why should Israel just have why should Israel be a state just for the Jews? Why is it an ethno state? An ethno state is not legitimate, is what I heard today from someone.
If it's not legitimate, then why do they want it all for them and not for us? They don't want to share the land. When you take from the river to the sea, you're basically saying, kill the Jews, get them out of here. When you're saying Antifada, you're saying Antifada revolution, you're going to kill the Jews, get them out of here. Their claim isn't that we want to share the land. Have you said that? Have you heard that from them?
I hear.
Last I checked, there's over 2 million what so-called Arab Palestinians in Israel right now, currently. And we are the ones sharing the land. But they don't want us there. Last I checked, the Dome of the Rock is next to the Western Wall. We don't remove that. Yet it hasn't been removed. So the point is, any way you go about it with them, it's just they hate Jews. It's just a way to find. It's not Zionism. It's not. It's just they want to put out the Jews. That's really bottom line what it comes down to. You give them the history doesn't work. You give them biblical story, it doesn't work. We talk about recent 1900s, okay, how about we just share? Let's common decency. Human beings, we should take care of each other. They don't care. They just don't like the Jews. That is it. And Zionism and Israel is a way to filter how much they actually hate us. It's the craziest thing when I think about it. I was just in a room. No matter what I say, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The Jews have to be out. It's wrong. I don't know what more to say, but the only way that I would tackle that with 19th century question that you did, just common decency, man. 19th century, what is it? There's we have all this land in the world. 57 of them claim that they're Islam. They're Islamic territories. They are ruled by Islam.
I was like, my esquire, my attorney here, which it's so strange, to be fair, that they only focus on Israel. They never focus on like, well, you know, whatever. It wasn't.
That's exactly. Yeah, sorry, Walter. That's exactly my point. It is a cover up. It is a filter. It is a cover up. What I'm trying to say is there are so many other things in the world going on with other people taking over people's land and killing people and going all the things. But it's Israel that needs. It's the Jews that need to go out. That's what I'm trying to say. It has nothing to do with who the land belongs to. It has nothing to do with who was there first. It has nothing to do with any of this. It just, we don't like the Jews. And we're using this as a way to basically show that. Because we can't do it in another way because it's more frowned upon. It's just like a cover up is what I'm saying. Because no matter what way you put it.
But brother, like you saying this, but Israel is they are the one with the power that's whipping everybody's ass. So how is Israel getting kicked out? Like,
so here, 1 second. So in all reality, yes, I agree with you. Israel has the power. And thank God for that. Or else we would be annihilated. But look at what Israel's capabilities are. If they wanted to, they can literally go into all the countries in its border and take it over. And I think it'd take less than a week's time to do that. If they wanted to, they have a button that they can press and just drop bombs and just annihilate all our enemies. And they don't do that. That's true power. Yes, I agree. True power. Israel wants it just to dwell securely and just be in peace. You just hear, admitting.
But I feel like what you just said they could do is a work in progress, and they will end up doing it. To be honest with you.
So, what do you think?
So you're being a little bit naive with this shit.
So Tom, what do you think Israel is going to do? Because again, this war could be over in one day. I just explained to you how Israel can annihilate that entire area with its capabilities in one day, but they choose not to do that. They choose not to do that. They're choosing to try and work it out. They're choosing to send their troops who are getting killed to try and find where they're choosing to put pamphlets out, cell phone calls, dropping letters from the sky to warn people. But in reality, they can end it. Really, this is the truth. But they're not.
What do you mean by end it? Like just set a big ass bomb? And what do you mean by that?
Okay, so do you remember when Japan attacked America? What happened?
Yes, you're talking about a nuclear explosion. That's why I asked you that question. Okay, so we don't have radiation. So it's not productive to do that. You really want to get these motherfuckers out there and be able to take over the land without radiation, right?
Israel has other bombs besides nukes that can do a lot of damage. Okay, the areas that we're talking about are not so large. The point that I'm trying to say is, look at what I'm saying right now. Japan attacked the U.S. The U.S. responded with a nuclear bomb. Japan surrendered. It was done. Over. Hamas attacked us on October 7th. I can bring up many more examples before October 2nd. Okay? Israel didn't want this. Israel can for sure end it in a day if it wanted to, but it doesn't. That there just has to show you that we're who we are. They don't, we don't want the death of Palestinians. We embrace life, whether you're a Jew or a non-Jew. We want life. Doesn't matter what color you are, what religion you are, we want life. So, it's ridiculous that they don't realize this. So when they're screaming genocide, yes, Israel is a power. It has that capability, but they're not doing it. They're not. And I promise you, if they wanted to, it could be done very quickly.
It's about choices, I think, is the point. If we had chosen to commit a genocide, we had the ability to do that. And what we need to make sure is that we keep that the way it is, because our enemies, they want to do a genocide against Israel and have attempted it, but they have not had the ability to complete it, which is, I think, very, good. And we need to make sure that that's continues to be the case, and why we cannot allow Iran to ultimately achieve the weaponization of a nuclear weapon. Now, the ability for Israel to conduct a genocide in the couple of maybe 100 or 200 square miles of Gaza, it's very small, I don't know the exact square mileage of it, doesn't take a nuclear bomb. You know, you can literally, go through there and carpet bomb it, as Israel's been accused of. But if we were to have carpet bombed a population of 2.1 million, there would be a lot more than 40,000-ish, 45,000 casualties in that area. So that being said, it's really a big contrast that Israel has the ability to conduct a genocide and chooses not to because of our values, and that our enemies want or desire to commit a genocide against Israel but lack the ability.
Exactly. Imagine if Hamas had the capability that Israel has. Imagine what would happen to the Jews.
It would be a dark day. And even look at, do you think that 400 plus projectiles of ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones was quote unquote targeted on Israel? Or was that blanket, like a carpet bombing sort of a campaign, from on? So this is, one of those things that we really have to kind of balance out on when we think about really the bigger picture here, about what's going to happen moving forward and where are we at today and what led us to this point, what, our paths forward might be. I think it's important for us to really take stock in that. And the title of the room, by the way, about making Gaza great again, Trump specifically today said that the solution is to have the Gazans move to Egypt and Jordan, which makes sense, because then, like in all other major wars that we've seen around this world, they are allowed to flee a war zone and we can fight the enemy. We don't have to worry about the quote-unquote innocent civilians, because we will have given them refuge. And then we can clean out Gaza, and then hopefully we can rebuild it and make Yoshi.
Good morning.
Oh, what's up, Ariel? How are you, my friend? It's been a while.
Bro, I'm chilling.
Good to hear. Hey, did you hear Trump's comments today about Gaza and the Gaza from Trump? Trump made a comment in response to a reporter today and said that he wants Egypt and Jordan to absorb 1.5 million Gazans.
I don't think Egypt and Jordan are willing to do that, because Egypt and Jordan know what's going to happen when they do that. They're going to have civil unrest. Because Palestinians are an anomaly, because in the Arab world, you're either super rich or super poor, and they're middle class. And people are not going to know how to deal with that middle class, with the new school middle class era. There's going to be problems.
That was a knee-jerk reaction when he said to me, to be fair, Ariel, won't do it. They just won't do it. Right? They just won't.
It's not.
I mean, I think it's well done. Right?
Refuse.
By the way, I'm sorry, Hannah. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm sorry. I said Egypt refused for it.
Oh, that's just today, right? Anyway, they've refused in the past, and in fact, shortly after October 7th, they said even one displaced Gazan comes to Egypt, it's a declaration of war against Israel. That being said, we have new leadership in the United States. So all those things are out. Egypt and Jordan caused and or contributed to, if you want to go on the rules of negligence, or like in a car accident, for example, one party is found responsible for it, the other party is considered not at fault, or sometimes they might share fault, so depending how you want to look at it, Egypt and Jordan either completely at fault for the problems that we see in Judea and Samaria and Gaza, or at least at a very, very bare minimum, partially responsible, 50-50 with Israel. That being said, they have to be part of the solution. If they aren't going to be part of the solution, that makes them part of the problem. And since they are number, I believe, 3 and 4 on the list of U.S. foreign aid, and that without Israel's security and the United States backing, both the governments of Egypt and Jordan fall. All right, Jordan is like 70 or 80% quote unquote Palestinian already. That is the second Palestinian state, you know, so that's part of it. Gaza was part of Egypt, and those people living there belong to Egypt. So that being said, with a new leader in the White House in America, and that these two countries are so dependent on both the U.S. and Israel for their existence, I think now is the time to make Gaza great again by taking displaced, really war-torn people that are living in rubble an opportunity to be rehomed back to their indigenous homelands of Jordan and Egypt. I think is a good idea.
Hey, look, I understand what you're saying, but like that's the opportunity for China.
And then major, I don't understand you. You're breaking up. You're in the major.
Can you hear me clearly now?
Not at all. It's terrible, actually. But Ariel, are you still there? Did we lose you, Ariel?
No, I'm still here.
Like, if you think that pressure from the U.S. and from Israel, like, I mean, just think about it for Jordan, for example. If Israel wasn't providing them water, they would be fucked.
Yeah.
Okay, they would be fucked. Okay, the U.S. is with Israel. Period. Okay, Jordan and Egypt are secondary. If Jordan wants to continue to exist with the Hashemite kingdom, okay, with King Husseini, then he should be part of the fucking solution. You know what I mean? And if he's not going to be part of the solution, then we need to play hardball with him that he's an enemy. Okay?
There's a fine balance in that, right?
Fair, there's a balance, but Egypt allowed October 7 to happen. Egypt allowed the smuggling tunnels. Egypt is complicit in October 7, okay, and are about to be taken over by Muslim Brotherhood. Okay, so if they want to be part of the solution, then they should get in line and figure out a way to deal with the Palestinians. Because nobody said shit when, at Black September, when the Jordanian kingdom fucking massacred 30,000 Palestinians. Someone said shit. Okay? Arabs can handle Arabs. The only time anybody has a problem with dead Arabs is if Jewish people are involved. Okay, so let the Arabs handle the Arabs.
Well, brother, I want to ask you earlier, and it might be offensive, but do you think fucking did you think he knew about that attack before it happened? The 7th?
No, absolutely not.
Because it could possibly work for his benefit. Like, that's an excuse for us to fucking just go and fucking annihilate these people.
You know, man.
I think the whole years are 30 minutes. I don't want you to be upset with me. It's just,
Okay, no, it's a conspiracy that was brought up by our enemies because to hide and belittle how disgraceful the acts were. The fact is, Hamas planned for this. The fact is, they chose a date that was a very big holiday for our nation when we're in temple praying. The fact is, they've done this before on dates that are holy for us. Now, did Israel maybe drop the ball a little bit? You could say that, but to assert that our prime minister wanted this or was behind it is just something that I'm not calling you this, I'm just saying anti-Semites do to try and, again, divert from how bad and disgraceful it was. Netanyahu doesn't want to see his people die, okay? That's not who
tried to make deals. Okay, many times you're talking to a nation that has literally given up land back. 20 years ago, the Oslo Accords, where we gave up the Sinai. Where we gave up the West Bank. And it was a big area for us because that has to do with protection for our people. Knowingly, we gave up for peace. We gave up this area so we thought we can have some peace, and we knew giving this area up can be dangerous for us because it's a buffer zone that can protect our people. But you know what? We said for peace, if they're willing to not fight us anymore, we'll do it.
Well, the only reason I allowed myself to entertain that thought was because it didn't make sense for motherfucker, you know you're gonna get destroyed if you do that. So why the fuck did you do that on the 7th?
Because they don't do it. And the main reason why they chose that date, and this is from the Know Thy Enemy report from Mormon and Sarah Adams, is because that was the day that the United States government in the war on terror, which started in 2001, that was one of the days that there was heavy bombings within Afghanistan that came directly from the Bush administration. So this was supposed to be the get back for the international Islam movement, which is why they chose that day. And also when people say, oh, you guys knew about what was going to happen, you still let it happen. Psychologically, that's because we Jews, we represent God to a lot of people. So people think that our secular government is an embodiment, and this sounds super far-fetched, but this is the truth. People think that our secular government is an embodiment of God's law or God's will. So people look at people like Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Gvir almost like these demigods. So everybody said, oh, Israel is perfect. Israel can never be harmed. Israel does no wrong. And we've never said that. So when something like October 7th happens, they literally catch us with our pants down. That's when people bring about the question of the notion of, oh, you all either did this to yourself or you let it happen. I mean, a lot of people, have the same argument when it comes to a lot of people have that argument. I'm not saying that she said this, I'm saying spark thought process. A lot of people have this thought process also when it comes to the Shoah, which is why they say, oh, they were Jews that were part of the Reich. And we're like, for real? And that's because there's this overarching theme of anything bad that happens to you, it's because you allowed that.
I want to bring up prior to us getting these hostages, in the last day or so, the deal prior to that, just so it maybe can give an idea on who we are versus who they are. And when I say they, I'm not saying every single Palestinian, I'm saying Hamas and the ones that sympathize with them. We, in the hostage deals prior to this one, wanted a baby back by the name of Kafir Bibas. We're talking about a baby, 1-year-old baby, okay, who was taken on October 7th. Listen to what I'm saying, you again. He's a redhead Jewish baby that was taken on October 7th. We exchanged him for this man named Mohammed Abu Arda, who's responsible for the 1996 Kiryat Menachem bombing, who killed 44 people. Look at what we're giving back to just get a baby. That's just one. I mean, if you want me to continue going, a young boy, 6-year-old, I believe Ariel has the same name as you, Ariel Bibas. We exchanged him for a man named Nassim Zatari, who led the 2003 bus bombing in Jerusalem, murdering 23 Jews, 7 who were children. So to say that Israel here is invincible, I mean, we're clearly not. We do drop the ball sometimes, but look at what's going on here. The world, it seems to be blind. a man named Shlomo Mazur were exchanging that's an elderly man. I think he's like 70 years old. We're trying to get him back. We exchanged a man, an Israeli prisoner by the name of Zakaria Beatty, who murdered 6 Jews and injured, I think, 20 during a terrorist attack. We're talking about innocent civilians that we're trying to just get back, and we're giving criminals who have murdered people to get to get just some Jews back here. It's ridiculous. I can't hear you. What? I can't. Your voice is low. I can't. United States. I heard you say United States just did that, and I can't hear.
For a female basketball player with Russia.
Okay. So now, what is your point by saying that?
Well, I'm saying like people do that.
No, I have no. Listen, look. I have no problem. The point that I'm trying to make by bringing up this example is that we're trying to bring back just normal, ordinary, innocent civilians, a 1-year-old baby back into our land or our territory, and we're giving up a guy who's murdered, 30 of our people just for being Jews. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Now, when I'm bringing up this point, I'm trying to say that it's a bit ridiculous. When you say people do that, people do that. Yes, we have to do that in order to save our 1-year-old baby. Yes, we have to give up a man who legit bombed a ton of Jews in order to get back a 1-year-old baby. That's how much we appreciate life. And it sucks because I feel bad for the family of the countless Jews that lost their loved ones in these bombings, who don't want this man to be free and want him to be in prison forever. But we value life so much that we accept it, and we do what we need to get our people back.
I think it's very odd how a majority of Americans are so concerned about what's happening over here, but it results in what's happening over here. There's not really that much outcry about the radicalization of just like regular Americans. Because I've heard on this app several times people saying how much they support Hamas, how Hamas is such a good thing. And a lot of them aren't even entertaining, now I wouldn't say entertaining the notion, but paying attention to the rhythms of the patterns. One of those patterns being radicalization of regular average Americans who support terror.
What's wrong with supporting Hamas?
I beg your pardon?
What's wrong with supporting Hamas?
Well, number one, Hamas is anti-American. Hamas is anti-West. And anybody who's not Hamas is a target for them. I mean, so unless, you decide that you would like to become a Muslim, and when I say Muslim, I don't mean just a regular Muslim. I mean Hamas's definition of what Muslim is, and that you're ready to pick up a gun, you got a target on your back.
One thing, I'm trying to cut you off, but I didn't have to respond. Is Alan, did you mean that as a literal question, or was that like?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll make it easy for you. I'll make it easy.
Hold on one second. I just want to land the point here, because we also see this radicalization happening with African Americans specifically, and we've seen it develop over the year. We've all been seen, because I'm in Israel, I'm not America. We've all seen at these pro-Palestinian rallies all of the copies of Mein Kampf that are being waved around with Nazi salutes. And then people are going to say, oh, Elon Musk went on stage and did a Nazi salute. I'm like, bro, you can tell there's not, because we've been seeing for like the past years to change from regular, everyday people. And shit is just wild. And I think that people are not paying attention to that on purpose, because they ignorantly enjoy what's happening in this region. But it's all fun and games until it starts to come to America. I mean, it's already there, but it's just really weird to me.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think Hamas is there for their people, and their people appreciate that.
Okay, so here, Hamas, I'll hear. I want to respond to you.
Okay. Well, you been
Because
talking for the whole
it seems. It seems. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful when I say this, so take it the wrong way. It's that you're a little bit uneducated on who Hamas is and what Hamas stands for. So this is why I said, let me intercede here. All you got to do is pull up their charter and read it, and then tell me if you want to support that. If you do, then that's up to you. If you believe that all of us should be, all the Jews should be killed, because that's what it verbatim says in their charter. You pull it up.
It does not say that.
So
man. Yeah, watch the address from.
I'm telling
you, it does.
Okay, so there's an Arab up here.
When you watch the address from Abu Obadiah, he literally talks about how all of the Jews not need to be, but will be eradicated. And the leader of Islamic Jihad and Lions Den, they both came out with videos that support the sentiment that Hamas is saying that all the Jews need to be destroyed. Everybody's in agreement with that. We're just trying to figure out how they're going to kill us.
Ariel, I don't mean to cut you off, but I have to really educate this guy because we just had an Arab. We had an Arab up here who literally said, "I'm an Arab," and I know that Hamas says that in their charter, which is so. Can you name me any Hamas official? Any?
Yeah.
Okay, so give me one.
I can name plenty Hamas officials.
Okay, just name me one. Okay, so the fact that you could
award the main one. If you want to name the ones you guys killed, or you want me to name the ones that's current?
No, I just want you to name an official.
Yahya Sinwar.
Okay. Can you please tell me what Yahya Sinwar has preached about? Because you know him so well.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, he actually went.
What would Yahya Sinwar do with all the briefcases of billions that he got? What do you do with that?
Oh, from Netanyahu? Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it came from all around the world.
Yeah, because Israel was funding Hamas. Yeah, I got you. I understand.
No, because everyone wanted, you understand the financial system. In order for money to come in to humanitarian aid from around the world, Netanyahu has to approve it. So if Saudi wants to send them money, if Qatar wants to send them money, if any humanitarian aid around the world wants to send Gaza money, it's got to go through the okay through Israel. And Netanyahu did all that so he could, just kind of, hey, I'll give them their money. They won't do anything tomorrow.
So Rabbi, you know
It's funny to me. One second, I have to disagree.
You guys don't obviously want to act.
It's very clear. No, but it's very clear to me that you don't know officials of Hamas because all you're doing is bringing up literally the head official Yahya Sinwar. Like if someone who knew Hamas would bring up Ismail Haniyeh, would bring up Ahmad al-Rajab, will bring up Saleh.
You don't even
forgot al-Rui, I believe. Like these guys. No, I did because they have crazy pronunciation.
Hey, Alan, you want to know why?
I don't care to hear from you, dude. Actually, at all.
Okay, bro. No problem, bro.
Go ahead.
One second. Rabbi, I appreciate you 100%. So don't take me just speaking right now disrespect.
No. I'm just here to stage. No problem. I'm not going to be a Hamas guy.
I want to think when I have someone like Hamas officials, like I'm not talking about like the main head that everybody knows that it's kind of like strange to me that
you didn't even know the name yourself, dude.
No, my man, I'm giving you names off the top of my head these are officials who openly have said that we pray for the annihilation of the Jews.
I got you. You mean like Ben Gvir or
I'm sorry.
Or you want to start naming Israeli politicians that say
everybody was a Jew.
Okay, let's talk about the bullshit from Khan Yunis, okay? Tell us about it.
Guys, why do you guys have this such hypocrisy? I don't get it. So when you guys do it,
You made my point. You're just talking for your
look at me.
I want to hear the hypocrisy. I want to hear the hypocrisy. Go ahead.
Come on, man. Come on.
Look at the black guy. How
Come with the argument, man. That's what I'm saying. Come with the argument. That's it.
How comfortable is it being under the nuts of a white man? How comfortable is it?
I mean, no, wait.
It's real comfortable, Ravi.
Al.
That's on the white man and what happened.
You look like you look comfortable under the nuts of a white man. Anyway, go ahead, guys. What were you saying, dude?
And you look like when you take out.
Yeah, Ariel, don't make me get back on the same side. Ariel, I've already embarrassed you on this too many times.
Al, 1 second.
No, I'm saying, were you at the table when Biden had the fried chicken out?
Okay, we got you. We know you don't like black people. We got it. Anyway, go ahead, guys.
Okay, Al, I have a question. Do you believe...
We know you don't like your own people. That's why.
1 second, Robbie, 1 second. I want to know something. Do you believe October 7th was something that should be done?
I don't believe in the deaths of any innocent people. So, look, to answer your question on that, anybody, I don't care who it is, that target innocent civilians, deserve to have justice served to them. Anybody.
So 1 second.
How do you define innocent?
No, wait, you guys, please, let me just...
He's a grown man.
Give me a second. Let me just...
All right, lawyer.
All right, sorry. I'm going to get this because I got to go. I got to go anyway, but this is for the sake of trying to think. So, I agree with you 100% with what you said. Anyone who does that, it should not be done. Nobody should kill anyone else.
Hamas are a rock band.
1 second, please. Unless the context applies. So again, the context of October 7th, it was unprovoked. I mean, we didn't do anything. It was our holiday. It was Simchat Torah. We were just praying. Unfortunately, these people weren't praying. They were partying. It happened to them. Still shouldn't happen to anyone. The reason I brought that up, though, is that, Ghazi Ahmad, who's one of, a big Hamas member, he's vowed to repeat it over and over and over again until Israel is annihilated. I mean, so do you agree with that Hamas official? Do you agree with Ghazi Ahmad that says that we will do October 7th over and over again? So let me make this more detailed. We will kill babies, kill women, rape, stick them in microwaves, ovens, until Israel is annihilated. Do you agree with that?
Okay, so first off, what's interesting, right?
I'll just answer if you agree with it.
Is this entire dialogue going to be a yes or no? Because I don't want to see...
No. I just want to know who you are as a person. Do you agree?
I'm going to disagree with killing innocent people.
Okay.
You want me to... Okay, I got you. If some man, I already know what you're talking about because I actually read the actual statement. You didn't say what you just said. But here's what I would say.
So what did you say about it?
I got you. Let me answer the question. I got you. Here's what I would say. I do not agree with him in terms of committing October 7th anytime, not even one time. So I don't agree with the man. Is that fair enough for you guys, Lloyd?
Perfect.
I
would hope because, again, as a Jew and a Zionist up here, I would say that I would never want anyone, Palestinian, I'm sure what you are.
Right. Now, okay, now, is that what else? You said you want to know who you're dealing with now. Is there any other moral question you want to ask?
So yeah, you mentioned how nobody innocent should die, right? Like nobody innocent should die, innocent civilians should die. So I'm assuming that you're pointing a little bit to what is going on with Israel going and doing what they need to do, right?
I was actually only referring to October 7th when I said that, but we can definitely go there because Israel absolutely has done far worse than Hamas has ever done.
Okay.
Hey, I just got a quick question. I want to occupy the stage.
Oh, gosh. You're a cuck, man. Why do you care about the questions of a cuck, man?
Real quick, I'm trying to educate you a little bit.
Gosh.
I'm trying Al.
He's a real Jew that can have a conversation. You're just a cuck. I don't care about your opinion.
I'm not even Jewish, Al.
Let's remain respectful.
What does that have to do with you being a cuck? You're a cuck.
I'm not a cuck.
You are.
I got a question.
Dude,
I know
fuck Jews, fuck Israel thing is popular, right? But have you tried Bisri or Bongo before? Have you ever tried Soup Ganiot? Have you ever tried these things? You wouldn't hate the Jews so. You wouldn't hate the Jews so much. I'm telling you. I thought I hated them too. Then I tried their food.
You're going what? The fact that he's using his cell phone that was created by a Jew. If he gets into his car every day, that was created by a Jew.
You gotta put him on the cell phone now.
Forget the Sufraniot stuff. Like everything in his everyday life that he uses, and I don't even know if he's aware of it.
And we're not even going to talk about promotion technology into the move.
Like if he's texting people created by a Jew, if he's going on his computer, all the technology in your computer.
You actually need to credit a black woman.
No.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Always credit our black Americans. We have credit black women. We always credit our black Americans.
Hey, I don't want to divert. From the topic.
You erase the inventions and stuff of black people like you just did.
Why remind Hamas? Additionally, Hamas is a real question. We're wasting time.
Why did you just do that?
Okay, so Al, 1 second.
No, because you
I don't want to divert. I'm not. All this is public knowledge. If you don't believe me,
who goes Shirley Ann Jackson?
And what did Shirley Ann Jackson do?
I'm willing to listen. Who goes Shirley Ann?
I'm willing to listen to you. Tell me, what did Shirley Ann Jackson do? I mentioned.
Yeah, so he's responsible for the solar cells, fiber optic cables, touch tone telephone, all of that stuff is even responsible goes into every single phone that you've ever used.
Okay.
No cell phone.
So 1 second. Wait. Let's backtrack a bit. So she's responsible.
I just told you. Google her name, Shirley Ann Jackson.
Okay. For cell phones to work.
Bruh, are you have hard comprehension?
I'm listening to you. Is that what you said?
You're not listening. I'll tell you again. So she is literally responsible for portable fax, touch-tone telephones, solar cells, and fiber optic cables, caller ID, all of that. Shirley Ann Jackson did.
Yes. So she's responsible for enhancing technology that was created by Martin Cooper, who was a Jew.
I know who Martin Cooper is. So first of all, this is the funny thing about what you guys do, right? You literally just erase the inventions of black people. Just so you can do your imaginary thing.
No. If she did that, then that's great. But the point is, if you're telling me that she made added additions to technology that our nation has created.
Do you know why they credited Mark? Why did they even credit him of being the first person to invent it? Well, why did they credit him that?
Okay, we got these 6 rappers in the man sushi stuff.
No, he's a grown man. Let the man talk himself.
It's irrelevant. First of all, it's not debated that Martin Cooper invented the cell phone. Okay.
Did you even hear what my question was, guys?
Yeah. Yes, I did hear it. So now let me answer. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I was just joking around to respond to what Robbie said. I don't want to get diverted from the topic. I want to go back to you saying that Israel is killing innocent people, right? You made that statement. Correct?
They've killed a lot of innocent people.
Okay, perfect. And it's not I just want to go and I want to finish with this.
It's called war, Al.
Yeah, okay, it's war. So now, I want to ask something. Al, do you have a family? Al, do you have a wife and kids?
I do. Yeah.
Okay, if someone came and kidnapped your child and raped your wife, what are you going to do? And let's say, okay, so wait, let me just do this.
I'm going to question. Are you politically correct about it, Al?
1 second, wait. If someone kidnapped your kid, took him to another land, away from your house, okay, and raped your wife, and then killed her, what are you going to do? Your kid is alive, your wife is dead now. What are you going to do? Are you going to sit at home? What are you going to do? I just want to know what your response is to that question. Your child is in another land.
Very, very easy, guys, lawyer. You get the individual that did it. You don't kill the family.
So now explain to me now that a terrorist organization has raped your wife and killed her, and then
Most of the world doesn't even consider Hamas a terrorist.
Oh, that's not true. Let me stop. We're not changing the subject.
No.
I want to hear. I want to hear how you're going to do this, because apparently you have some capabilities that countries don't even have. So your child is being held by an organization. You don't think they're a terrorist organization? Fine. By an organization in another land. They just raped your wife and they killed her, and now you got to go get back your kid. And you said go back. You're just gonna go back and get your kid. Explain to me how you're gonna get back your kid.
Let me ask you a better question.
No. I don't want you to ask me a question. I want you to explain. Because let me tell you something, my man. I have a kid.
I'm trying to ask you.
No, wait. You're not, Al. You're not being honest here. You just said I want to get my kid.
No, hold on, Al. What's your favorite flavor of cookies? Al, what's your favorite flavor of cookies?
All right, hold on. Time out a second. I think it's important that we tackle this one point, because most of the world, quote unquote, most of the world, who the fuck is that when the United States, not to mention the EU and United Kingdom, constitute Hamas as a terrorist organization? Now, who is most of the world that doesn't see Hamas?
I got you. I think you guys aren't even educated on the topic that you guys talked about. So there's like 33 countries consider Hamas a terrorist organization. The rest of them don't. So the vast majority of the countries of the UN don't even consider Hamas. So you don't know that, Jimmy, how?
57 of them are
There's
Muslim
like 33
countries.
that do.
57 of them are Muslim countries. So
No,
many of them
So
that are biased.
It's Muslims?
No, that are biased. I'm not saying all. Actually, many Muslim countries have declared.
So what do you bring that up for? The point is,
The fact is, it doesn't. If one nation.
Hey, give me out. Why don't you know this information?
One second, stop. If you just admitted that there are 33 countries that have classified Hamas as a terrorist organization, but by the way, I want to know something. Is the country that you live in classifying them as a terrorist organization?
Like the United
Yeah, obviously I live in the U.S.
Yeah, okay. So,
You can't tell I'm a black American, dude?
okay, but one second, I don't want to be diverted.
Are you an American now?
Wait, I don't want to be diverted. Al, what would you do I want to know your miraculous powers. It seems like you can perform miracles. So how would you go get your child back that's in a foreign land held by an organization? Please explain.
Are you MAGA, Al? Are you MAGA?
Yo, just
Because I'm MAGA.
Robbie, I want to really know how he can do this, because apparently he has capabilities that, like, some countries.
Right, MAGA, Al.
So here, Al, let me tell you something. I'll make it very clear. I don't give a damn.
Are we brothers as well?
If someone, one second, Robbie, one second. If someone rapes my wife and kidnaps my child, I will turn a world upside fucking down and get my kid back. Listen to what I'm telling you again, my man. I don't give a fuck what I have to do. Excuse my language. I will do it. So when you sit here and say that Israel is, doing things, look, it's unfortunate. Casualties happen during war. But if my baby child was taken by random barbarians, I will fuck shit up. And I don't give a fuck who even comes my way. So get your morals right. Now, go to your child tonight and tell them, hey, by the way, if you get kidnapped, I'm not going to turn a world over to get you back. I'm just going to sit back and let you get kidnapped. I want to see what your child is going to respond back to you. Okay? So stop with the bullshit. Stop with the nonsense. Stop pretending. Okay? Because you and I both know that if someone kidnaps your child, nobody's going to stand in your way. No one innocent is going to stand in your way. You're going to do whatever you can to get your child back. So stop lying to yourself. And that is exactly what Israel is doing. The children of Israel have been kidnapped. They are going to to a foreign land to get their children back. Anyone gets in their way, they will break through buildings to get their children back. If people have to die, then it's unfortunate. We don't want people to die, but it happens. So now you have a choice here. Are you going to admit to that? Or are you going to go to your kid that you say you have, and you're going to look your kid in the eye and say, if you got kidnapped, I'm not going to do shit to get you back. I'm gonna maybe try and negotiate to get you back. But if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. So I want to listen to you.
Easy, I'm not going to kill innocent people, President Hart.
I already know. Who said it?
President Hart, guys, lawyer.
Listen, okay. So explain to me for the 100th time how you're going to get your child back.
Don't be quiet.
So, okay, I'm going to go on mute. Your kid is in a foreign land. Explain to me how you're going to get him back.
And are you MAGA, Al? Please let us know. Yeah, Special Forces unit. You know, there's plenty of military experts that already talked about this. They said the way that they should go about it is doing how they are doing terrorist organizations now, which they use Special Forces units. That's how they go after terrorists most of the time, specifically right now. And so there's plenty of people. Jocko Willink
How did they do it, Al?
I just told you. I don't need to be specific because you don't know.
No, I want to know how.
What did they do?
On for just a quick second. I want to see how that.
Hey, I'm in a great mood. This asshole can't ruin it.
Yeah, I'm gonna
55. I mean, we just crushed today. I'm so excited. So I just want to start with that. It was a beautiful game. But when people talk, Eagles, right? So by the way, Eagles are owned by very pro-Israel owners. Just wanted to.
Yeah, my best friend's nephew's on the Eagles.
Yeah, they love Israel. They do all kinds of pro-Israel stuff. The team loves it, the owners love it, and the city of Philly loves it. So, but I want to ask them, first of all, can this community be defined what a terrorist is?
Hamas, according to Al, Hamas sells cookies in front of grocery stores in Dallas.
Ask Al, the rocket scientist, to define what a terrorist is. See if you can do it.
Why do you guys make such silly questions?
No, it's not a silly question.
I gotta go.
What a human is?
What's a terrorist? Hey, Al, what fucking country do you live in? You got a lot of country that was Al, no,
Hear me out. I gotta go.
I take these dumbass questions right for now.
It's not I'm gonna leave it with you.
From counsel with you, God's lawyer, and ask this idiot if he you got a law. You live in the U.S. You got a law that defines terrorism. Tell me what the law says.
I don't care.
In your country.
So yeah,
Come on, Bozo.
I am in shock. I want to say one thing before I go, and I appreciate you having me up again as always. I am in shock that we have a father and a husband on here that is literally saying what he's saying. I am in shock.
What did I say? Tell me what I said.
You said I am in utter shock. It's like ridiculous to me. Dude, you need to really get your morals and your ethics checked. Again, if you're gonna sit here and tell me that you're not gonna turn the world around once your kid gets kidnapped into another land, then you are messed in the head. Because last I checked, I think any father, anyone, if their children gets kidnapped, nothing is going to stand in their way. They're going to do what they have to get their kid back. So if you're telling me you're not going to do that, then you really need to go to your son and be like, I don't love you. I don't care about you. Because it seems like you're confused.
Oh, okay. So my question.
Anyways, I gotta go. I'll end it with that. I'm going to the audience.
So have a good night. Al, my question to you as an avid American supporter of Hamas is, internationally, what good have they brought the region
domestically to America? Those are my two questions to you.
I don't personally care about Hamas myself, so I don't know why you asked me that question.
But because you said that you support.
You guys love asking questions and then you guys just speak over the person. Like, what's the point of asking me questions?
Okay, because you said that you hold on, Rabbi, hold on, please. Because you said that you support them.
No, I said what's wrong when you ask the question. That's all I said.
No, I understand that, sir. But I was listening to you earlier. You said that you support them. So my question is,
I said what's wrong with it, and then you started crying.
Nobody's crying.
Yeah, you did. You and God's lawyer began crying.
No, man, that's all you said. I'm going to come back on one last time. You said clearly that Israel is killing innocent people.
I did say that, yes.
Okay, so that's the point.
Because I told you earlier, I said, well, if there's nothing wrong with them, then you're overlooking the simple fact that if you do not agree with the way that they're saying that you should be Muslim, if you do not agree that this region of the world should be ran how they said that it should be ran, that means you're an enemy to them. That means that you can't support them.
Harry, you don't know what you're talking about. You're just talking to him. I don't even know why you come on these stages, dude. Why you come on these stages?
Because
no one cares about your opinions.
So,
Ariel, no one cares. Ariel, we don't care.
So actually, what's important, Ariel,
we don't care.
I'm going to put this in the chat. It's how to report in the United States that support Hamas. I'm going to put the FBI form because this dude is like prime for it.
It's not serious. This is an anti-Muslim issue.
He's probably trolling. These white Karens.
Put the ICE form in
These
the
white
chat.
Karens. Oh, I'm going to report.
Thank you so much for that. But see, here's the issue.
What the fuck?
These are the same.
He's trolling.
I don't think he's serious. These are the
I'm going to be a white Karen and report a black man.
Yeah, I am absolutely going to report a person.
Yeah, I know you are.
They're supporting Hamas, which is a terrorist organization. I don't give a shit what color they are.
No, it's not.
Support a terrorist organization. It's against the law. It's a felony. Keep it.
Hamas doesn't give a shit about the Palestinian people. They stole billions. With the amount of money that they received just from Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, alone, just from the Gulf and the Emiratis, they could have built 2 Singapores in about this trip.
Jewish people,
Singapore now, they could have built 2. They could have built 2 Singapores. 2 Singapores. And they built tunnels. They bought homes in Qatar. They funded money in Switzerland and Luxembourg. And they destroyed Palestinian people. They can never win. It's quick to send a young Palestinian soldier into Israel to go and fight, but when he dies, they give his family peanuts and send the money to Qatar. That's not haram. Come on, bro. It's like if you want to get mad at the idea, if you want to get mad at the idea for what they do, then cast some blame on what Hamas does. Because they have all the money.
Okay. I'm still trying to understand why.
Look, pick this up, man. I know you guys want to troll. You guys want to report to the FBI.
I'm not trolling, bro.
I'm asking you direct questions that you're refusing to answer. You say I don't want to answer that question.
I know that you're refusing to answer. We already understand. I'm embarrassed.
Bro, everybody's calling up Hamas officials, Alibaba and his 40 thieves in open fucking diplomatic rooms. I'm sure there's something going on, bro. Oh, he ran away from the facts.
He ran away, guys.
That happens all the time. What do you know? I was going to ask you what flavor Hamas could be.
Guys, I'm really serious. I put the form in the chat. I'll put another one in. You start running into people on this app. I mean, this guy's American, but you run into ones that are foreigners on the app that are Hamas supporters. There is the tip line, and you should use it. That's the new change.
These guys are cowards, you know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know, it's like you're wasting your time. They're cowards.
Are you connected at all with the owners of the Eagles?
Am I?
No. Oh, Abby.
Yes.
Yeah.
My friend's nephew's on the Eagles.
I'm down a little bit. I just want to say hello. How are you?
I mean, I'm telling you, the city went crazy. People went running street, like it felt like a mile of just people. Just everyone came from everywhere, just flooding. They're so excited. I didn't see anyone climbing the poles. I don't know if they greased the poles up or not. Usually they'll do that, anticipating it. It's kind of crazy.
What did you think?
I want you guys to win the whole thing so bad.
Comments.
Yeah, I want Eagles to win.
What do you think of Trump's comments today about Egypt and Jordan? I'll tell you what, listen, I've been saying for weeks now, since this ceasefire deal has been announced, that there was something maybe on the side, maybe, I think this
What
was...
did he say? I missed that today. I was working. What did he say?
He said literally that Egypt and Jordan should absorb 1.5 million Gazans so they could rebuild, so basically we could rebuild, so we could clean it out, is what he said. And then
why should Israel have to pay the bill?
He didn't say Israel should pay the bill.
Okay.
He said that Egypt and Jordan should absorb 1.5 million Gazans, that we should clean it out. That's what he said.
Yeah, he also said it's over.
Over. Robbie, do me a favor, check your messages.
Okay, I'm doing that right now.
Hey, I wanted to say hi to Euro real quick. What's up, Euro?
Yeah, I want
to hear feedback from Abby and Euro on Trump's comments about Egypt and Jordan.
I'm gonna need to read it. I literally was absorbed in a football game all day and pregame, so
it's incredible. He literally said that Egypt and Jordan, he's gonna talk to Assisi tomorrow. I think he basically said tomorrow.
No, he's already talked to them.
Oh, already? Oh, yeah. You talk.
He's talking.
You know what the ultimate solution is, though, right?
What's that?
If you have the perfect world to do it, but the Palestinians don't want to do it because of all the goddamn Ayatollah poison that's been flooded in their brain. If they're talking about who's going to rebuild it, if they just build, if they do the new draft of the Bagor Canal, right? The new draft, it's not going through Gaza. It's not going through the kibbutz. If they just bring that Saudi oil via that canal through Israel and put all of the brokering offices in Gaza, demilitarize Gaza completely. There's not going to be one fucking gun left. And let like a really pro-Sunni Saudi government come in and re-govern the land. Gaza will probably have casinos maybe later on, more entertainment. Like you can actually turn it into something. And it's not going to be on the back of, you don't have to worry about Egypt or Jordan, because all Egypt's going to do, all Jordan's going to do is go back to Al Saud and cry, we need money, help us. So just go to the lion himself on that side of the fence. And that's what it has to do. Continue the Abraham Accords, bro. Saudi's got it, but Saudis didn't want to do it because the Palestinians don't. Then they're mad at it. But I mean, who else is gonna come in and do it? So we need better Saudi and Israeli relations, regardless. That's what needs to continue.
So when I first heard the news, I actually looked for you, Yahoo, but you weren't online. I was hoping to do a room about it, but anyways, it came as quite a surprise. And he also said, he said that he'd already spoken to the King of Jordan, the President of Egypt, and he also said that other Arab states should also take in people. And he said, we just have to tell them, it's over. And as you said, he said it should be cleaned out, and that housing should be built. So he specifically said, housing should be built in Egypt and in Jordan to accommodate these refugees. And so he did this while he was on Air Force One. So I was immediately curious to what you and Abby would say to all of that. I'm trying to think if I'm leaving anything out. I think those are his main points. And then
the other thing I was going to ask you guys about is if you've heard about the new agreement and the movement into North Gaza that's planned for later today.
Well, I did hear that, basically we're still blocking any movement to North Gaza at this point.
No, they already go. They already okay.
Yeah, there's already a new agreement. So originally they were blocking, and then they reached a new agreement, I guess it was yesterday, where Hamas is going to release three additional hostages on Thursday, including Yehud and who's the other one? Ajay. And a third person who wasn't named for some reason on Thursday. And they also submitted finally the full list, and they indicated how many people were alive and how many people were dead. And Israel agreed to allow the movement into North Gaza starting today.
Well, I think the main point, I don't agree with the North Gaza thing, with them allowing movement back to North Gaza, but that's not my call. I think that ultimately the biggest thing out of today comes from Trump with basically calling upon Egypt and Jordan to resettle Gaza and sort of open that opportunity. I mean, when you think about it, what Trump is saying is basically, let's open our eyes. These areas are just destroyed, and there's not homes to go back to. The humane thing to do is to give them an opportunity, at least maybe not a forced opportunity. As you see in the video, if anybody will watch the video that I posted above, it's not the forced transfer of these individuals, but it's an opportunity to move to a area in which will give them a better opportunity to resettle. So that's kind of my understanding of it.
Yeah, about Trump's proposal.
Hey, you guys, I'm going to just go on mute and listen. You guys enjoy the room. I'm going to just chill out and close my eyes for a while. Enjoy. Peace out. This is the only war zone. I'm just going to close on this. Gaza is the only war zone, at least that I can imagine or understand or remember or have been able to find, in which people are not allowed to leave. All right? Because it's crazy. Like, you take Ukraine, for example, millions of people became refugees in the surrounding countries, and each one of them, with open arms, took them in. And why is it that the neighboring area